He worked for the CIA for 25 years and says the U.S. government set him up and sent him to prison. My guest today is Michael Williams. He spent 25 years working as a CIA contractor and under non-official cover before traveling to Ukraine after the Russian invasion. He says what he uncovered there put him in the DOJ's crosshairs and federal prison. Today, he's telling his side of the story for the first time ever.
Grew up in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Okay.
So small town. It's where Elvis Presley's from.
You brought me a nice mug.
Yes, I hope you enjoy that. It was a small town, kind of sheltered in the grand scheme of things, but we were sort of like the big city kids in the area, I think, because our town was a whopping like 30,000, 35,000 people, where all the towns around us were, much smaller than that. So we were, I think, kind of considered, the city kids, even though we were mostly just middle class and reasonably sheltered and, just a good American upbringing. My hometown's been like voted all-American city, I don't know how many times. So it's a little like a suburb of a big city. We had everything you needed, but without the big city nearby. But yeah, just good all-American hometown.
Both of your parents were in the picture growing up?
Yes. Good, stable family. Parents started out as school teachers. My dad he did become an entrepreneur. He bought a sporting goods store. So that was most of my life that I knew him as from a work environment, is that he owned the sporting goods store. And the town was small, so he was kind of the sporting goods store guy. There was one other sporting goods store in town, but my dad's shop was bigger, which was still, a mom and pop shop. But it felt sort of like a big deal in a small town that people knew my dad's name because it was called Bill Williams Sporting Goods. So, and that was his name. So if I said, yeah, Bill Williams, they would say, Bill Williams Sporting Goods? Yeah. Oh, that's your dad. Yeah, that's my dad. So a little bit of an ego boost whenever I would have those conversations. But, I think I've been an entrepreneur my whole life, and I think I probably got that a little bit from him. I think you're kind of born with the entrepreneurship kind of gene, if you will. But, the fact that he ran his own business, I think, was probably put the seed in my head very early on.
Were you into sports too?
Yes. Played everything growing up. And certainly having a dad in the sporting goods business kind of made that very easy. I never, we were a solidly middle-class family, but I never wanted for anything sports related. If I needed a new bat, I got it because I could just go down to my dad's store and beg him for it, and he would eventually maybe give me one. I couldn't get 3 or 4 or 5. I didn't get a new one every year, but if I needed one, I would get one. If I needed a new glove or a pair of cleats or anything, I would get a good solid pair of cleats. Had the first pair of Air Jordans that ever came out. Had no idea who Michael Jordan was. Nobody really did at the time. But just knew they were cool shoes and got a pair. And wish I still had them, but I don't. But did play every sport growing up. Narrow that down from everything you play in the South. We didn't really have cold weather sports. We didn't have hockey, which I think I would have loved. Never played that. Didn't really have lacrosse. Of course, we didn't snow ski or anything. We would travel and snow ski later in high school a little bit, and I've snow skied since then. Lots. I try to go, outside of my conviction and all of that. I would try to go out for a couple of weeks every year, but didn't grow up doing it at all. But eventually, kind of narrowed down to football and baseball. Played church basketball, but because sports are so time consuming that as you grow up and get better at it, and as your teams get better, and I played on some really, really great teams, you kind of have to pick. You're either going to focus on one or two, or you're going to be very average and probably ride the bench in 3 or 4 or 5, unless you're just a phenomenal athlete. And I was a good athlete, but I wasn't a phenomenal athlete. So,
did you end up going to college?
I did. Went to the Naval Academy out of high school, which was an experience, a good experience ultimately. I never been to Annapolis. This is kind of how sheltered. Shelter's not the best word for it, but I don't think this would happen in today's world where a kid would just go to college 400 or 500 miles away, having never set foot on the campus or really talked to anybody that was there or knew a whole lot about it other than what they had read in a catalog, because we didn't have the internet. This was kind of right before the birth of the internet and email and all of that. So my first day at Annapolis was the day before my induction day, which starts Plebe summer, which is basically the boot camp. You go there in the summer. I think I reported on like June 29th, and boot camp started the next day. My days may be off a day or two, and then you're in boot camp for 6 weeks, and then the upperclassmen come back and you start the academic year. But that was a big deal. Annapolis was and still is very hard to get into. I wanted that challenge. I wanted to serve. I think I felt a calling to serve, as cheesy as that may sound. I used to equate it when people would ask, like, why did you go to the Naval Academy? I would equate it to kind of like how probably ministers and priests kind of feel a calling to go follow God. I felt a calling to kind of serve my country. And I had the grades and the athleticism and the leadership of all the great teams that I was a part of, and the great coaches that I had, and the great teachers that I had, and the great family that I had and have, even though my parents have passed away now. But that I had the opportunity to even apply. Like, you have to, and I'm not sure how it is now because this was many moons ago, but at the time, for Annapolis, you had to apply. Because I think, it's the Navy. So I guess the government didn't want to send out that many applications, because back then it was all handwritten. It wasn't fill out this form online and submit it via email. It was print this, or we're going to mail you a packet. You fill it out with a ballpoint pen and mail it back to us, and we'll get back to you, But I had to get a congressional appointment. So I had to go to my senators and congressmen, convince them that I was worthy. That was after the pre-application. So you apply to apply. So I don't know how many people do that, but they end up sending about, and again, this I think is generally about the same because the school's the same size. It hasn't grown because it's the Naval Academy. They're not necessarily trying to make more money and expand their size of their student body. But about 12,000 people apply, and about 1,200, 1,100, 1,200 are accepted. So about a 10% acceptance rate. And the people that even apply, I believe, I can't remember exactly, to apply, I think you may have to have a congressional appointment, which is its own set of applications and impressing those politicians and things like that. You can also get one from the president or the vice president. I had zero connections to them. I had zero connections to the senators and congressmen in Mississippi. But again, I was on great sports teams. We had made some international news. We had a lot of really great things going on in high school that, looking back, seem now very impressive. But at the time, they were just like, yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess. Like, we were on ESPN when ESPN was small. This was when there was one ESPN. There weren't 20. We were on ESPN when we were in high school. We had a guy from my high school, one of my buddies, that was on Teen Jeopardy. We had a guy that went on the Tonight Show as a magician. Like, we had one of the best guitar players that still to this day I've ever seen. And so, but they would do these things and people would kind of make a big deal about it for about a day, and then they were just back to being normal kids. I invented a math formula at some point that I don't even remember. And I didn't even know I'd invented it until I came back to class one day, and my teacher said, "This is the Michael Wayne formula." And I was like, "Wait, I'm in the middle of class." I'm like, "Wait, what?" She goes, yeah, you told me this formula the other day of like, it's a kind of a quicker version. Instead of doing these 4 steps, we can make that into 2 steps. And I was like, yeah, but I thought that you didn't just know that, or that's not common sense. And it probably was. And it was probably not a big deal at all. But I look back at it and I saw my teacher like 20 years later and I was like, do you remember that when you said I invented a formula? And she was like, no. And I was like, that might've been like a big deal. Like I could have gotten published for that or something, and in today's society where I could quickly go online and show everybody my brilliance or whatever, or dumb luck or whatever you want to call it. Simple observation is what it was. But at the time, like for 10 minutes in class one day, I felt very important and then it was just gone and everything was back to normal. But I guess having those things, and I mean, my again, back to the teams, we were, nationally ranked in sports and football and baseball. We won multiple state championships. We led the nation one year in no hitters in baseball and won a state championship that year. And it wasn't even a big deal. Like it was just, yeah, you guys are really good. Keep it up. So getting into Annapolis was a huge honor. And I remember being, very excited and very honored, but at the same time thinking, well, yeah, like, of course I got in. I got into West Point too. I didn't apply to the Air Force Academy. But yeah, like I've worked my ass off for 17, 18 years and this is the reward for it so far. Now the real challenge begins because, Annapolis is an extremely hard place. That's why it's considered one of the best schools in the world. Not just academically, but for the military aspect of it, the leadership components, and just turning raw high school kids and people also come from the fleet, from the enlisted ranks. If they perform well in the enlisted ranks, they can apply and be accepted as well, which is a great pipeline, I think. And they had so much value. One of my good friends there was a former enlisted guy who just taught us all a lot because we're coming straight out of high school. I didn't know how to salute. I didn't know how to march. I didn't know how to put on a uniform correctly. Of course, he did. And of course, everybody else, the upper class and the instructors and the other officers there taught us everything you'd ever, need to know to be a officer. But that's where real leadership training started as well. Coming from the sports again, and coming from the great coaches and coming from the great teachers that I had and the great family and great parents, it was a refinement of leadership training that I think has served me well since then. And, extremely tough place to be. I think when I describe it as kind of like running a marathon or doing a triathlon, like doing an Ironman, which I hate doing distance stuff. So that's why I've done it. And that's why I kind of, did the paramilitary side of things, because it's something that I kind of hated. So I wanted to conquer it, if you will. I hated triathlon. So I kind of wanted to make them my plaything. I wanted to, win them, not just survive them, but win them. Never did, but got fairly decent at them. But they suck. When you're in the middle of it, when you're in the middle of a tough workout, anything that's tough in life, it's going to suck. And it's easy to quit. And if you think, why am I doing this? And you can see the purpose behind it and see that there's something bigger and more important, and that you're contributing a small way into doing something that will either make you a better person and make you a better person for those around you, where you can make a bigger and better impact on other people in your immediate orbit, or on a bigger scale to people that are, on the outer rings of your orbit, or, even to society, and, nonprofits and volunteer work and things like that, or certainly in the military of like, make me a great leader. And this is going to suck, but I'm going to come out of here and I'm going to be an officer in the Navy or the Marine Corps. And I'm going to go out into the fleet and I'm going to kick ass and I'm going to train these guys up and we're going to be the baddest motherfuckers on the planet. And I fear for the terror we're going to put into anybody that ever opposes us or tries to harm anyone that I love, or anyone that stands alongside or in front of the American flag. So that's what it was all about. And that's what I was like, sign me up, sign me up. I know how hard it's going to be. And it was, but I always felt like there was a bigger purpose and a bigger reason for being there. So it was worth all the suckiness about it. You remember that when you're there. It's a tough, the cliche back then, and I'm sure it's still around, is it's a tough place to be, but a great place to be from. And it's not just because you get a leg up because you come from a great school when you go try to get a job or whatever after you're out. If you don't spend your career in the Navy or Marine Corps, but you're committed. That's another thing. When you sign up, you're committed to, at the time it was 5 years. So you're not committed to, you don't just go to college. You go for 4 years and then you are committed by law effectively for another 5 after that. So you're signing up for 9 years at 17, 18 years old. That's a serious commitment, when you've only been on the planet for 17 years.
That's half your life already.
Exactly. Yeah. And you're just like, gee, I'm going to be like, my late 20s before I can even think about getting out. Like I'm going to be an old man. But so you got to know what you're getting into, and people quit and people wash out and people got hacked and they realize they're doing it for the wrong reasons, and people get kicked out, people flunk out, but the people that stay, I think they have tremendous skills, not just academically and intellectually, but from a leadership standpoint. And this goes for all the service academies. That, I think from even back in the 90s when I was there up to now 2026, our military and leadership are in very good hands. If maybe it's gotten even better. I like some of the things that I'm seeing coming out of those places, just following them on social media, all the way from Hegseth down to the superintendent of the Naval Academy and the other service academies. But anyway, I'll shut up about that. But
where'd you go after the Naval Academy?
So I was at Annapolis for 2 years. All that rah-rah about Annapolis, and I didn't even graduate. But I was there for the 2 hard years, I guess. All 4 years are tough, I think, but it progressively gets slightly easier. Your plebe year, your freshman year is your hardest, I think by far. But your sophomore year is called your youngster year. It's just the nickname for it. So I may interject those two. The winter of my sophomore year, my father passed away, died of cancer. So I had a tough choice at that time. It kind of fell to me and my family, because I was in college. I had no huge commitments. I didn't have a job and a career. My sisters did. We still had the sporting goods store. My dad had been sick for a year. He died almost a year to the day after his first surgery. So he was diagnosed with lung cancer, had surgery like within a week or two, and then died almost exactly 1 year to the day after his surgery. Went into remission for a few months during that time, but ultimately succumbed. And it was very sad. But in that time, while he was in remission, he sold the bigger store and just had one smaller store that was more of a retail store. Like in the big store, he did what we called the big store. He did a lot of team stuff. So he would outfit entire, university football teams and high school teams for any sport, every sport, all the way down to softball teams. If you and your crew wanted to put together a softball team or now a pickleball team or something, and you needed jerseys and shorts and matching socks and this, that, and the other, you would come to Bill Williams Sporting Goods and you would get outfitted. And then he sold that and still had a smaller store that was more retail, but it was still there, but it was on a lifeline. And my mom was taking care of my dad and was dealing with his illness and also still teaching school. She was a junior high school teacher. And she took a sabbatical at some point in there, maybe the last year of his life or the last several months of his life. He died in the hospital, so he didn't go to hospice or anything like that. So it all kind of, toward the end, it kind of came on pretty quickly. I remember getting a call in Annapolis from one of my best friend's dads. And back then, we didn't really have cell phones. So if you wanted a message to anyone, you had to call like the main office at Annapolis, and they sent a runner up to where your company lived. We all lived in one giant dorm. A company is about 120 people of all ranks. So you all kind of live in the same part of the dorm. So they send a runner up to the company. Then the guy standing watch at the company comes and finds you and says, "Hey, you need to, you have a message. Here's your message." And you give him the message and just call this guy. So now I go down to the phone room. There's a huge room, not huge, but a big room of payphones. And so you didn't need to this was beyond where you just needed to plug it full of quarters, but you could use a calling card. So it's truly like a phone booth. You go into the phone booth, shut the doors, call up. And I remember my friend's dad said, you need to go ahead and come home. And I was like, man, like, you know where I am. Like, I can't just be like, see ya, I'm going to jump in the car and come home. One, I'm in Maryland. Two, I'm on a military base, which is effectively like a prison. Like, you can't just leave. And I didn't have a car, even if I wanted to. So I'm like, that's easier said than done. He's like, yeah, you need to go ahead and come home. And so I knew at that point, like, oh man, I need to go. So went and talked to my captain, who's Captain Chamberlain, great guy, was over our company. He was a Marine captain. He was the officer in charge of our company of college kids, of midshipmen. That's what we were called. And made it work and flew out either that day or the next day and got home kind of just in time for Dad to pass away. And I was there when he passed, with my, the rest of my family. But I remember coming home from his funeral. And so, I can't remember the exact days or the exact timeline, but as I think is normally the case, person passes away, a day goes by, you kind of make arrangements, and maybe the second day or third day you have a wake and a visitation and then a funeral. So it was maybe 2-3 days later. And I hadn't really reported in because, my headspace is not in Annapolis thinking about like differential equations and physics 3 and like Aegis class cruisers and things like that. It's about, my family and my father. And so I hadn't checked in and I hadn't even thought about it, which was my own oversight. But we got back from the funeral and we walked in the door and I have a huge extended family, huge tons of aunts and uncles and cousins, now second and third cousins. But the phone rang and we probably had 70 people at the house. Somebody answered it. And I remember walking the back door and the phone was kind of on the wall there near coming into the kitchen. And maybe my aunt or sister, I don't even know who, said, "Hey, this is for you." So I'm like, "Oh, okay." Answered the phone and it was Captain Chamberlain. And he was like, "Hey, just checking in, like hadn't heard from you in a couple of days. Like you can't just check out. You can't just leave you can't just leave a military base as an active duty member of the Navy and not check in or not report in or just stay as long as you want. It's not a vacation." Of course he didn't say that, but like all that is suddenly just ran through my brain immediately. And I was like, oh man. And, now I'm thinking, God, am I in trouble? But again, a great guy. He knew the situation and he was like, "Well, we're just wondering like what's going on and like when we should expect you back." And I was like, "Well, Captain, I actually just walked in the door for my father's funeral. So can I call you back like in a couple of hours?" And he was like, "Oh my God. Yes, of course, of course." So all that was kind of a side note. So apologies for going off on a tangent, but that's kind of where my head was at and where it kind of stayed because I realized soon thereafter, like nobody had really been running the store. The sporting goods store. Mom had been taking care of Dad and dealing with her own stuff. And we had kind of had somebody and a few people trying to help out a little bit here or there, but it wasn't a priority. So the store was on life support. It was near bankruptcy. And I figured that out. I can't remember how exactly or who told me that, but I learned it. And I was like, oh man, like, we can't just let this thing go bankrupt. I mean, this is my dad's legacy. This is my family's legacy. And like my mom needs me home. Like I think my mom went in the hospital soon after that just because she was so worn out and burned out from taking care of my dad and being in and out of the hospital with him, just visiting him. And there's so many things that she went through with him. God bless her. I mean, she was a soldier, that he would go into the hospital and he would get out and something would happen and he had to turn around and go back. And the cancer moved from his he had lung surgery, and then the cancer moved to his hip. So he ended up dying, I guess, of bone cancer, but it was on his iliac crest, on his pelvis. So that affected like his whole leg and walking ability and things like this. So he's like, no, I can walk. And he really couldn't, but he didn't want to use the wheelchair and there's stairs. And so, God bless my mom and we didn't hire anybody, you just kind of sucked it up and did it. So she needed help. And I kind of saw it as my duty as the only son and the youngest who's kind of, that isn't tied to a family or a career like my sisters were. So it was easier for me, as tough as it was to leave Annapolis and as tough as it had been to get accepted and to be there and to give that up. People ask still to this day, was it hard when you decided to leave Annapolis? And I said, I can't even think of it that way, because it was a no-brainer decision. Of course, family comes above country. As much as big of a patriot as I was and am, and as much as I wanted to serve, my family needs me. So that's a no-brainer. Do I regret it? No. Do I wish things had been different? Absolutely. But my life kind of I had the opportunity to serve afterwards, not in the Navy, but in the intelligence community. And ended up going from Annapolis. I came home, I ran my father's business. My mom retired from teaching school later that year, or at the end of that year. So that was the spring. I left Annapolis about close to the end of the year. So I didn't quite make it to the end of my second year. And that was, you do have an out. They give you an out at the end of your sophomore year, at the end of your youngster year. If it's just not for you, you can say, see you later, and you can resign from the Naval Academy and go, live your life, and you have no commitment. But when you come back for your junior year, you sign a commitment. You actually sign on a dotted line. It's a big ceremony. It's a big deal. And they have a name for it now. I don't think we had a name for it back then, but like, when you show up, you come, because in summer you go to training. You don't just go off and party all summer. You go to different training. Depending on what year, what summer you're between. If you're between freshman and sophomore, you do a certain set of training. Sophomore and junior, another set. Junior, senior, you kind of have a choice of what you might want to go into. Do you want to fly jets? Do you want to be a SEAL? Do you want to be on submarines? Whatever. And you can kind of steer toward that direction to get exposure into that niche of the Navy or Marine Corps, to see if you like it. Because a lot of people, want to be SEALs until they go to mini buds, and then they're like, screw this, man. Like, this is way harder than I thought it was going to be. So they bounce, and then they end up doing something else. But it's good to get that exposure beforehand. But when you come back for your junior year, you sign a commitment and you're in it. Like, if you quit or get kicked out at that point, you go to the fleet as an enlisted person. So I didn't have to worry about that, thankfully. Not, you know what I mean by that, not thankfully, but the timing was not as horrible as it could have been. But I actually planned to go back. I was a decent student at Annapolis. The academics there were a shell shock. I thought when I went to Annapolis, everybody was going to be like me, kind of a jock who was also pretty smart. And probably more jock than smart. And what it turned out to be was like the smartest guys and girls in like 6 counties, wherever they were from, who could also do like 50 push-ups. So I was way behind the curve when I first got there academically. I mean, I had all A's. I made 1B in high school, and that's because I got the chicken pox and missed like a month of school. and came back and couldn't make up the grades. And that's a whole nother story I won't bore you with, but that's still a burr under my saddle because I really should have had an A, but I'll skip that. So I ended up with 1B in high school and, took all the AP classes and all the things you need to do to get into school like Annapolis. But so the fact that it was so hard to get in and that I was there and I was excelling and I didn't hate it. Nobody loves it when you're there, back to the triathlon and marathon kind of analogy a few minutes ago, but I appreciated it to the point where I didn't want to leave. I never thought about leaving, never thought a single day. And people call BS on this. People that I was there with and people that have been through the academies. I never said this to anybody, but just as like, we all thought about it. Come on, you didn't think about it? Like I never thought about leaving, never thought about quitting. As hard as it was, never even said, I don't want to say never crossed my mind, but it never crossed my mind to the point of like, man, I don't know if I can hack this. I might need to, go ahead and check out and go somewhere that's easier. Never in my mind, never even crossed my mind until I had to make the decision and said, I'm leaving. And which was a very hard decision to make, of course, but at the same time, again, it was a no-brainer decision. So all that to say is as soon as I tried to set the stage before I left, because it's a process to get out. You can't just leave and say, see you later. You got to go through all this withdrawal process and talk to this person and that person and get signed off and turn your equipment in and all this. So I did all that, but I set the stage to return 1 year later. And nobody does that, except like you don't quit Annapolis. People leave Annapolis and people leave the Naval Academy in West Point and the Air Force Academy for a handful of reasons. One, you get kicked out. You break the honor code and you get kicked out for an honor violation, or you fail. You fail out. You can't hack it academically or militarily, so you fail out. And then, or you quit because you hate it, or basically because you hate it. So nobody leaves and nobody comes back. Or excuse me, if you leave, nobody comes back. Nobody transfers in. There's no NIL deal now that we have that with sports. So there's no open door policy of coming and going. If you go to school, you could go to Harvard for 3 years, then get accepted to the Naval Academy. Again, the other service academies the same way. When you go to the Naval Academy, you're not going in as a senior or even a junior. You're going in as a freshman. You're going to be 21 or whatever years old, but you're starting day one, just like Mike coming from Tupelo, Mississippi, who's never even been to Annapolis, Maryland, never seen the campus of the United States Naval Academy, never taken a college course other than AP courses in high school. But so nobody comes and goes. So I was like, but I want to come back, and I'm a good student. I'm a better soldier, even though, we'll say sailor, soldier's army. I get punched for saying soldier around my Navy and Marine Corps guys and girls. But as soon as I left, I was just going to drop a year. I was class of 97. I was going to drop and be class of 98. The only precedent for that are Mormons. So Mormons generally take a year during college and go on a mission. So we had Mormons at the Naval Academy. And they would do that. They would take a year off, go on a mission trip for a year, come back and pick up kind of where they left off. So I was like, well, I'm not Mormon, but there's the precedent. So it's doable. Let me do it. And they were like, all right, well, let's do that. We'll do that. But let's process this withdrawal first, and then we'll start the whole other side of it on the other side once you're out and all that. Yeah, I get it. And that's kind of what I wanted to do. First things first, because I got to go take care of the family, take care of the business. I mean, within a month after I was home, back in Mississippi, I was going to go to Mississippi State for a year just to keep my academics up. I couldn't transfer any grades back in, but I didn't want to just sit on the couch for a year, of course. So my thought was, well, I'll go take all the classes at Mississippi State that I'm going to take my junior year at Annapolis. Then I'll come in back to Annapolis and I'll have to take those classes again, but I'll breeze through. Instead of making C's and B's, I'll make B's and A's. Which, like, making a C at Annapolis is actually pretty good. like I said, you've got the smartest people in the country going there. And so the curve, I mean, I won't go down a tangent on that, but I mean, there were plenty of tests and plenty of classes that I took where I would show back up into the hall, into the dorm, and we would compare grades when we got our test papers back, like to see who got the worst. And it was a joke because from 1 to 100, we would make 17s, not like 97s. Well, that we were all making in high school, but like 17s and 10s and 20s. And then of course you had the smartest guys and girls who were making 97s. And we're just like, dude, you're killing me here. Like, but thankfully they would, a lot of the times they would curve it so that, that 17 would turn into a 67 or something. And so you'd kind of squeak by or get by. But as soon as I was back in Mississippi, I'm thinking, all right, I got to take care of the business. I got to, take care of mom, take care of the family, take care of the house, plan on get ready to go to Mississippi State, which was just where my friends were. Was close. It was an hour away from my hometown. And I got the call of like, okay, we need to know from Annapolis, we need to know right now if you're coming back. And like, we need to start the paperwork and start processing everything. And I was like, dude, I just got home. Like, yes, I'm coming back, but I can't, like, as an honorable guy who's, taught, that's the whole, everything that the blood of Annapolis and all, again, the military in general, I guess, but is honor and duty and loyalty and truth and don't tell a lie. Right. So I couldn't in good conscience say, yes, I'm absolutely coming back. I'm ready to sign those commitment papers. I'm like, I need a minute. Like I got to take care of what I got to take care of what I got to take care of here. Yes, I'm coming back, but I can't give you that answer right now. So, a couple of weeks go by and then it becomes, all right, we need to know. And I'm like, I can't commit to you right now. We're still a year away from that. I can't commit to that. So ultimately it was like, I guess I'm not coming back. If you need an answer right now, the answer is no. And if I were doing it today, I might have fudged that a little bit and been like, absolutely, I'll sign wherever you need me to. Thinking like, in the litigious world we live in, I could probably back out of this if I absolutely positively needed to. Because I was not in the military at that point. I was just a civilian. So me signing commitment papers, I'm sure there are people even now that sign, you can go down to the local recruiter's office, sign your way into the Marines or Navy or Army, Air Force, wherever, and then have second thoughts, 2 weeks later and say, I quit. And they may not be happy about it, but they'll let you out. I would assume they're not going to put you in jail or force you into boot camp or something. So anyway, I went to Mississippi State for 2 years. That was fun. I got the discipline and the leadership training in Annapolis to kind of make me grow up. Running my dad's business, I grew up. Thankfully, I already had a lot of that maturity coming back to Mississippi, even though I was 20 at the time. Ran his business, turned it around. My mom retired at the end of that year, so I kind of segued her into running the business. And again, we made it more of a retail thing where she, showed up and made sure everything was stocked and ran the cash register and talked to people all day and just had a pleasant time. And it gave her something to do every day because all the kids were out of the house. So she was in a fairly big house on 2 acres of land. And eventually, as happens with everyone who loses a loved one, like the friends and family come by for a while, but eventually they have their own lives and they stop coming. So her running the store gave her something to do where she didn't just sit at home and feel lonely or anything like that. So it worked out well in that aspect. And of course, I was still around and still there helping, but I wasn't there on a daily basis. I went to Mississippi State and had fun and was a party, I was going to say party for 2 years, but certainly did my fair share and greatly enjoyed being in college. But ended up with a degree from Mississippi State as opposed to going back to Annapolis, which took me on a very different track, obviously, from being a career. I wanted to be a SEAL. I was on that track in Annapolis and was doing everything right to go down that road. And then, of course, life got in the way. And I took a detour and ended up in Mississippi State and life, that was my last stint directly in the military.
I have to admit something. For someone who interviews fraud investigators, IRS agents, detectives, and former scammers all the time, I almost got. I got one of those text messages saying I had an unpaid toll and needed to pay it immediately. At first, I laughed, then I clicked it, then I thought, wait, did I actually drive through a toll somewhere? For about 45 seconds, I completely talked myself into believing it. Right before I was about to send money, I stopped and thought, Ian, what are you doing? That's the thing about scams. They don't always catch people who aren't paying attention. They catch people when they're busy, distracted, or in a hurry. That's why I appreciate the security features built into Cash App. When you get the Cash App card, not only do you get access to a ton of perks and benefits like exclusive early access to nationwide concert pre-sales or discounts on popular brands, but you also have extra security with the power to instantly lock or unlock your card right from your phone in just one tap. If a suspicious transaction pops up on your card, Cash App has your back by automatically declining the purchase and sending you a heads up to confirm if it's you or not. Behind the scenes, you can rest assured knowing your account balance is protected by 24/7 fraud monitoring. Spend with a peace of mind today and order a Cash App card in the app or at cash.app/card. New Cash App customers can earn $10 if they use code SECURE10 in their profile at sign up and send $5 to a friend within 14 days. Terms apply. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Cash App Visa Debit Flex cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC, and the Bancorp Bank N.A., pursuant to a license from Visa USA Incorporated. See terms and conditions for the Sutton Prepaid Card, Sutton Debit Flex Card, and Bancorp Debit Flex Card. Discounts and promotions provided by Cash App, a Block Incorporated brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast for full disclosures. What degree did you end up with?
A business degree, Bachelor of Arts, maybe in business administration. I don't know. I didn't even go to graduation. Like I appreciate the degree. I love the business school. I've worked with the business school. I've given speeches at the business school in Mississippi State. Love the faculty over there. But at the time, I had already started my own business. I had been running my father's business. I started another investment business. I was very much an entrepreneur. Again, I'd been an entrepreneur since the fourth grade, I think. Even through Annapolis. So school at that point, I realized really quickly, my first week there, like the tests were comparatively now, to Annapolis were, I'll say politely, not challenging. So college was fun and the degree was just, okay, I guess I have a degree now. Like I can now show that I've completed something, but I was running my own business and not applying for jobs. I had great grades, but just because I work hard, if I put my mind to something, I want to do the best I can in it. So, but the hurdle was low. So I didn't have to put in 20 hours of study for one test. I'd put in 20 minutes of study, 2 hours of study, something like that. I mean, it was a full, college curriculum, no disrespect to Mississippi State, but comparatively from what I had been in, it's like going from, this is not a good analogy, but it's you can appreciate the distance. It's like going from a maximum security to a prison camp. Like it's vastly different situation. And the prison camp is going to feel vastly easier than the max security, right? So that's kind of how it felt. So the degree, the fact that I had a degree wasn't ultimately hugely important to me. Like I said, I didn't even go to graduation. I mean, my mom knew I graduated, I guess, but nobody made a big deal of it. I didn't have a graduation party, didn't get a cap and gown, didn't take the pictures or anything like that. Just kind of like, yeah, that's just check the box. I'm done with that. Now I can go really be an adult, which I was already an adult. I was already doing everything a 30 or 40-year-old would be doing. in the world of running businesses and acting like an adult, also having a hell of a good time at Mississippi State, doing the whole college party scene, because I'm 20, 21, 22 at this time. But at the same time, had my feet kind of in the real world, the adult world, and the college party world. And that's kind of, we'll get into the career, my career, but all the way as far back as I can remember, it's always been a little bifurcated. I've always kind of had feet in two worlds. Growing up, I was always in the accelerated classes and the AP classes, and I just wanted to be there. Like, I just wanted the challenge. I didn't want to be bored. But I was also playing all the sports. I was a huge kid. I've been like this size. I'm no joking. My friends that I grew up with, if they see this, and I hope they do, they'll be like, yeah, Mike was like 6 feet tall when he was like 11 years old. And I'm 6'1" now, so I grew a little bit more. But I was a giant kid very early, height-wise. So when I was, an adolescent, I just dominated most sports just from sheer size. So I dominated the basketball court because I was 1.5 feet taller than everybody else. I was good in the other sports just because of my size advantage. And I do remember, like, eventually in high school, all these kids who I used to tower over caught up to me. And now I'm like average size or even short. Like, I remember I was in line not to circle back to old parts of the story, but I remember being in line at the cafeteria in high school, and one of my best friends was behind me. And I remember just our whole lives, when I would turn to talk to him, this is how I would do it. Look over, look down. So that's how I talked to everybody my whole life. And I remember I like forgot my money or something. So I was like, hey man, can I borrow? What the? It's like, he's now like 6'3". So I'm looking up to him and I'm like, how did you get taller than me? Like, and I look at him, he's bigger than me too. And I'm like, what the heck happened here, man? Like, everybody caught up, which is again, another reason we were good in sports, because we were just stacked with pure athletes who again had great coaches, and you put that combination together and we were very happily, dominant in many ways for many years. Not dominant, but very, very good. But again, I'm in the classes with all the smart kids, with the guys who were winning Teen Jeopardy and, things like that, who are going to all these academic competitions and just crushing it. And I couldn't do any of that. One, because I was a kind of a nerd and a geek and smart, but I wasn't that smart or that big of a geek, honestly. And God love them. Like, they loved it and ate it up and just dominated it. And the teachers that ran those things are just phenomenal. And we were all extremely proud of them. But I wasn't dedicated to being that smart at that time. I wish I probably had been, because I would have done better at Annapolis. But I was, had the other foot in athletics and in sports, and really, that's where I really wanted to excel. So, I would go from every day from sixth, seventh grade, all the way through graduating high school. I would never see my good friends except maybe at lunch or chorus. I was in chorus too, which, thank God, for a couple of guys who were a little bit older who went into chorus, who were jocks, who were football players, who made it cool to be in the chorus because all the good looking girls were in chorus. So when it came time for us to go to high school, like, all the jocks, or not all the jocks, but several of my good friends joined chorus, and we were great in chorus. Like, we won national competitions and things. A big reason for that was because we had 6 feet tall, big football players who could sing bass parts. And most choral programs at other schools didn't have those big testosterone weightlifting guys who could hit those low notes and stuff. So I think that helped. We certainly had great sopranos. Oh my God. But the entire chorus was phenomenal, but I'm glad we could contribute a little bit of it. But we all joined chorus because the good looking girls were in chorus. And a couple of other guys set that precedent. But so I would see a few of my friends in chorus. But in the academic classes, I would never see my friends. Then I would go to practice at the end of school and see all my friends. So it was very bifurcated experience where my whole day was in one world and then it would go to another world. And then on the weekends, it would mostly be with the jocks and the guys out running around, having fun. But that bifurcation and kind of living in two worlds simultaneously, that precedent, I think, was set pretty early in life to where it was very comfortable for me to do that and to kind of have that chaos and manage that chaos of living in two worlds and kind of living two separate lives. Because I didn't go into my jock friends and start talking about Fibonacci sequences and fractal math and things like that, of course. And I didn't go into the academic classes and talking about a cover two coverage and running button hooks and we're going to dance like this when we get in the end zone this time, or, we're going to do this trick play, or let me tell you how I changed my grip. So now I can go to the opposite field better. And, when I get a pitch on the outside corner, like they don't care. They don't understand that. So very different conversations, not a different person. That's one thing that's kind of helped me is that I've in my core, I'm the same person, but I can speak different languages, all speaking English at this time, but speaking to different groups and being comfortable in different groups, which served me very well as my life progressed.
So what career do you end up getting into after college?
So when I was in college, beyond now helping my mom run my father's store, I started investing in real estate. I knew that I was going to start some sort of a business, even if I, stayed in the Navy or Marine Corps. So I remember right when I turned 18, I got a credit card because that was the earliest you could do it. I don't know if it still is, but to start building my credit score, just to have a credit card, just so I could start building my credit score. So by the time I was 21, 22, or I guess 20, I had had a couple of 3 years, or I had 2 years of credit and had made some money from running my father's store because I was living at home with my mom. My dad had left us three kids, where he left a little bit of money to my mom. Nothing. She didn't become a millionaire or anything, but she had enough to not have to stress out about anything. She paid off the house, gave us three kids a little bit of money. So I had a little bit of a nest egg, not a lot, but a few $1,000s. And so kind of knew that I wanted to be a real estate investor. And especially when I first went to Mississippi State, a buddy of mine kind of picked where we were going to live, and we lived in the coolest part of town for the students, for the Mississippi State students. And we lived in this little shoebox, 2-bedroom, 1-bath place in a very cool area called the Cotton District. Still there, still very cool. It may be even cooler now because the town's grown around it, but very great location. And we were paying at the time what felt like a ton of money. And I only saw my landlord. We would actually drop off physical checks. This is, long before PayPal or Venmo or even paying bills online or anything. So I would drop off a physical check to my landlord once a month for a big amount of money to me, right? In Mississippi as a 20-year-old, 21-year-old. And I thought, this guy, and he's just sitting in his office doing nothing, accepting checks. There's a line of people out the door every day because he owned a ton of property. There's just a line of people out the door every single day of the week to drop him money, to give him money for sitting behind a desk. I was like, this is the job, man. I got to get into this. So I did. They built a new set of townhouses, which at the time felt a little sort of on the outskirts of everything, but now it's like right in the middle of everything, as towns do. The town grew around it a little bit. But I went and looked at them, and they had 4 left, and I was like, I'll take all 4. And they were like, hold on, hotshot, you're 20. And I was like, here's my game plan. So I go to I tell the construction crew that, or the developer. He's like, hey, great. Like, I'm sold out. Like, you take the last 4, good. My thought was, I'll live in one. It's 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath. Was the one I wanted to live in. So I'll live in one, I'll get a roommate, he'll pay me, and I'll rent out the other 3. And the math on it was like, I'll live for free and maybe have a little bit extra, every month. And so that's what I did. And I went to the bank. I went to the developer and I was like, I want them. He's like, great. Like, let me put your money where your mouth is. Let me see if you can do it. And, we're talking 6 figures into this for 4 of them. And I didn't have 6 figures, but I had a little nest egg. So I went to the bank. I had enough for a down payment on all 4. And I went to the bank and I was like, I need a loan. And they're like, yeah, see you later, child. But again, I'm like, my size now. Like I'm a grown man. I'm 6'1", at this time probably, because I was medical redshirted at Mississippi State. I was playing football, but I'd been in the athletic weight room. So I was probably 205, 210. So I was in all muscle. So I looked like a grown man. But they were still like, how old are you? I'm like 21. Like, all right, come back when you're 31 or whatever. I was like, no, like we're going to make this work. So I just didn't take no for an answer. In a small town, small banks, you build relationships, you kind of show them, prove yourself personally. Where Mississippi State is Starkville, Mississippi. At the time, it was maybe 15,000 people max without the college and the student body. So, going to the local bank, it was like, no, let's talk about this. It was a little bit more, it wasn't as transactional. It was a little bit more, let me convince you, like you see in the movies a little bit. And then I think ultimately what kind of sealed the deal is my mom didn't put any money in, but I don't think she co-signed on the loans, but she like guaranteed them somehow. So she was sort of the backstop. And I was like, don't even worry about that, Mom. Like, yeah, I don't need any backstop or anything like that. And she wasn't. She was like, you're on your own. But she knew because I had saved the company, saved the sporting goods store. She knew like I had my head on my shoulders. So when I graduated, I had that money and the rent had gone up a little bit over, you increase the rent a little bit. And I was doing a few other things to make a little bit of money, but I wasn't looking, it was enough to where I didn't feel like I needed to graduate and go start handing out my resume and applying for jobs right away. So I was running my own business, doing my own thing. And a buddy, and I kind of had, I don't want to say no direction, but I was like, I was a business nomad kind of before that was even a word or a phrase. And that like, I can own property from anywhere. That's another beautiful thing about it. And as long as nothing goes wrong, like you just take the money in every month and, the once a year or a couple times a year, something goes wrong, a toilet gets clogged up or something, like you handle it and you figure it all out. But it was a great gig. Because I always bought new constructions and I ended up owning well over 100 residential properties. And always bought newer constructions because less headaches, right? And as soon as they started getting aged and things started to break, kind of like a car, you're just like, all right, I'll sell this thing before I have to put in $20,000 to renovate, the bathroom or $50,000 to renovate the kitchen or whatever it may be. So I'll just sell it and go buy another newer property and just keep that business, keep that train rolling. And it was great. But one of my best friends who I lived with for part of my time in college was moving to Atlanta. He was working in the furniture industry. So he got the opportunity to go to Atlanta. He's like, you want to go to Atlanta? I was like, sure, why not? Never lived in Atlanta. I'd maybe been to Atlanta twice in my life. But again, all the experiences that I had from, going to Annapolis, sight unseen, all the things we had done, in training and just kind of jumping into these new areas and just figuring it out and being excited about that. Like I realized pretty early on, like I thrive in chaos and I kind of like being the underdog. Like even I'll stop, hopefully maybe stop talking about sports like growing up, but as good as we were in a lot of those sports, like I always loved it when we were getting beat. I wanted to win. I didn't love getting beat. I loved when we were getting beat because now we've got a real chance to come and show what we're made out of, to tighten up our laces, tighten up our belts and get after it. and show what all this extremely hard work that we put in. And we did, man. I mean, we worked so hard, and that is why we were so good. It wasn't that we were just gifted with great athletes. We had our fair share of those, but we all knew that the work ethic that our coaches and whole community instilled in us meant something, that there are benefits to this. There are rewards for this. And those rewards are state championship trophies and rings and letter jackets and college scholarships and Major League Baseball contracts. My best friend growing up got drafted first round by the New York Mets that year. Again, huge deal. That actually was a huge deal. That stuck. Like he's still kind of famous for that. Because he was also Elvis's cousin, because Elvis was from my hometown, but that helped. But phenomenal athlete, great guy, extremely humble, which thank God, because that could have easily turned him into a crazy person with all that sudden sort of fame. But going to Atlanta, I was just like, yeah, new adventure. Let's go. And I was there with my buddy, and I knew other people that lived there who had come over from Mississippi State and who had graduated before. So we had a very small group of people that we knew. So I was like, yeah. And he and my buddy had lived there as a kid, so he kind of knew the lay of the land a bit. So yeah, I moved to Atlanta and was kind of still doing my thing. I was looking for new properties to buy. I was, just running the math. Actually was gambling at this time, betting on sports. And that was really where the finance and the math really came into it. So I minored in math in college. I've always been kind of a math guy, statistics, probabilities. So it was easy to kind of turn that into sports. And when you go to college, I mean, it's like, I wasn't in a fraternity, but all my friends were in fraternities, and fraternities are just giant betting parlors. It's just like back then, nobody was really gambling. Well, we had a casino an hour away that we would go to, but it was more just sports gambling. So, betting on football games on the weekends. So I got into that, learned by fire, lost plenty of money, but made plenty of money, just figuring it out, playing the probabilities, seeing where the lines were off a little bit as I determined that they were off, which, humans are notorious for seeing patterns where patterns don't actually exist. You see that in the stock market and everything in the world. Any kind of trend, is it really a trend, or are you just making it a trend because that's what we're predisposed to see? And you just really, really, really want it to be a trend. So suddenly it becomes a trend. And then that becomes, not to go off on a tangent on that, but that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If enough people think that, well, then it does become a trend, and the probability is correct. So it's fascinating when you dive into the math of it, that's the way the world works now. Coming back on point. So yeah, when I went to when I went to Atlanta, I didn't have a full-time job, and I wasn't looking for one.
What year was this when you were in Atlanta?
I moved there in 1998. So yeah, and it was awesome. The Super Bowl came to town in 99 or 2000. The town kind of changed after that. And then 9/11, of course, changed a lot. But yeah, for a couple of years there, it was good.
So now how does this journey lead you to the CIA?
So when I went to Atlanta, in the summer, I got a call. Because I had my own business. This is, again, we had cell phones, but nobody really had cell phones. Not like we have today in our pockets. I had my own line in my room. So we lived in a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment when I first moved there. So that phone never rang. I would use it when I would call out just for some privacy. And, I had my own we had answering machines back then and things. So I had my own answering machine, didn't have to bother my roommate with anything. He never picked up in the middle of an important, business call or anything like that. So I had my own line. That phone never rang. One day it rang, and I answered it, and I thought it was a telemarketer. I said, "Is this Michael Wayne?" I was like, "Yes." "Do you live at so-and-so and so-and-so?" "Yes." And I asked a couple more questions, and I was this close to saying, you're doing a really horrible job, man, of selling me whatever you're going to try to sell me. Like you haven't even like you're in your fourth or fifth question and you haven't even mentioned your product yet. I didn't say that. I was on the cusp of it, but it was a guy from CIA and he was like, and he didn't say that. He was just like, this is so-and-so. I work for an agency. We have been following you. We know your story. We know you're in Atlanta, not in a nefarious way, but like in a complimentary kind of way. Like I'm a fan kind of thing, like a recruiting, something like a job recruiter would call you or something like that. And this guy knew a lot. And I was like, this is weird. Cause again, I'd been out of Annapolis for 2 years at this point. I'd never done anything with any intelligence or never been approached at Annapolis or since Annapolis for anything in that world. This guy's calling me on my line that's not listed, that nobody knows about. That was essentially outgoing only. So he said, we talked for a bit and he said, I work for an agency. You've heard of us and we're interested in having a conversation with you. If you would be open to that conversation. I was like, well, what agency? Who are you talking about? Is this like the, Department of Agriculture? Like I'm from Mississippi, but I don't know anything about growing cotton or soybeans or corn or anything else. I can't remember if he said CIA in that conversation. He said something enough to where I was very intrigued. So, and then it was a very short jump to realizing exactly what it was. Cause he said, all right, do this, go online. Cause we did have the internet by this point. It certainly wasn't what it is now, but he said, go online, go to this website. And I don't even think it was CIA.gov, which is the website now. Like you can go online, you can go to CIA.gov today and apply. Anybody can. It's not a secret or anything. It was back then, the name was a sentence long, 400 characters. And print out, you're going to see an application, print out that application. I can't remember if it had a passcode to get in or not. If it did, he gave it to me. Print that application, fill that application out and fax it to this number that I'll give you. So so that's what I did. I printed out an application, filled it out, and it was for CIA. And faxed it in because you couldn't upload it or there were no real online forms at the time. So you had to print stuff out and fax it. And a lot of people don't even know what a fax machine is. But so I faxed it in. A few days later, get a call. Mike, we got your application. We want to meet. Okay, awesome. What's next? So come to this place at this time. And it was local. It wasn't like up in Langley or in Washington. It was in Alpharetta, Georgia, which is just up the road. It's like 40 minutes north of Atlanta. At the time, it was kind of the suburbs. Now, again, Atlanta's grown so much, it's almost part of the city. So I hike up to Alpharetta, just this office building, no big deal, nondescript. It doesn't say CIA on the front of it. It's got no, cool markings that make it look elite or official or anything like that. So, go to like the third floor and knock on the door and this guy opens it and there are two guys in there and there's two at the time. And they're like, hey, Michael, good to meet you. Come on in. Really nice. Really like they were recruiting me a little bit. And of course I knew that it was a job interview and I'm, wearing a suit and the whole 9 yards and I'm buttoned up and I'm very I've got a short haircut now. I had probably shorter even then. And I'm like, I'm got to impress the hell out of these guys. This is the real deal. And it's a chance for me to get back into serving. Like that calling that I had didn't go away just because I left Annapolis. Like I had that itch and that feeling like I was just derailed from the life I was supposed to be living for those past 2 years. They were fun. And I was, living a fun life and making money and doing all the things I wanted to do in that world of entrepreneurship and just being a young adult. But at the same time, I was like, my friends have graduated in Annapolis and they're joining the fleet and they're becoming SEALs and they're becoming Marines and they're jumping out of planes and they're learning how to fly Tomcats and F-18 Hornets and they're turning into Tom Cruise and turning into Charlie Sheen from Navy SEAL, and I'm just going to Atlanta and drinking 4 nights a week, and having a blast, but felt like, I'm not contributing that much and not following that call to serve. So this is what I'm thinking is like, this could be a chance to kind of get back on the tracks to a degree. And it's the freaking CIA, man. Like this is 1998. So nothing was going on. This is Clinton presidency, which they had downsized the military. The military wasn't a big deal. You didn't see soldiers in airports and things like that. Like when we had to, at Annapolis, when you left, the first 2 years, when you left Annapolis, you had to wear your uniform. Second, junior, senior year, you could change into civilian clothes. But so when I was in Annapolis, my father passed away. Both of my grandmothers passed away. My uncle almost passed away. He was in the hospital with pretty serious illness. And then my mom was in the hospital after my dad passed away before I left Annapolis. So I was back and forth a lot. I was on airplanes quite a bit, in Navy whites and in the winter, in the dark uniform, winter uniform. But it was unusual to see a guy in uniform in the airport back then because we weren't at war. The only thing we had, if you remember, Black Hawk Down book or movie, Mogadishu in Somalia was kind of all we had, as far as war. And that was tragic. And we had Panama years earlier, and years earlier, we had the Iraq war that, lasted a minute. But that was several years past. So we were in a down cycle with a president who was not very pro-military. So it was big downsizing. They were closing bases. I think the CIA was getting downsized to a degree, which kind of segues into the contract side of things as opposed to going direct and going to the farm and all that. But this is still, I'm thinking this is the big leagues. I don't know what they're doing because the Cold War is kind of over. This was so the wall and communism kind of fell in the late 80s. So we're 10 years out of that. There's a lot of chaos going on in that world in Eastern Europe still where chaos was prevalent, where communism was prevalent, but it's not in the public eye. You might hear of, some guy bought 100 helicopters from Uzbekistan the other day. Like that might make the news. Because that's another thing we had to do at Annapolis as a freshman. You had to read 3 newspaper articles a day, every day, and be ready to report on them to anybody that asked. So we'd be at Chow and somebody say, what articles did you read this morning? And this is 7 a.m. You get your paper at 5:30 a.m. And so you'd have to say, I read about boom, boom, boom. And they go, tell me about the second, tell me about the helicopters in Uzbekistan. You got to recite, you got to remember what you read and give an informative kind of book report. So you might see something like that every now and then. But there were no wars being fought, and it wasn't the world we live in now and that we've lived in for the past 25 years post 9/11. But again, back on point, it was still kind of like this is cool. Are these spies? Like, what are they, all you think about when you think about CIA is spies, or all I did at the time. You don't think about this is a government organization and they have healthcare and human resources and people that mop the floors and support systems and the whole thing, everything you have in a normal government organization, you have in CIA, but you also have the clandestine side of things. You also have the Directorate of Operations, the SOGs, the ground branches, the NOCs, all the cool stuff that you kind of sort of see a lot in movies. So that's what I'm thinking walking in the door. So there's one guy that when I met him, I was like, this is not the guy I expected. This is not James Bond. This is not I don't even think Jason Bourne wasn't out at that point, but this is not like the elite clandestine former Navy SEAL chiseled guy. This is just a doughboy, desk jockey. It's kind of no disrespect. He was a very smart, very nice, very great guy. Ultimately, I knew him for a while. He wasn't he wasn't a mentor necessarily, but he stayed in my life there for a while. Awesome guy, but just, wasn't a wasn't a former SEAL. So he didn't need to be a marathoner and a triathlete and bench press 500 pounds and all this good stuff. He could ride a desk and still be a razor, still be sharp and still cut and get things done. And the other guy there was that guy. He was cut out of the mold, and he didn't really say much in that conversation, but I think he was there to kind of show me what it could be. And I think he was a paramilitary, or I know he was a paramilitary guy, and he was doing all the black ops stuff and the things that nobody ever knew about, that back then you didn't even see it in movies. Now you see it more in movies, but so we had a little bit of both, and that was an interview. But good, it's the few jobs I've kind of had in my life, and the few things where like getting into grad schools and getting accepted to different things, like the interviews for those things have always been the easiest interviews, because the people running them know what they're doing. Number one, they're not trying to be asshole interviewers. They're just trying to see, do you fit with what they're looking for? And they have a pretty good idea when you walk in the room, if they're good, right? They've done their homework. So that conversation was very good. It was like, let me tell you a little bit, it wasn't about like, here's what we do. Let me tell you some secrets, and I knew that, and I didn't ask, and that would have been very stupid if I had, right? They would have been like, yeah, this guy's not cut out for this. He's asking us about secrets.
Yeah. Tell me who killed JFK.
Yeah, exactly. Are UFOs real? Yeah. But it's a very good conversation. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like, was there anything that makes that one stand out other than the general experience? And the answer is no. I left it thinking that was good. I really want to do this. Or I really want to see what the next steps are, because they don't tell you. It's not like when you go work for IBM or something of like, we're going to move you to Dayton, Ohio, and you're going to work for this guy, and you're going to have 3 coworkers, and this is going to be your cubicle and whatever. It's not like that. It's just like they just kind of tell you the next step.
But do they tell you why you on that first meeting?
Yeah. And that was everything kind of we've talked about. I had done well in a grand scheme of things at Annapolis. I wasn't the best student, but I was a decent student, solid student. I was very good militarily. I was a good shooter. I could scuba dive. I had my scuba diving license. I skydived. I snow skied. I was comfortable in the water. I was comfortable on a mountain. I was comfortable in cold weather. I was a good leader. I was on an honor board at Annapolis. So I had that leadership and that trustworthiness.
So there was some type of list probably.
Yeah. They knew this.
From that school.
Yeah. There had to have been something, right? Or like why is this guy leaving? And, he's not a piece of shit that got, lied or cheated or stole or something and got kicked out.
So I guess put it this way, had you never been to that school, they probably never would have called you?
No.
Okay.
Not in a million years, I don't think. So yeah, it all started, I think, just from my past at Annapolis. And then segue into, running a business, running my own business, showing that entrepreneurial spirit. And then just not having any ties. Like I could work from anywhere. I owned real estate. So it wasn't a day-to-day job. They somehow knew I wasn't looking for a job. I had no commitments. I had no fiance or steady girlfriend or kids or anything like that. So I was a free agent. And so I was in shape, strong, smart, motivated, a huge patriot, wanted to serve my country, and had no ties to keep me from doing any of that. So that was like, let's see if this guy's worth his salt here. And so, yeah, that's what got me in the door. And then as you progress from there, a lot of people get in the door, but they get pointed toward the exit door, shortly thereafter or months later even.
So do you end up getting the job? What happens?
So we had a few rounds of interviews. I got flown up, or I didn't get flown up. They said, if you're interested in the next step, be in Virginia on this day at this time. And that was kind of part of the test. It wasn't like, here's a first class ticket and here's a 4-star hotel, a 5-star hotel for you to stay in while we wine and dine you and convince you to come work for us. It was like, be here at this time. Okay. That's again, part of how resourceful is this guy? How motivated is this guy? How entitled does this guy feel? Like, does he think he's a big shot? Like, because at the time, I probably did in some degree felt like a little bit of a big shot because I own property. I was had a couple of nickels to rub together, had a good life going, but ended up going up to Virginia. I thought it was going to be the CIA headquarters. It was not. It was a little disappointing. It was just again another just nondescript strip malls, not strip mall, but like office building that would be, anywhere in kind of small town America on the outskirts of DC. I love DC, just all the history and the monuments and everything there. So that's always exciting to go until I went for my reverse proffer, which we'll get to at some point. Not necessarily a fun trip, although not a bad trip. But yeah, and then had more interviews there. I can't remember how many people I met with, but it was a handful. It was a gauntlet kind of thing. You meet with this person for an hour, this person for an hour. More of an interview process, more a little bit of let's tell you what we do, but a little bit of like, can you handle this? I was trying to think about this before this podcast. I don't think I did a lie detector then, but I certainly did one before I signed anything, which are a total waste of time. We can talk about that later. But it's it scares the shit out of you. It's the first one I ever did. And that's the point. That's the whole point of the lie detector. It scares the shit out of you. And it's a prophylactic. It's preventative. So if you have to take a lie detector test, you're less likely to do anything where you would need to lie to the people telling you, conducting the lie detector test. Same thing in our world now, or my world now of, supervised release. It's like, well, you don't drink because you've got to take drug tests, or you don't do drugs because you got to take a drug test. And that may be tomorrow. It may be, it's a random kind of thing. So don't drink. It's very, very preventative to deter you from drinking. I may get drug tested tomorrow. I may get drug tested never until I get off of supervised release, but I'm not going to drink just because I don't want to take the chance. So anyway, lie detectors are the same way. But from there, go home and you don't hear anything. And I want to say, like, I don't even think I really had a number to call. Like, I couldn't call and be like, Ian, where do we stand on this? Like, what's going on? It was kind of like, you'll hear from us. And I just kind of took them at their word and thinking, well, even if they don't like me, I guess they'll send me a rejection letter or give me a call and say, you suck or something. And they eventually did. And they said, we would like you, to join our training. It wasn't a job offer. It was a training offer, sort of like going to Annapolis of, during plebe summer at Annapolis, you can quit at any time and they just, send you home. And no harm, no foul, I think. You don't have to serve. I know that. I don't think you would owe any money or anything at that point. But so we're inviting you to train, and you may still never make it, but we would like you to come try. So that kind of starts, and again, it's been, 30 years. So I apologize. My mind shot for several reasons, and my mind Swiss cheese for multiple reasons. But it was a series of trainings, and almost like training is the right word for it, like going to school, going to class, learning about some different things. And they were still, what I found out after the fact, they were still trying to figure out themselves, because this was CIA, but it wasn't CIA. This was a contractor of CIA. So it wasn't going to the farm where I'm going to the farm to become a CIA officer. That's what I thought it was. And that's kind of what, when I signed up, I think that's what the plan sort of was. And then it became, for whatever reason, the bifurcation of it, the change of administrations coming, the way the world was going. This was also around the time that Al-Qaeda actually had bombed 2 embassies in Tanzania and Kenya, in Mozambique. I think this was before the USS Cole. So the world was changing a little bit. So, and Clinton was wrapping up his second term. So then it was, and again, I'm reading into a lot of things here that I don't have privy to. So I'm guessing as I go here, but as it goes in American politics, if one party serves 2 terms, there's a higher probability that the other side's going to win again, just because that's what we do. We want change every so often. Sometimes it happens in 4 years, sometimes it's 8 years. So when it came time to kind of place me, they said, come be a contractor. And I don't know that I had a choice, but I was like, well, sell me on it. Right. And again, it wasn't like you can go here, you can go here, you can go here. It was like, we want you to work for this contractor. You're going to be effectively, you can be paramilitary. You can be kicking in doors. You're going to be, taking out bad guys. You're going to be protecting good guys. You're going to be doing all the things you wanted to do as a SEAL. You're just not going to be wearing an American flag when you do it. And you're not going to call your mom or your girlfriend when you're done and say, Mom, guess what I just did?
Yeah. Could you tell anyone you were working for the CIA?
Zero.
Not a soul. What about when you first got called? Because you hadn't signed anything at that point. Could you?
First conversation, don't tell anybody. And again, I could have, but then they would have figured that out and be like,
yeah.
So this is all a test. Everything is a test. Everything in life, I guess, is a test, if you can look at it that way. But in hindsight, and this is what I've done as an adult running these same kind of things, hiring other people. This is all a test, man. You're free to do whatever you want. It's like being in a prison camp. You can leave anytime you want. There are ramifications for that and repercussions for that. But if you want to walk off the base, go for it, man. That was true in training, and to an extent true, I guess, my whole career. Yes and no. It's not like you're going to get assassinated if you quit, but it's harder to quit, I guess, once you're kind of in it and you commit and you start learning things and you're read in and you get, the top secret, and that whole world is very, very Swiss cheese. It's not like there's one level of top secret. You have super ultra special top secret privileges. There's kind of top secret, and then beyond that, like that's what defense contractors have. All right. That's not a huge hurdle to clear. But from then, in my world anyway, you are what's called read in to this operation, and it's a maze. Like it's a masked ball in a labyrinth with 1,000 doors, and you open one door and there are 2 more, and you open one of those doors and there are 5 more. So, and there are all these different compartments, and it's sensitive, compartmentalized information. If you've ever heard, or you'll hear this like in movies, called a skiff. That's a cone of silence. It's for sensitive, if I remember this right. Now I'm going to start to blank on it. So forgive me, intelligence community, if I get this wrong, but sensitive compartmentalized information facility is a skiff, but it's a soundproof room that, you've checked for bugs. We know this conversation is 100% private. We know that anybody we're on the telephone with or on the comms with, they're also in a skiff. So there is 0.001 chance that this leaks unless one of us in this conversation leaks it after the fact. So, but all that to say is the information is all very compartmentalized, like honeycomb, everybody doesn't know what everybody else is doing because there will be liabilities. Even the director of the CIA doesn't know. And a lot of people, even if you think they're read in and you start talking about it, which you never really do, but on the odd chance some junior guy or girl does, like, you're just like, like, shut up. I'm not read in on that. And as interesting as it may be, who killed JFK? Tell me. He's like, I'm not read in on that. So don't tell me, because now I'm on the hook for it. Now I'm liable if something happens about all this. They're gonna cast a net, and I don't want to be in that net. If I've never heard anything about it, I can sit for that lie detector test and say I don't know anything about it, and it'll be flatline, flying colors, like there's no ambiguity here. This guy doesn't know anything about it. So, back on point. If I remember what specifically we were talking about, I didn't talk about anything, but that was part of the process of getting selected. And as you go through the process and as you go through the training and the classroom settings, it's the same thing. It's like every kind of speech at the beginning of it is, this is confidential information. Don't talk about it. Don't be stupid. Because if you talk about it, we're going to know, and this is nothing at this point that is going to change the world or anything, but we're going to find out, and you're not going to like it when we do, because at some point you're breaching national security. But even beyond that, you're just being a dick, right? If you're telling stuff you shouldn't be telling, and you said you wouldn't, it's more consequential than just being a good friend. But it's like being a good friend. And when I say, Ian, I need to tell you something, man, but please don't tell anybody. And you say, yeah, got it. And you keep the secret, or you don't. If you don't, now you're not a great friend. If you don't in this training, you're no longer a good candidate to be an intelligence officer. So see you later. And by the way, if you don't keep your mouth shut, we're going to come after you, because we can do that too, like legally. And we'll figure out a way, because as you and I both know, the government can certainly do that if they want to.
How long was the training for?
All total, from that point, from fall. So I signed my commitment papers on 9/11/2008, interestingly enough. So September 11th, 2008. And then.
Wait, 8 years after they first reached out to you?
I'm sorry, 1998.
Okay, I was going to say.
Catch me on dates, because I will get those wrong. So 1998, so 3 years before 9/11.
Okay.
Which, September 11th is nothing at that point. It's my cousin's birthday, which, talk about a shitty birthday for the past 25 years. But from that point, probably about a year, it all gets kind of blurry, because it all runs together, as it does the older you get. Life is, in my mind, January was 2 weeks ago. I was in prison 6 months ago. And I was in prison 2 years ago now. Yeah. I reported a year and a half ago. I reported in August of 2024. And I mean, I have to think about what year it is. Not even, forget about what month or what day it is. It's like, I can't remember the year half the time. But the real training started at the beginning of 1998. And at this time I had bought my own house. So I was living alone. So I could vanish, for a month, 2 months, and nobody knew. Again, not working for anybody, had nobody to report to, had no girlfriend. I wasn't out partying on the weekends with everybody else for a few weeks, but went to training for about 6 weeks to start. And that was training. That was, it was only 6 weeks, and I don't want to get in hot water with any of my operator colleagues or friends, but it was in the realm of special forces training. And that training continued past those 6 weeks, but it was a version of kind of buds and true paramilitary training from in CIA, which has their own paramilitary training kind of subset for their ground branch and sea branch and aviations and those guys, and intelligence. So it's a combination of like military, tier 1, tier 2, which are like SEAL training, Delta Force training, a lot of those elements crammed into, 6 weeks. It wasn't budge crammed into 6 weeks. I'm not trying to say that at all, but it was an element of that, with the boats and the sand and the swimming and just the suck of it all. It's to make you want to hate life and to quit. That's the primary goal for part of it. But also, I was really the only one in my training at that time that wasn't coming directly from military. So you had former SEALs, you had Delta guys, you had Marines, you had Force Recon guys, you had maybe some parajumpers in there. You had a very few, like, just real civilians like me, but they were trying to kind of round all of that out from a cohort perspective, just for the diversity of it, because I brought a different perspective than, the SEALs and the Delta guys, who bring a slightly different perspective, but they're trained differently, but they're all trained to kind of do a version. They're all playing baseball. You know what I mean? Maybe one's playing small ball one day and one's playing big ball another day, and they may flip flop here or there, but they're all kind of playing the same game, and that's on purpose, right? So having a different angle and a different perspective. Now I had to learn how to play their game, because that's what we were doing. This is a tier 1 unit that I was ultimately in, but I was coming at it from a different angle. So it was hard. Much harder, I think, for me than those guys, because they had already been through BUDS and through the Delta training and all that, and they had served. So they'd been out in the fleet and gone on missions and gone after bad guys, what few there were, in 1998, 1999, and the years before that, again, with the cutbacks and all that. So there weren't a lot of wars to fight, weren't a lot of battles to fight back then, but they had done some cool stuff, and they had certainly been trained to a razor's edge. So, so I had a lot of catching up to do on everything, from just I was in great shape. I thought I was in great shape. I wasn't. I had to get in great shape, and I did. And that's part of the process. And I had to learn how to be very resilient again. Because growing up with athletic training and some of the stuff we did, it was extremely hard. And then, of course, going to Annapolis, that training physically was pretty hard. But this was exhausting in every way possible from multiple angles, because it was physically exhausting from the military side of things, and just we are going to break you. You are going to quit on this run or swim or dive proving or proofing or whatever it may be. That's our goal. You can quit anytime you want. And, God bless you. Go work at Home Depot. Go do whatever you want to do with your life. So that was an aspect of it. And there was the clandestine part of it, like I think the farm aspect of it, when we weren't out just running and being exhausted and swimming and drown proofing and learning a few things of, shooting and clearing houses and CQB and a little bit of diving, a lot of shooting. We were learning how to be basically case officers. And that meant, like, how to classroom settings a little bit, but field settings of, like, simple. And this, we got more and more in this over the months and over the years, but just in this is kind of an initial measurement of what you're able to do, because we're going to teach you how to do something, and then you're going to go do it. It's not, we're going to teach you for 6 months, and then maybe you'll take a test and maybe you'll pass. And if you don't pass, you'll have another test, and then you'll be a lawyer, a doctor, or a clandestine intelligence agent. It was like, we're going to teach you this today and tomorrow, and then you're going to go do it. And if you don't do it, I don't know. And that was part of it that you didn't know. Like, what's the test? You'll see soon enough. Well, what are the metrics? I need to know what's passing and failing. This went for everything. This went for shooting. This went for runs. This went for dives. This went for swimming. Here's a 3-mile run. Go. All right. What's my time? Like, what's my pace? What do I need to, what time do I need to beat? Just don't worry about it. Just go. So, you're thinking, well, shit, man, it's like 8:00 in the morning. We got 12 more hours of this. Like, do I go all out? Like, is this a real test, or is this just a warm up for the rest of the day? Am I trying to run a 6-minute mile here, or can I run a 10-minute mile or an 8-minute mile? Very different things, very different fuel levels after that you're left with, to be able to do stuff after. So you just don't know. So you got to just use your best guess. Same thing on everything. And then, one of the things was, After a little bit of training, it was, we're going to drive to this town and, or, you know, kind of get in the car, put on civilian clothes, get in the car. And it'd be like 3 or 4 of us in a car. And everybody did this, but not all, we didn't just all show up in a group. We'd be split up. And then sometimes even not by yourself, but with one of your trainers, drop you off in the middle of town or outside a mall and be like, get home. And you're like, what do you mean? Like, they're like, come back to the base. And you're like, okay. And they're like, and you're like, but I don't have anything. Like, I don't have any money. I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have my key card. We didn't have key cards or anything. I can't get back. I probably shouldn't say where we were. I can't get through security when I get back to where we're training. They're like, yeah. Like, what do you think? What the hell you think we've been doing for the past 6 hours in training you? Figure it out. You just learned how to do all this. It's like, did I? Okay. And like how to manipulate people, how to spot people, how to do all these different things of like elicitation. And you can get things from people by begging, or, you can get things from people in different ways. So go do that. Oh, but you can't do this. You can't say what you're doing. You can't tell them, I can't even remember what the things were, but there were rules involved of what you could and couldn't say. Like you can't go up to somebody and say, hey, I'm in a fraternity, or I've got a bet with my friends that I can't get back to this place by, within 2 hours. Can you give me a ride? Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah. And then I'll give you $20 when we get there or something, for gas money or whatever. You can't do that. So you got to figure out other ways to do it. So you do, or you don't. People would fail those things, and you didn't know, like, well, crap, I didn't get back in time, or I didn't get back at all. What's going to happen? Am I going to get dropped? And sometimes they were tests and sometimes they weren't. So you just never knew. We didn't even go by names. I didn't really know anybody's name. You didn't really socialize. You had your own room, had your own kind of dorm room. So I think at that point, we had rivers and colors in my initial training. So it would be like Blue Danube. That was, that wasn't my name, but that would be my name for like 2 days or a week. And then at some random point, they'd be like, all right, now you're Black Rhine, and I'm like, okay. So, they're yelling at you, and they've got to like look at their cheat sheet, and they're like, Black Rhine, what the F are you doing? Like, get your ass, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, God, that Black Rhine's getting his ass kicked. Like, oh crap, they're talking about me. So, so that was part of the training. And segueing into a little bit of, without kind of revealing too much, I guess it may be best to leave it there. If you learn a lot of paramilitary stuff, and you learn, you're exposed to a lot of just what a normal, not, what I mean by normal, a case officer kind of guy or girl would go into a foreign country and start recruiting spies, and how to do like SDRs, like surveillance detection routes, how to hotwire a car, how to pick a lock, how to defensive drive or aggressively drive, how to run somebody off the road. Really cool, fun stuff, but under a lot of pressure, because you're not just learning it, you're getting tested on it at the same time. So fun, but very chaotic feeling, very overwhelming feeling, very high pressure situation where you just never know where you stand. And oh, by the way, you're with elite operators who all want your job too. And you don't know how many jobs. It wasn't like, hey, there are 50 of you and we're giving away 25 jobs. I think there were maybe 30, 40 of us. Some people matriculate, people bounce, people leave and get cut as you go. You fail a shooting test, you're gone. Some of them, I think we had a couple of, all right, you weren't just terrible. So, and you just ran like, 10 miles or something. So, and all that factors into it too. You're not supposed to, at that point, it wasn't, you need to walk in the door as an elite operator. Although we had guys who were elite operators. It was all guys, in this cohort. But it was, you need to understand how this world works, and even you need to understand your breaking points. And like, there's a great line that made me love the movie, the first Bourne movie, where Matt Damon is in a cafe and he says to his co-star, the girl, he starts saying, like, I know how many cars there are. I know the license plate of every car in the parking lot, which that's a little bit of a stretch, but okay, good on you. I know the guy at the counter, blah, 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 probably has a weapon and knows how to handle himself. And this is the thing that really stuck out to me. Like, cause that's stuff you learn, like, sit with your back to the door, sit with your back to the wall, face the door. Duh. Like, I kind of knew that before I ever did anything in the intelligence world, basic kind of stuff like that. But he said, I know I can run. I'm paraphrasing here. He said, I know I can run flat out for a mile before my hands start shaking. And I remember hearing that and thinking, damn, like that's legit. And I'm impressed with the research this movie's done, because do you have a guess of why that's important?
No, why?
How I interpret it and how we learned it. Now, other people may have different opinions on this. If your hand's shaking, you can't shoot straight.
Also, if you're running from someone and then, okay.
So I know if I'm running from someone or towards someone and I know I'm going to have to fight, I know from the training how far a mile is, give or take, just in the number of steps and how I feel and how my heart rate is. That's one of the things kind of you learn. It's like, I'm probably at 2.25 miles right now. You just kind of inherently know that. Marathoners, I think, know that, people that do distance things. Your sense of surroundings and sense of space and sense of just yourself, and being present in the moment, which is such a yogi spiritualistic thing, but is so important in that level of operating of, know thyself. That I was so impressed by that, because not everybody, it's not a mile for everybody. Some people it may be 2 miles, some people it may be 100 yards. Right now for me, it's probably 100 yards. But knowing that and knowing, okay, I'm almost, if it's a mile and you're at 3/4 of a mile and you're still getting chased or what have you, like, something needs to change pretty quickly. Either you need to be in a position where you don't need to shoot, or you need to stop and turn around and start shooting at your earliest possible opportunity, because otherwise you're not going to be as effective as you need to be when the bad guys are in a car. So they haven't been running at all, so, but those things and that kind of training. And then I passed that, thankfully. And then it was, congratulations, we'll let you know. Again, nothing. I didn't know. It wasn't like we had a graduation ceremony. It was like, thanks, you're done. And we knew kind of when we were going to finish up to kind of have to go back to our lives, because most people had other jobs and very few people had kids and responsibilities, not many. Back then, now you see operators that, like, you're a great combination of the mix of pre 9/11 and post 9/11. From here, you're pre 9/11. From here, you're post 9/11, because you got sleeves. So, like, DevGru guys, SEAL Team 6 guys, and even SEALs, and even Marines, and Delta Force and ground branch guys, like, back then they looked like accountants. Like, even the guy in my first interview that I said looked like he was carved out of, the prototype of like what an operator would look like. He did look like that, but most of the guys didn't. If you look at pictures from the 70s and 80s and 90s, or all of 90s, for like this Delta Force, this, and SEAL Team, this, those guys, they're wearing khakis and penny loafers and carrying assault rifles and clean cut, maybe glasses, again, look like accountants. And now, because partly where we've been in the world of where beards are the custom and everything, and the standards have become more like wear your elitism if you want to. And, God bless you. Like, so the sleeves mean something, right? The being on a military base looking like a homeless person means you're a bad MFer, right? Because military guys can't look like that, or non-special operators and spec warfare guys can't look like that. You have military a code, a dress code and hair codes and all that. So now it's like the grungier and the dirtier and the grittier, the better. And it's a bragging right almost. And should be, cause they've earned the right to wear those, look like homeless guys and wear civilian clothes on a military base and have sleeves and earrings and crazy hair and long beards. We couldn't really do any of that because I have no tattoos. I have no obvious markings, and there's a reason for that. Even going back to the OSS and the birth of intelligence, of the gray man, of a guy who can come in and out of anywhere and nobody remembers he was there. It's not because he's a ninja. It's just because he didn't make an impression on anybody. So I can walk in a room and make a big impression and be, happy, fun Mike. And I can walk in a room and, and leave 2 hours later and not make it obvious that I'm going to go hide in a corner, but just be normal, go in a coffee shop for 2 hours, order coffee, work on my laptop, look like a normal everyday civilian, and I leave and nobody knows I've been there. And it's not like it's some magic wand that you wave, although remind me of being invisible later in a few minutes. And I'll tell you a good story about that. But you're just kind of taught, like, don't stand out. So like I can't grow a beard. Like I'm like an 8th Cherokee. So that very hairless. Like I have hair, but not much everywhere. Can't grow a good beard, that's been a huge disappointment in my life because I would love to grow a beard. So in the Middle East, I stood out, but it was okay. And I looked very distinctly American, which led to a nickname that I had kind of around the world, uniquely to where it became kind of my call sign. But being nondescript was a factor there. But all that to say is coming a little back, trying to get back on point of when we were done with training. It's kind of like, don't go out and get any tattoos, but also like, we'll let you know something. So, but we're not going to let you know, we didn't have a graduation, which would have been awesome if we had. But again, all part of the process and all part of like setting expectations. Like if you're doing this for graduation parties, you're in the wrong game. So, go home, go about your business, go back to your life, and we'll let you know something. And then, so I passed that. And again, none of this is, we'll let you know something in 2 days. It might be 2 weeks or 2 months. So it gets blurry from there, frankly, but it's more training, more classrooms, more cool stuff like diving. Like I had my scuba diving, but it was licensed, but didn't do military diving. Just did that while I was in Annapolis. Which was cool because we kind of got fast tracked on that because they knew we weren't just normal, everyday civilians. We're in the military. So we didn't have to go through every single step of getting, or we fast tracked the classroom stuff. I don't know how long it takes to get a normal civilian dive license, but if it took normally 40 hours, we did it in 20 or 25 or something like that. Skydiving, similar. Like now, I don't think have you ever skydived?
No.
You should.
I'm too chicken.
Come on.
I'm not going in a helicopter. I'm not skydiving. None of that.
Here are the two things. Now I'm going to go off on a tangent for a second. So I worked in trauma for about pushing 5 years in the midst of all this. I was a trauma consultant. And I worked with a lot of brain surgeons. So I've seen a ton of brains. I've seen a ton of open hearts. I've seen a ton of facial gunshot wounds, car crashes, anything where the head's involved and they need bone fixation. I've been there. If you saw me in a hospital, you weren't having a good day. But one of the smartest men I've ever met was a neurosurgeon. He was Syrian, actually. And we were going to lunch. I'll keep this short, but we were going to lunch one day and he got a call from the OR. Somebody had fallen off a ladder, cracked his head open. All right, do this, this, and this, and stabilize him, and I'll be there. Like, it wasn't an emergency. It was just like, or they were calling, he was on call, and he figured out it's not an emergency. Stabilize the guy. I'm going to lunch. I'll be there in an hour or two. But like, even if he was, I don't want to make this guy sound like he was shirking his duty for lunch. Like, even if he had been there standing over the guy, it still would have been nothing for like 2 or 3 hours, right? So he was doing his job to the best possible way. Great surgeon. Very smart. And he said, I won't do his Syrian accent because I can't. And I couldn't do it justice for him, even if I could do a Syrian accent. But we were with another guy. He was also an inventor. So he had like a machinist with him who made his tinker toys and stuff that he invented, because he invented a lot of medical equipment. He would invent it. He would give the design or write it out, and he would give it to this machinist or whatever the guy was called. And he would fabricate the prototype for it. So we're talking in the car, and the machinist guy's like, I don't know, what do? You fall off a ladder, you crack your head open. Like, I mean, shit, that could happen to anybody. And this guy's, his name was Dr. Mohana. God bless you, Dr. Mohana. If you're happen to hear this, and if you're still with us, because he was older then, and this was 20 years ago. But he said, look, there are 2 rules of life. And I'm leaning in. I'm driving, but I'm like, I'm all in for this, man. And at this time, I'd been a covert, clandestine paramilitary officer for a few years, and had seen a lot of crazy things. And like, I'm like, this guy's got 2 rules, and this guy is one of the smartest people. I'm in, and this is rules to live by. This is why you should go skydiving and ride in helicopters. He said, if you listen to Dr. Mohana's rules, and they're rules to live by, and I kind of live by these. He said 2 rules. And I was like, yo, yeah. He goes, number 1, don't smoke. Number 2, don't ride a motorcycle. And the machinist was like, that's it? He goes, that's it. He goes, everything else, you're just roll the dice. You're going to fall off ladders. Sometimes you're going to fall in the bushes. Sometimes you're going to fall and, hit your head on a brick. You want to ride in a helicopter. Sometimes it's going to crash. 99.9% of the time, it's going to be a fun experience, right? So you can do that for anything in the world. But smoking, we can talk about that for ages. Like, it is so bad for you. I just saw that in that medical world of not good. And I think vapes, I don't know, I think the jury's still out on that, but from what I've heard, they're even worse. Certainly worse for your coughing. I remember in camp, it was just nonstop. I thought it was in a tuberculosis ward because it was nonstop coughing, because as soon as you hit that vape, you cough. Like 9 out of 10 people do every time they hit it. So if this guy everybody's doing vapes. Everybody's got cell phones. Everybody's got vapes. All of it's illegal. Nobody cares. I didn't have any of it because I don't want to smoke. Don't have anything against anybody that does, even though my dad died of lung cancer and smoked his whole life. But I don't judge people. I don't tell anybody what to do. But all that to say is we should go skydiving if you're up for it.
So what ends up happening? Do you finish training and then officially get in?
So I do. Again, no big ceremony. It's just like, you're now part of the team. We'll call you. And they did. And it's probably about a year in that we started kind of doing some stuff. I was, I was a contractor for CIA. So we would get called when, and this ran through, this was the whole time. This is the whole time period. This was after I segued into non-official cover work as well. But when the military doesn't want to get involved, the DOD, when the SEALs and the tier 1, tier 2 guys aren't going to get involved because America doesn't want that exposure, they'll call the CIA. And CIA will put ground branch on it, special operations group, director of operations. And sometimes they don't want to send those guys in. And those are tier 1 guys. Those are door kickers. Those are the equivalent of Team 6, SEAL Team 6, Delta Force, doing the same types of operations, just completely clandestine, off the books. We weren't supposed to be here. America is not involved in this whatsoever. Really cool shit. Really secret. Like when people, like if you look up ground branch, you're not going to find much on ground branch. I'm not divulging any big secrets. It's out there. It's a known thing, but it's not so much in the public eye. Much like Team 6 and Delta Force 20 years ago, people knew they were there, but all those guys weren't everywhere writing books and telling their stories. And now you have that more. So they get more exposure. In the world we live in with social media and everything, that's bound to happen. I don't know many intelligence guys that are out there. I have a good clean break from that world, so I don't feel like I'm divulging anything, and I would never divulge anything that even comes close to crossing any sort of a non-disclosure line or treason line. I still love this country too much and love the people I worked with too much, even though I no longer work with them, to ever even get close to getting anybody into any kind of situation that would harm them or, frankly, our country. But so as a contractor, you have the same level of this is for us anyway. There are many contractors, and the whole game changed after 9/11 as well. But we had the same clearance as CIA operators, but we didn't have all the red tape because, like I said before, CIA is a government agency, and a lot of bureaucracy and red tape, and I need 3 signatures before I can tie my shoelace, and permission from Santa Claus and the director and his dog walker's babysitter before I can go use the bathroom. You run into that sometimes. The skids got greased a little bit after 9/11. Thank George Bush for that. And I do. And we all do. I think the world does, frankly, or should, because he loosened those restrictions a lot and allowed us to go ultimately destroy Al-Qaeda and take down some really bad guys. Of course, bin Laden at the top of that list. And a lot of guys you never even heard of, frankly, that I will not talk about. But we would get the call when something needed to be done fast or something needed to be done that was so off the books or so kind of out there and unprotected that they didn't want to risk their own guys. It wasn't that it was more difficult, because we were no better than the ground branch guys. Those guys were freaking razors, the best of the best. I would put us right against them. A lot more training than just that 6 weeks, of course. It was just training until I caught up to where I needed to be, a junior officer, because I'm still in my 20s at this point, or early, young 20, 22, 23, 24, as I progress, of course. But, I'm the equivalent of a lieutenant or a second lieutenant. And like in the normal military and like in the Marine Corps or something. So junior officer, I'm still leading guys, but these guys most of the guys had a lot more experience than me. So I'm learning from them. I'm a sponge in all this. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. But we're doing things that are so off the books that and this is another reason why you would call us, if we got caught, then who are these guys? These guys are just some hooyahs out with some guns playing war. playing Army. You're like, maybe they're like fill in the blank, just bad dudes that maybe they're robbing that drug dealer or drug lord that they're trying to take down, or, whatever it may be. But we operated mostly in Western Hemisphere at that time. And yeah, so we, it was, I had a pager at that time. I would get paged. I'd get called, I'd get paged. They'd say, we need you. And I'd say, tell me when and where, and get on a plane or get in the car and go there. And I've always lived in towns. And this is like when people go, wait a minute, Michael was CIA? Like he worked in the intelligence community? Like, how was that? Like what, like the tumblers, like when I told my sister, I had to tell my sister because I put in a petition for pardon, and I talk about this in my petition, but I've served my country for 27 years. And she kind of sponsored my pardon petition. I was like, I need to tell you something because I need you to write a letter for me. And I want you to say all the things you know, but there's a whole nother life that you don't know about. And she was like, eyes super wide, what the heck's going on? And then she said, the things started to make sense looking back over the past 27, 30 years of my life. The tumblers of the lock started to fall into place. And one of those is like, I've always lived in a town with a big airport. So Atlanta was great. Maybe another reason why they recruited me, because they knew I was moving to Atlanta. The busiest airport in the world. I think it still is, but it was back then for sure. And so I could, jump on a plane. I could be on a plane in an hour and be where I needed to be. Sometimes we would go to the place where we needed to do operations. Sometimes we would go other places to train for the operation, to do what are called workups. And that might be a few days to a week or two, depending on how big the operation was. If we're working with other people, how many people are in our group, the depth of the information that we need. Are we going wet? Are we going kinetic? Like, were we going to pull triggers and kick in doors and take out bad guys? Are we just going to sit on a fucking hill and watch this house for 2 months with the idea, not 2 months, it wouldn't be usually not that long. We'd rotate out, but with the capabilities to go kinetic if we needed to, right? So that's why you send us. Otherwise you just, hire a local with a pair of binoculars or something. But if things needed to go hot, we were there to be able to do it. And, sometimes they would. But yeah, so that's what I did for. The lives overlap and they kind of go back and forth a little bit, but I was only doing that until 2009-ish. So for, 10 years.
And what happens in 2009?
I decided I wanted out. Let's back up a little bit on to 9/11. So I wanted out. I actually got shot through from a green tip, I guess. We never really figured out what it was. When on an operation, wearing body armor, like I showed you outside, it was different back then, 20, 30 years ago, body armor was a little bit different. But got shot in the back. A guy had taken some shrapnel and I was bending over I was crouching to help him. And he was fine ultimately. It wasn't like I was on a sucking chest wound or anything like that. I'm glad for him, but it'd be a cooler story if it was. But I was down on him, helping him, and just got popped right in the back. And it pierced the body armor, went in my back. So that, it didn't do major damage or anything, but it took me a couple months maybe to recover. My arms and hands and stuff were kind of numb for a while. It missed my spine by a couple millimeters. Could have been really much worse. It didn't go too deep to, affect my heart or lungs or anything. So the body armor more or less did its job, but not quite. So, and again, this is pre 9/11. So we're not doing a whole lot. I mean, we're doing a lot, but it's not what it became, think of, what the world was like. If you even have this memory, I've got a few decades on you, age-wise, but pre-internet and post-internet.
I don't remember that at
Okay.
all.
All right. So pre-cell phones, maybe you remember a little bit.
I remember my dad had this black brick.
Yeah.
Like the brick, and then in the car with the actual cord.
Yeah, you had to plug it in the cigarette lighter and stuff like that.
I remember that. And then I remembered the transition to the flip phone and then to the smartphone.
Okay.
So I was around for that.
So, all right. So think of the brick era.
And the brick computers, the brick laptops.
I remember those a little bit.
Yeah, my dad was a teacher, and he had one of those in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
I used to play. There was only like 4 games on it.
Without going off on tangents, did you ever play the Oregon Trail? Was that one of the 4 games? You know what I'm talking about?
You'd have to describe it.
Oh, you would know. You would remember it. It was such a terrible game. It was hilarious, but it was it was probably before your time as well, but it was like early days of computer, like war games. If you've ever seen that movie, great movie, by the way. Also, like all the influences of anybody that kind of goes into this world or goes into the military, all the movies and pop culture influences, that we didn't have social media. So those, movies and TV shows were hugely influenced, and music was huge influence on all of us growing up. But War Games was a great movie. It's about a kid that kind of sort of falls into some secret stuff that he wasn't supposed to be doing. Gets a backdoor into NORAD and starts launching nuclear missiles. Matthew Broderick, it holds up. I made my sister and her family watch it a few months ago, and they were like, this is great. And it's from like 1984 or something. But anyway, so those days of the bricks, but it was like that era but computer game, to where what made it memorable is you'd be going along and it was just very binary. Like there were no great graphics or anything. It was one step up from Pong, which was 2 bricks doing this and a ball bouncing between them. You're playing tennis on a computer screen. That was like the first computer game, one of the first ever made. And it's addictive. And it was back then, and it probably kind of to a degree still is. But Oregon Trail was hilarious because you would be going along and you have to make decisions. It would pause and you would have to make a decision like, Aunt Jenny's sick. Like, do you stop and help her or do you keep going because winter's coming? And I'm kind of making this up. I don't remember the game necessarily because this was like 40 years ago. But I do remember randomly it would just say, game over. And you're like, what the hell? Like, I didn't even do anything. And it would say, you have died of dysentery. And you're like 9 years old. You're like, what's dysentery? It's like this is Civil War disease. It's like you basically have diarrhea until you dehydrate and die. Your body can't hold nutrients. But it's such a like 19th century disease that never happens in the first world. You still see it sometimes, like in third world countries, sadly. But there's, you give somebody an orange and now they don't have dysentery anymore. It's very curable. So anyway, that's the Oregon Trail and the brick computers.
So 9/11 happened.
Sorry. So back on track. That changed everything. So now it's a blank check for the intelligence community. It's like, you guys knew about Al-Qaeda. You guys knew about Osama bin Laden. He'd already done some stuff. He'd done the Cole. Those guys and bin Laden as their leader had done the USS Cole. They had blown up the embassies that I mentioned earlier back in 97, 98. So we knew this guy was bad. We could have taken him out. Not my group, but CIA. Again, red tape and we need permission and we got to call this guy and the babysitter and Santa Claus and get, because nobody wants to take the liability. Nobody wants to take accountability for it if we do something wrong. When 9/11 happened, that all went out the window to a degree. It kind of came back as we put ground forces on the ground, like DOD, like military ground forces in Afghanistan, certainly when we invaded Iraq. And of course, we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. Is that right? Yeah, give or take 19, 20 years. And we were all over the world. We were doing, there were bad guys everywhere. And that terrorist group spawned and motivated other terrorist groups. So it wasn't just in the Middle East. We were focusing before 9/11 mostly on the Western Hemisphere. And the CIA breaks up geographies. it's kind of a mesh network. You have geographic regions, but then you also have centers like counterterrorism center, and then you have different directorates. So you have a directorate of operations and a directorate of analysis, and you have a directorate of science and technology, which does all the cool stuff and the gadgets. And like I can pull everything from your cell phone while we're just sitting here drinking Cokes, and you don't know it. Really cool stuff that I'm not allowed to talk about, but wish I could. And it's just gotten even better over the years. But all those centers and all those different directorates and all those geographic regions were separate. So after 9/11, the director said, we need to bring these things in-house. We need an analyst sitting right beside an officer, like a director of operations, like a case officer who's out with building spy networks, who's sitting next to a targeter, who is an expert on finding targets for us to shoot, Hellfire missiles from Predator drones, which was a new thing that now they're ubiquitous. But when 9/11 first happened, those were kind of just getting up and running, and then arming them with Hellfires was a whole nother thing. Like, now we have unmanned aircraft that we can shoot weapons from. We don't need to send pilots into the air. And they can stay up, and they're so slow. Like, they're for a few years they were unbreakable. Because if Iraq sent up planes against them, the planes are going too fast because they're jet planes. This thing's a prop plane. It's not much different than what you would buy just as a model kit, at Walmart or something like that, or at online now. It's just bigger, but it's slow. Then you put weapons on those. Then you put fancier weapons on those that have a bigger frag radius. When we first started using those things, you'd pop a car with the bad guy in it, and a big explosion that's what you're seeing on camera. But, you'd see a guy stagger off and end up, getting another car, being okay. Maybe not being okay, but not dead, which is what we wanted him. I mean, I hate to say it. These guys are mortal enemies to the United States and our citizens. So we want to kill them and everybody they know who also hate us before they can kill us, right? That's mission number one, protect Americans, what we failed to do on 9/11. But so the CIA and DOD and the contractors that worked on those things, they made the munitions tips on those they put more metal on them basically, which is added more frags. So when it exploded, more metal scattered. And after that, no more walking away, which it sounds morbid to kind of tell that story of like, look how great this was and be excited about it. But, again, we're at war, man. These guys just attacked our country. So it's certainly, to us, it wasn't kill them all, but it was kill all the bad guys with no remorse whatsoever. And we made every effort to do that as quickly and effectively as we could. And we succeeded in many ways a lot of time. But as well as thousands of other people that worked in intelligence, and then as the military came in. So then everything, of course, shifted primarily to the Middle East. You had a little bit at that time in North Africa, and then it slowly, it was kind of a party in the Middle East that everybody wanted to come to. So especially when the military finally got involved. The military is a bigger machine to get cranking. Right. They have their fast moving guys. Those are the Team 6 guys, the other clandestine guys. You have the ground branch guys, you have Delta guys. But sometimes they can be on scene quickly. Sometimes it takes a few more signatures and a few more, the presidential findings and the Title 50 issues and things that we can talk about for an hour that we won't. But belt and suspenders type things, so nobody gets in trouble, nobody goes down for it. Code for Black, who ran the CTC, the Counterterrorism Center at 9/11 and afterwards, when we were going after the Bin Laden and his network. He said, we're all going down for this. And he kind of said it jokingly, but he wasn't joking. He was like, look, when people go to war and generals lose the war, they shoot the generals. When people win the war, people still shoot the generals. So we're going to do what we need to do. We're going to do it right. And we're going to do it as effectively as we can. And we're going to protect the innocent and harm the bad guys. And when this is all over, we're probably going to look like bad guys because that's what we kind of signed up for. That's what always happens to the intelligence people because there's shadiness and you can't tell everything you've done and you can't be on the news talking about all the great things you did and all the lives you saved. So the covertness equals bad somehow, shadow type. Oh, if they're in the shadows and we don't know about it, they must be doing something bad. So he kind of extrapolated out of that. We're all going down for this, which was kind of one of my first lessons of like, they can get you if they want you. And you need to be prepared for that at any given time, especially like if you get caught overseas again, because my team and the contractor I worked for, we get caught. We're out on a limb. Sometimes we're in theater where we're working with other groups. We may have air support when we're actively going kinetic and we're actively in battles and we're actively engaging with the enemies like you see on TV or, in, I won't say war films, but documentaries and things like that, where you're calling in air strikes, you're calling in air support, which is amazing. Air support, warthogs, that sound a warthog makes. A warthog is a plane that is built around a Gatling gun. They said, here's the gun we want to use, build me a plane around it. And they did. So there's this giant Gatling gun that I don't even know, I can't remember the specs on it. I knew them one time, especially at the Naval Academy. That's the kind of stuff we had to know like that. Like how many rounds it fires like per second, but it's like, 50 rounds a second or something crazy. It's just, and when you hear that as a good guy, you're like, oh, baby. That's like, hearing the woman you love tell you she loves you or something, like it's Christmas morning or something, it's just raining hellfire down on bad guys. And if it's not killing them, it's scaring the hell out of them. So it's a win-win no matter how you look at it. But pull me back on track there. We're going kinetic. We're doing different things. I got shot. 9/11 changed that. I wanted to get out. And then I got shot, I rehabbed from that. We're not doing a whole lot. I was on the way out. I was still running my investment company. But I was actually, had written a screenplay that got a little heat in, as they call it, out in Hollywood. Like I had an agent, I had people talking about it. I was in all these meetings with all these producers and studios and actors and famous people. And then 9/11 happened. And I'll tell you quickly, so anticlimactic now, because I've kind of given away the punchline, but I wrote a script about terrorists from Afghanistan who come to America, sleeper cell, go to the Naval Academy, which I knew, of course, blow up a building, kill 4,000 people, kill by almost the entire student body of Annapolis, which is about 4,000 people. All the officers, all the teachers and stuff, they're all there for an assembly. They blow up the auditorium or the gym, which is where we had our big gymnasium, basketball arena, where they had the big events when the whole class would go, the whole brigade. Blow that up. The only people left are the people standing watch in the dorm. So they blow that up, kill 4,000 people, and then take the rest of the student body, who are only a handful of students, hostage. And in that is the president's son. In my script, the president's son goes to Annapolis. So you think, all right, well, that's innovative. Like you just took 9/11 and carbon copied it. And like the first scene from 9/11 first scene from my script is guys fast roping down a helicopter landing in a compound in Afghanistan, a helicopter hovering above it, fast roping down to the roof of a 2-story, 3-story compound, black kitted out, SEAL Team 6, basically, black kits, night vision, going in, taking the compound, taking down a bad guy. That was first scene. Exactly like before the helicopter crash, exactly like the raid on Osama bin Laden's compound. Except the key to that was I wrote that in January and February of 2001.
10 years before it
No,
happened.
like 8 months before.
No, but the raid on a
10 years before the raid,
Yeah.
but even 10 years before, or 9 months before the Afghanis. Nobody knew where Afghanistan was or anything about Afghani terrorists. They might have heard something in the back end of the news about the embassy bombings, but that's old news. But it was fresh on my mind because that's what we were thinking about in the clandestine world, in the intelligence world in early 2000s. So I was like, well, I'll write a movie about this. Again, this is everything I told you is the whole plot. And it's up to the midshipmen to grow up kind of, to go from kind of playing soldier to becoming soldiers and taking lives and saving the day, and overcoming these Afghani terrorists. But I wrote it before 9/11. So one, it was, wow, you wrote that and it kind of came true. Afghanis came to America, sleeper cell, blew up a building. They killed 3,000 people, not 4,000. But didn't take anybody hostage at the time. But obviously a tremendously traumatic, tragic event. And of course, nobody wanted to make a movie about Afghan terrorists blowing up a building after that happened. So that diverted my screenwriting career. And then at the same time, of course, I'm getting pulled hard back into the intelligence world. I've got one foot out the door at this point, because up to that point, again, we weren't super busy. We were doing some work. We're doing a lot of hell of a cool training, but I'd been shot. I wanted to go, I was an entrepreneur at heart. So I was like, this has been great. But for what we're doing, I want to go be a grown up in the business world or in the artistic world at this point. And that pulled me back in. So now I'm back in. I'm full blown back paramilitary, and that whole world just expands because the money came in, and there are more bad guys, and it's like, go get these bad guys whatever you can. So to not just bore you with too many of those, but we did a lot of very cool stuff. All over the world, not just in the Middle East. In fact, like I said, it was kind of a party everybody wanted to come to. So every contractor, every tier 1, tier 2, every SEAL team, every Army Ranger battalion, of course, Delta and SEAL Team 6, but all the way down to, you got the Special Forces guys, the Green Beret guys, anybody with a rifle wanted to go to that party, and rightly so, right? Because you're trained to go to war, and as much as war can be bad, you want to go do your part and serve your country and defend the freedom you've been, born and raised to defend, and equally as much stand by your comrade in arms and protect him and carry your part and not let him down and not let him die, and everything that goes along with that of a true brotherhood, and sharing that bond is an undescribable experience. So everybody wanted a seat at the table or a ticket to the party. And so I did that for several years. And then about 2008, 2009, I thought this has been awesome. But, 9/11 was 7, 8 years ago. We've taken down some really bad guys. The DOD, the military guys are really running the show now. That's fine. But so we're doing stuff, but I'm just kind of, I don't want to say I'm over it, but I was kind of like, all right, and I'm in my 30s now, which is kind of prime time for that work. But I was like, it's time for me to move on. I just felt it, and so I kind of went to my bosses, and I'd moved up in the ranks at this point. I was like, I think I'm done. I love you guys. I'm here to support you. I'll still kind of work behind the scenes, be an analyst. I kind of segued a little bit sometimes when we're not hot and kinetic and getting shipped out. Did a lot of analysis work. I'm, a good pattern recognition guy. I'm a good probability guy. But I was like, I think I want out. And they're like, my kind of mentor boss was like, what do you want to do? I think I was like, I think I want to go to grad school and work in finance. He goes, all right. And we talked to me. It wasn't just this quick, but it happened pretty quickly. He's like, all right, go do it. But you're still going to work for us. And I was like, all right, what do you mean? And I never say never. And I never say like, what? At this point, you're like, if somebody says something, you just say, tell me more, because it could be the most craziest thing you've ever heard. And it happens and it comes true and it's a real thing. So I'm like, tell me more. I would love to be a multimillionaire and also an operator, but I don't know that I can go kick in doors and run in chalks and do CQB for 2 weeks in the middle of BFE, literally bumfuck Egypt, and also work in high finance, work for Goldman Sachs or whatever. And he goes, well, what do you want to do? And I was like, I want to go back to grad school because I was still living in Atlanta. And Emory had at the time, and I heard this on the radio. Every day on the radio, I listened to NPR at the time when NPR was very neutral and very good news resource. And like, they didn't have commercials, but they had commercials, and the commercials would be sponsors, almost like podcast sponsors now, where it would be like the host talking about whoever was sponsoring. And it was always, not always, but a lot of Emory's MBA program, Master's of Business Administration program. Sixth in the world. These guys are six. I was like, really? Sixth in the world? Like, there are a lot of business schools in the world. And I know Emory's a great school, but sixth in the entire world? Like, there are, 9, give or take, Ivy League schools. Not all of them have Masters of Business programs or MBA programs, but still, like Emory? Yeah, come to find out, they were ranked at that time sixth in the world. So I was like, well, hell, let me throw my hat in the ring and see if I can get in. And, it doesn't hurt to try, right? If they tell me no, no harm, no foul. So my boss was like, yeah, give it a shot. I was like, if I want to go work in real high finance for like heavy hitters, like the JP Morgans, Goldman Sachs of the world, a legit hedge fund, which hedge funds weren't even really a big thing back then. It wasn't in the vernacular like it is now. Private equity and venture capital wasn't either. But that alternative space was where I wanted to focus, not the run-of-the-mill mutual funds or, buy Apple and hold it for 20 years kind of thing. That's all well and good. I just wasn't interested in it. I'm a sprinter, not a marathoner. So this buy and hold mentality did not excite me at all. So I like more of the trading. I like, just buy at 10 o'clock and sell at 10:30 kind of thing. That's trading versus investing, which is buying and holding, doing a hell of a lot of research, deciding this company is undervalued, buying 100,000 shares of it and holding it for 5 years and keeping your fingers crossed that it goes up. That's investing. Buy it, forget about it. Balance your portfolio every now and then and keep your fingers crossed. Just not the game that I wanted to play. So I was like, to get to work for somebody that I really want to work for, it's going to take more than a degree from Mississippi State. So God love Mississippi State, but Goldman Sachs isn't knocking on the door for a Mississippi State undergraduate, certified, got undergraduates from Mississippi State, no matter how good their grades were. So I was like, Emory's here, it's an executive program. So I can go like every other, it was like on nights and weekends. So I could work my normal job. I can still kind of do the analysis stuff, but a big chunk of my life was now going to be in school. And he was like, do it. And I was like, I can't, I'm not going to be able to kick in doors. I'm not going to be able to be a meat eater, paramilitary officer, and do this. He goes, well, we're going to move you over just basically, again, back to kind of CIA parlance, just to the director of operations. You're going to be you're going to be a spy, and you're not just going to be a case officer because you didn't go to the farm and you're not directly with CIA. You don't have a badge that says CIA on it. You're a contractor. So that's even better. You're going to be a NOC. And I knew what that was. It's a non-operational cover, which is very similar to what we're doing in the paramilitary, in the covert intelligence side of things, in that not to try to sound too cool, but the easiest way to explain it is you're a spy overseas with no cover. So if you're a spy working out of an embassy under a different cover, you might be the director of agriculture in Lithuania, right? For the American, you're working out of the American embassy. You're an American. You're the Lithuanian American contingencies under the chief diplomat or the diplomat, working as the director of agriculture, or, there are dozens of roles. It's a big organization in most of these bigger embassies. So nobody rolls into an embassy, even though the stations are usually based out of embassies, and you have a chief of station. He's kind of the boss of the CIA. And you have people underneath them. And those are the people that are generally going out and recruiting assets to spy on that country or other countries or whatever, doing CIA work, kind of what the movies talk about. But if they get caught, they can be like, wait a minute, I work for the United States, call my boss. And they do. And then you get like a really hard scolding and you get turned back over to the Americans and you get deported. And that's your cover. You're under official cover. You're under cover. You're the director of agricultural affairs or whatever it may be, but that is your cover and it is official. You have a business card with the United States of America, seal on it. You're working for the embassy, you're working for the United States, not as a CIA officer, but for the United States. When you're non-official cover, you're just Michael Wayne working. So if I got caught, if any NOC gets caught, you're done. You're cooked. They're like, you're trying to steal secrets or you're trying to recruit assets. And what the fuck? And I can't say, no, call the embassy. This is all just a huge misunderstanding. I'm the director of agriculture. And they go, like, if the real covered guy could do that, and they know he's CIA, but we know we're all doing this. So we know you're breaking the rules and doing some really shifty things, but we know that's part of the game of the world that we live in. So we're really pissed off, but we're going to let this one slide. Just don't ever do it again. And you get out of it. You do that as a NOC, you don't get out of it because you call the embassy. Even if I said, no, call the embassy. I'm an American. I'm an officer. Call the embassy. They're going to be like, who the hell's Michael Wayne? We don't know who the heck you're talking about. And they're going to go, then whoever, name the country, comes back to you and goes, they don't know you. And you say, crap. And then you're up shit's creek. So that's the risk. But again, there are trade-offs in that, good trade-offs in that, because you don't have all that bureaucracy and red tape, and you don't need 15 different signatures to go do this or that or the other thing. And you still get the cool gadgets and you still get read in on the operations. And you're still doing some incredibly awesome and effective, important work that I played. I'm very proud of the work that I did and my team did. And, protecting Americans, because that's ultimately what it's all about. Everything we're doing is to protect Americans. And learning about, certainly plots for future 9/11s. And we stopped a few. I didn't stop a few of those. I was part of groups that stopped a few of those. We stopped a few smaller things that would still be big deals, like embassy bombings and other terrorist attacks, and these groups that are just going to go shoot up the plaza outside the Eiffel Tower or whatever. I'm making that up. That we didn't stop anything like that, but things like that. Like when you stop those things, you feel really proud of yourself, and you can't call mom and be like, Mom, guess what I did? You can't call your girlfriend and be like, I know I haven't called you in 3 weeks, but guess what? Like there's a reason for that, and here it is. But that's what you sign up for, and that's what you're training even before you get selected and before you kind of graduate training. You're already in that mindset of you're gonna do hopefully you're gonna do a lot of things over for many years and survive and not die, not get killed or captured, and you are not ever gonna be able to tell anybody about it. Or, by the way, you're not even gonna be able to tell anybody you were in the intelligence world. You're just a dude that owns an investment company. But when I became that guy, I went back to grad school, got an MBA, and my last semester of MBA school coincided, or the last year of my MBA program, it's a 2-year program, was the financial crisis. It was 2007, 2008, 2009. So I graduated in 2009, which is when the crisis started to end, but nobody knew it at the time because you have like dead cat bounces and things go up and then they go back down. And the market bottomed out in the spring of 2009 and slowly recovered. But nobody knew it through 2009. So I was trading derivatives and making, just with my own money, and making a ton of money for me, not millions or tens of millions of dollars, but the volatility and the chaos was serving me well. Like, it was the same chaos. Like after 9/11 and things, the whole world and the intelligence world, I talk about this a little bit in the first part of my book, of the world became extremely chaotic after 9/11 and uncertain, and nobody knew when the next attack was coming or who even made the attack. And, a few of us did really quickly. Like, when I remember when the first plane hit, I was in Atlanta, and I remember when they first started talking about it, and I'm guessing at this, forgive me for not remembering, this is horrible, but it was like a flight from Boston to LA, something like, it was a cross-country flight. I think that was it. And it hit a building in New York. And my first thought was, until the second plane hit, it was like, is this a mistake? Was it a Cessna? There were reports that it was a small plane. That kind of stuff happens. Stuff like that. Somebody had run a plane into the Empire State Building like 10 or 20 years before. Like, it stupid or crazy, or maybe trying to kill somebody, but maybe just on a suicide mission. But every now and then something kooky like that happens, and people die, unfortunately, but they're not taking down buildings, right? But when I heard about a jet airliner full of fuel, because from Boston to LA, that's a full tank. My first thought was, that's a bomb. We're under attack. Fuck, we're going to war. And there's mixed thought in that, right? This is horrible. But it's time to fucking go. And it's time to show what you got. And it's time to man up. And whoever did this just fucking signed their death warrant. And I get to be a part of it. And I'm extremely excited about that. There's a great quote from probably a guy that's remembered in history as a bad guy, but it's Robert E. Lee. He's a general for the Confederate Army. He said, it is well that war is so terrible, or I'm blanking on it, actually. Let me think about it. It is well that war is so terrible, or we should grow too fond of it. I was like, that's a powerful quote, because of all the things I talked about a few minutes ago of why warriors want to go to war. We want peace through deterrence. We want to protect innocent people, but when the time comes, and it always comes since humans became humans, since Cain killed Abel, or we evolved from monkeys, or whatever you want to believe, we are warriors and we will go to war. And so when the time comes and you can play a small role in that, to help defend the defenseless, I want to be there. And that 9/11 solidified that, and also gave me, the first taste of kind of what the Stormcraft doctrine that I developed over the next 20 years of leading through uncertainty and converting chaos into advantage of like, we don't know what the hell's going on. This is a chaotic situation. Okay, let's take a step away from this. Let's go through these steps and figure out how can we use this to our advantage? This is crazy and people are freaking out and there's so much tragedy, but that creates gaps and we can exploit those gaps. It's going to create new dangers, but it's going to create new opportunities, and we can seize those opportunities because now, this happened, so this is unprotected, or that's unprotected. So now this person is moving over here, and this country is more concerned about X, and before then they were concerned about Y. So now they're exploitable in Y, where before there was no chance of exploiting that. Again, all in the realm of like, we're going to do the things necessary to protect Americans and protect America. So that was the birth of Stormcraft. And I certainly used that through the paramilitary training and then going into the NOC training, going into the NOC world. And then more training involved in that too. But it kind of, over the years, I'd already been working for 10 years in that world. So it was an easier transition. But going into those it's the true shadow world of international espionage. You're meeting in, dive bars and dark back alleys and doing handoffs and doing detection route, 2-hour diversions and all the kind of cool stuff. There's also sometimes very boring, but doing important things and learning extremely important information. You're not kicking doors in every day, but you're getting information that's going to prevent the doors from needing to be kicked in because you're taking down those cells and those people before it ever gets that far. So I did that. And while I ran my hedge fund, so I ran a legit hedge fund. My hedge fund investors had no idea that I was working as a NOC. I traded derivatives, had a very good strategy. I made a lot of people a ton of money. It grew into being one of the most successful hedge funds on Wall Street in the industry. It was still never grew to be very big for multiple reasons. One is I was trying to raise money because that's what you do as a hedge fund manager. And that also helped me be a good NOC because I could travel the world and talk to investors and money men and directors of sovereign wealth funds and people in government and retirement funds and people that knew the inner workings of governments and things like that. And I could also go into those same meetings and ask those questions instead of having to recruit you who works for the sovereign wealth fund to spy on the government for me. I can just go in and ask the same questions because I'm a hedge fund manager and I want to know that stuff for my investment, for your investment, for the decisions that I make as a hedge fund manager. And they didn't know if I needed those answers or not to make money. But it made sense that I was asking a lot of those questions. And it also gave me entree into the world to meet all the bad guys that I wanted to meet, to take them down and to stop the rat lines and arms race and non-proliferation things that we were doing, and human trafficking and drugs and you name it, just all the bad stuff in the world that needs to be stopped, but it's hard to stop because of all the red tape and bureaucracy and things like that. So people in the fringes and people in the shadow world can get those things done quickly and effectively and disappear. We're ghosts. And it's wonderful. And you understand, well, you can't tell anybody about it, but that's what you sign up for. So none of my investors knew. The ones that see this will probably be surprised, but they're all going to be happy because they all made money. My hedge fund investors made money. And I ran the hedge fund right up until I got convicted. I started my nonprofit in that same realm. Grew the fund, grew the assets under management to over $100 million average, had two funds. One was extremely successful, but extremely volatile. That was the one I started that in 2009. I realized a year or two, probably not even that long, within a few months, that investors love great returns. They love 70% returns. That fund I was making, again, this is coming out of the financial crisis when there was a ton of volatility. So I'm using my Stormcraft training left and right. I'm loving it. More volatile, the better. Market crashes, sign me up, because we made more money when the market crashed. It was a very contrarian strategy, a reversion to the mean, a lot of fractal math, a lot of Fibonacci, or incorporating a lot of different indicators and a lot of different math components to determine inflection points in the market. Traded the S&P 500 as a whole, as one aggregate, the ticker symbol SPX and the E-mini that went along with it, futures contracts. Not to go dive into, but like even what I've just said is a good explanation of why it never became a big fund, because that world gets very complicated in language. You've heard the phrase, that's Greek, to people saying that's Greek to me. It's literally Greek, because all the things that have to do with options trading are in Greek. So you're talking about deltas and alphas and gammas and betas, and how all those interact with each other. And to the normal investor, no matter, very smart investors, but if they're not experts in derivatives and you start talking about how you have a competitive advantage because the gammas affect the deltas and we neutralize the deltas because we do levered ratio calendar verticals, and we hedge that with E-minis on the near date expiration, and the shades come down, right? And they're like, that's awesome, man. Like, it sounds like you got it nailed, but you leave the room and they're like, what the fuck did he just say? And then they end up, writing a $20 million check to like another fund manager that comes in and says, all right, we're going to go long Google and we're going to short Apple, and here's why. And the investor can say, oh yeah, okay, I have an iPhone and I use Google 100 times a day, so I understand what you're talking about. And I can understand your argument of why you're going to short one and why you think one's going to go down in price and why you think the other is going to go up in price. That makes more sense. And I've got to go explain this to my investment committee tomorrow. And whatever Michael's talking about sounds really cool, and his returns are off the charts. Great. But it's volatile, and there's no way I'm going to be able to repeat this to my investment committee. So, I would say, well, let me talk to your investment committee. Well, most places are like, no, you can't do that. Like, we don't allow fund managers into those meetings. So, things like that, as well as just the NOC work, kept it from being as big as I would have loved it. I would have loved to have been the biggest hedge fund on the planet. It was scalable to that. The strategy was sound. The first fund was very successful. I mean, the average returns were over 50% net a year, which is, you're in the Hall of Fame. You're in the hedge fund Hall of Fame for that. Maybe you're the Michael Jordan if you do that for 20 years. But the volatility was crazy. We would make 20% in a month and we would lose 15% the next month. And the wins outpaced the losses, but the volatility made people's stomachs turn. So I realized early on, and should have probably pivoted a little bit earlier, but I didn't, kept that fund going just because we were making so much money and I had my own money invested. So when we're making 50% returns, I'm making 50% on my money. So, my $5 million is turning into $7.5 million in a year. And then it just keeps on compounding. Greatest force in the universe is compound interest. And you turn that into 50% returns with the interest percentage mark, that's legit. It was super legit. But the second fund I started in 2016, and that's when I became more New York focused. It had much less volatility, which institutional investors, the big institutions, the sovereign wealth funds, the teachers' retirement unions, the giant family offices, and of course, high net worth individuals and investors. But they love they're willing to sacrifice the great returns for pretty good returns. And we still we outpaced on returns. We still had like 20% a year, which is still one of the best in the world, especially over time. If you can do that year in, year out, we're hitting 20% when the market's down 5% for the year. That's a pretty good spread, pretty good gap that people love us. Other years, the market's up 20% and we're still hitting 20%. And we're just kind of like, okay, you're average. Well, no, we're consistent. We're hitting singles and doubles consistently with very few strikeouts, with very low volatility, and making more money when the stock market falls so not to go down an investment road, but that's very appealing to especially sophisticated investors. It should be appealing to every investor because you want diversity in your portfolio. When one thing goes up or when one thing crashes, when the market crashes, you don't want all of your investments to crash because you can go broke that way. You want a few safeguards in there that either they stay flat, market crashes. We hear 9/11 crash, 2008, 2007 crash. The whole world's coming to an end. The market's down 30%. Here are 1 or 2 or 10 investments or some percentage of your entire portfolio that haven't crashed. They're holding their own, or even better, they've gone up, which is what we did. So when the market crashed, people loved us. When the market did really well, we were just, okay, you did, congratulations. You did the same thing everybody else did. Annoying, but I'll take it. But we're helping individuals make money, and my investors loved us. But I'm also managing money for retirement funds and teachers unions and things like that. So my parents started out as school teachers. My entire extended family, both my sisters one still is a school teacher. So knowing that I'm making money and helping to making money for those institutions so they can pay their teachers and not go bankrupt in their retirement accounts 10 years from now, 5 years from now, because a lot of those retirement funds are still struggling, especially when the financial crisis, because they're over-levered and they're not diversified and all the things you don't want in an investment portfolio. But that's another conversation. But in that, so I did that until I pled guilty. And in that mix, I went back to school. I got a master's degree from Cambridge in the United Kingdom. I've done a program at Oxford also in the UK, and started a nonprofit during that time. It kind of came out of I started a society at Cambridge, and the nonprofit I started in the States was kind of a bigger, better version of that. But it's called OASIS. It's an acronym for, don't let me butcher this as I say it out loud, because I never say the whole thing. Organization for Active Social Impact and Sustainability. Yes. OASIS. We do disaster relief. So when a tornado, a wildfire, a hurricane, anything like that hits in the States, we're one of the first boots on the ground. Again, my Stormcraft training of being very comfortable in chaotic environments. When you roll into town, 20 minutes after a tornado blows through, it's very similar to a war zone. This house is gone. This house is untouched across the street. It's crazy. But you got people wandering down the street because their house is gone. Like, where do they go? What do they do? What's coming next? Very uncertain, very scary time. And, I learned over the years, like, I want to be the one that's there on those people's worst days because I can help them better than most people because I have a game plan to manage this chaos and to see the advantages that it presents us. Even in a very tragic situation, there are ways to manage it. And very oftentimes ways to convert that into an advantage. But that is what working with OASIS is: natural disasters in the United States and what quickly became man-made disasters overseas, which are wars. So when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, I went to Ukraine and volunteered over there, taking humanitarian supplies to the people, because civilians still lived in the war zone. The war in Ukraine was and still is. It started more on the northern border and on the eastern border, but it very quickly just became kind of the entire eastern border of Ukraine. Ukraine's about the size of Texas. So imagine if Texas was being invaded from Oklahoma, from Arkansas, and from Louisiana all at the same time. That's the front line in Ukraine, because Belarus and Russia arc that entire border of Ukraine. So Ukraine's a very corrupt country. So we were worried, and all the donors over here from the United States government to just mom and pop, and people, donating whatever they could to help the Ukrainian civilians. Not necessarily doing anything to thwart the Russians, but just to help because there's a huge evacuation of women and children. The men weren't allowed to leave, even though a lot of them did. Some of them did, but they weren't allowed to leave because they're fighting a war and they don't have a giant population, so they need all the help they can get. So all the men had to stay. But I created a pipeline from Poland, which is on the western border, all the way across Ukraine to the eastern border, of humanitarian supplies. And I did that overtly. This was not CIA stuff. This was not clandestine stuff. This was for my nonprofit. When I first went over there, I just kind of went by myself and didn't make it a big deal. But I started a fundraising campaign. It's called Kids Helping Ukraine, where we sold friendship bracelets that Ukrainian kids made. Still going on. So we had these big groups of kids in Ukraine all over the country making thousands of friendship bracelets in the colors of the Ukrainian flag, red and gold. Same colors of the Naval Academy, same colors of my high school, same colors of Emory, actually. But so it was very overt that I was there. But very quickly, I got tapped in the intelligence world for not just the humanitarian supplies that were going from the West across the country to the front lines, but for the U.S. donated supplies and equipment, from the military, from the bigger suppliers, to help the Ukrainians actually defend themselves against the Russians, as well as help, protect the soldiers and the volunteers, the body armors and things like that, up to big equipment, down to medicine and, defibrillators and tourniquets and all the things you need in a war that most people don't think you may need in a war. And that kind of segued into how we ended up here. And I was happy to do it because to kind of give you a sense of where things were then and still are to a degree, like the airspace was Russian controlled, so you couldn't fly in supplies. So you had to park them in one of the neighboring countries, and that was generally Poland. So I had kind of a home base in Krakow, which was about the closest bigger town to the Ukrainian border. So I would shepherd that equipment across the country. You couldn't fly it in. You didn't use rail that much because the Russians were bombing the rails to an extent. When the Russians first invaded, they thought they were going to take it in a couple of weeks. So they didn't really target the infrastructure. So it was weird. You'd be on the front lines and you had a cell phone signal. You're in a trench getting attacked by artillery, and you can watch Ian Bick, the podcast, and you're like, this is so surreal. But because the Russians didn't blow up the infrastructure, they didn't blow up gas stations, and there were nuclear power plants there. Chernobyl's was there. It's obviously not active anymore, but there are other nuclear plants that power not only Ukraine, but large parts of Europe. So they eventually started bombing civilians and started drone attacks and rockets and artillery when they could, civilians, and they're doing that to this day. You'll see a headline in the morning that'll say, 500 Russian drones attack Kyiv and 8 people dead. And those are civilians. I mean, they're just flying them into apartment buildings. It's ridiculous. But there's a strategy behind that. And it's, we can get into, but not necessarily need to get into. Like this war is endable, and I'd love to be a part of it. And I was like, I didn't say this earlier, but in all this in all this world and all this work I was doing and all the education that I had, I was, so I was told anyway, I was kind of on short list to be a diplomat. So to be an ambassador, not to Ukraine necessarily, but somewhere. And then when this whole thing went down, like that and everything else in my life, like just slid right off the side of the roof. But you know, again, chaos and extreme uncertainty, but where are the advantages in that situation? That's what that's from day one, that's what I'm looking for. You've done a great job of turning that adversity into something and finding the advantages of it. So big congratulations on doing that. But so I guess any questions up to this point, or like segue?
I guess the $1 million question is how you end up in prison.
So that segues right into what started the down cycle, I guess, if you want to call it that. What started the beginning of the bad cycle that I'm hopefully on an up cycle now, but where things turn for the worse. So I need to say this without saying anything that I shouldn't be saying non-disclosure wise, like national security wise. So it's a well-known fact to the world that I'm donating. A lot of these donations came out of my own pocket because I was making plenty of money running my hedge fund. I'd run my hedge fund at night because it's 6-7 hours, depending on the time changes and the time zones, between Poland's one and Ukraine's one more distance. But like I would start work at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon and work till like 10 or 11, and hedge fund. And the way I had the hedge fund structured, I didn't have to work it every day. So just the whole strategy, I would either have it hedged to where there was no chance of loss, or we would be in cash. I was in cash like 50% of the time, which was great. Again, going back to when I started the whole thing, I was very interested and passionate about trading derivatives, and the strategy that I ultimately developed, it was just it's like I called it kind of a sniper strategy. If I saw an opportunity, I would get in. It wasn't high frequency training, but it was kind of one off of that. So I would get in, I would make a big trade. I'd put, 10 or 20% of the fund at risk, hold it for maybe a few minutes, maybe a few hours, maybe a few days, no more than like maybe 4 days, get out, or it would expire. Options have expiration dates. That's a big component of them. So do futures. But so we're back to cash, no risk. So if I know we're back in cash, now I can go anywhere in the world for a day, a week, a month, whatever, and not have to worry at all about the hedge fund. And we've already made 3% this month, so my investors are going to be happy. So everybody wins. So my job was to shepherd humanitarian supplies and a lot of the U.S. donated supplies, like covert and overt, but doing it, I was wearing 2 hats. I was a humanitarian volunteer and had other American humanitarian, and people from all over the world really stood up and came. A lot, not many people went to the front lines. I've got stories about that. About the few who went with me. Chapter 1 of my book is a story about, we actually almost got caught by Russians. And I was with just normal American volunteers who knew nothing about my espionage life. And they didn't realize until after the fact that we almost got captured by Russians and became kind of POWs. We wouldn't have been POWs because we were civilian, but they would have detained us and maybe sent us back to Russia, and we could still be in prison. A Marine got out yesterday or today, that had been held in Russia for 4 years for espionage or something. Nobody's even really sure. Sometimes they just snatch you and put you in prison. That's what they do. But overtly, I was running humanitarian supplies. Covertly, I was making sure this equipment got to the places that it needed to be. Some of it was kind of overt, but my role in it was not overt. It was covert. So, and I was doing things, I was training soldiers, I was training volunteers. There are pictures of me online doing that. So that's nothing secret anymore, even if it was then. But I'm working on the front lines, and there weren't a lot of Americans coming to the front lines, covertly or overtly. But again, I'm comfortable in those situations, so I was kind of tapped to do both. And again, we can't fly anything in, so we're busing or like with cargo vans and trucks on just roads that are like the surface of the moon. They call it the Ukrainian milkshake because the potholes over there are so deep that you're whatever you're in, your car or whatever is just doing this. I mean, not exaggerating. You feel like you're going to flip over any minute just because the potholes are so big and deep. And they call it Ukrainian milkshake because whatever you're holding is going to get shaken up. So, in that role, I saw a lot of corruption. And you see corruption all over the world in what I was doing in the intelligence community. But rarely is any of it affecting people and harming people. And the things that I was in charge of shepherding to the front lines were things that people needed, people that were saving people's lives, civilians and military and volunteer groups. So when I saw that they were being diverted, I got upset and I was like, stop doing this. Because none of these people these are other Americans that are supposed to be there helping, but they're there stealing. Not everything, but this warehouse full of stuff disappears, but the other 3 are still there. So you can take those, but don't worry about this one. Well, I am worried about this one because they're waiting on me to show up with 10 trucks. And if I show up with 6, they're going to think like, we can't rely on you. And worse, they're going to think I've done something with the other 4. And I don't want that any way you look at it. So I protested, and I'm in an overt role. If I was in a covert role and I protested before, and people are like, F off. And I'm like, I won't. And I'm the one going to the front lines. You're not going to the front lines. So I'm the one responsible for these things. So I'm taking this personally. This isn't just, we have 20 Ferraris on a ship and 18 of them make it to the port kind of thing, or get delivered to the Sultan of whatever, and 2 go missing somehow. It's like people are going to die if this stuff doesn't get there. And that bothers me a hell of a lot. So I protested, and that was not smart. Because to give you a little peek behind the curtain, and it's things that I think are out there to a large degree, but it's a lot of conspiracy theories and a lot of very inaccurate information. And that's good, because the more inaccurate, stupid conspiracy theories, it makes the real conspiracies pliable and doable. That you don't have to worry so much about being exposed. If I throw 1,000 white marbles on this table, and I tell you one white marble is a pearl, but they all look exactly alike, like good luck finding the white marble, right? That's the real thing that's going on, is the pearl. And the other 999 are marbles. They're conspiracy theories that don't amount to anything. But a peek into the pearl from a distance. So let me give you that. Again, all these other ones are similar or not too far off. And I'm not going to go too deep because, again, I don't want to get in trouble, and I don't want to go to jail, and I don't want to expose anybody, go back to jail. The world is controlled by very powerful groups of people, not by one group, but by different groups. And those groups, as you can imagine, are very wealthy, mostly men, a few women, a few, I'll say, fringe participants like thought leaders, intellectuals, up-and-coming founders that are doing some really cutting-edge stuff that might benefit the people in those groups. These groups supersede boundaries and borders and flags. They are standing above it, moving the chess pieces around. And again, there aren't a lot of these groups, but there are a handful. And sometimes they work together. Sometimes Group A and Group B will work together. And a few years later, they may, I don't want to say hate each other, because it's above that. It's above war and hate and revenge. A lot of times, you still got humans. They're still emotion. They're still people. But it's on a higher plane where you stealing $1 billion or $100 billion from me pisses me off, but not enough to where I'm going to screw all of this up, because all of this is much bigger than me, and all of it, that $100 million I might make back in the, on the next deal, or I might make 3 times that. So you have shifting alliances. I equated a lot for history buffs out there to like the city-states in ancient Greece, and then even into Italy before they unified, of the Venetians against against Florence, against Milan, against Rome, and going back to the Spartans against Greece, and when the barbarian horde attacks, they band together, and they were fighting a year ago, but now they're in it together because they have a bigger enemy that they have to worry about. So these groups have shifting alliances to whichever ones benefit them the most. So all that to say is, and that changes periodically. So I guess just the point, to make is, they're not set in stone. Like Russia doesn't always, and it's not like one Russian group, and not to dive too deep into any of this, but there is not a Russian group, and then there is not an American group. It's bigger than that. It's borders and states and countries don't matter. So if Russia and America hate each other, yeah, and I want to go, if we're in a war with Iran and my job is to go kill Iranians, there's a whole nother game being played above that. That I'll leave it at that. So the war are just chess pieces, and people are dying and suffering, and it's horrible and terrible. And the people running these groups aren't necessarily always in it for themselves, because if they're just in it for themselves, society's going to fall. Society's going to crumble. So it's not like these rich fat cats just trying to make a buck and trying to make another $1 billion here and $100 billion there. It's not that at all. That's an element of it. Money controls the world, for better or worse. You have the money, you have the power. You have the power, you have everything. You have the power, you get more money, right? That you have a hand over those chess pieces. And that's a peek behind the curtain. When you piss one of those groups off, there are consequences. I did not realize that I pissed one of those groups off. And I should have, I guess, in hindsight. I wouldn't have kept my mouth shut, because fuck that. People are dying, right? And I don't give a shit who's in power and what's going to happen to me. But when I'm in charge of saving people's lives, I'm going to do everything I can to save those people's lives. And like another big thing we did, we would take supplies in and we would evacuate women and children out of the front, because people still live on the front lines. Call them crazy and stupid, but people don't want to leave their homes. Well, when the bomb falls across the street, now suddenly you want to leave your homes. So from day one there, we would bring supplies in and evacuate women and children out to Lviv and the safer parts of Ukraine, and then over in Poland. They would end up in Germany. Some ended up in the United States. So we evacuated hundreds of women and children, and I'm very proud of that. And I'm there, to help and to help in the conflict and to help protect people. And only realized after I had protested multiple times, like I've been told, keep your mouth shut, or really join us. No, like one, I'm in a really gray world, and I'm in a really shadow world where bad things are done, but I was successful and I had a great reputation. I'm pretty sure I had a great reputation because I was kind of a Boy Scout. Like, I still come from that honor and duty and country from Annapolis and the way I grew up, and God bless America and apple pie and baseball. And we're all in it to help each other. And there's no better country than America. And I didn't believe that for a while. And I've kind of believe it again. Or I do believe it again. America's is kind of like the most beautiful girl you've ever seen that has her faults, but she also has a really great heart and does more good things in the world than bad things in the world. And people will argue against that maybe. But, every now and then she sets your car on fire or throws all your clothes out the window, and goes a little crazy and does some really stupid, crazy shit. And we have been on the other end of that, individually, but she's still the most beautiful woman compared to all the other women in the world. And you still love her, and you still see all the good things of her. And here's the blessing and the curse is that every 4 years she's going to get shock treatment. And when you get shock treatment, like psychiatrists, and like insane asylums, and people do it now just in the strip mall down the street. It can change your personality. So every 4 years, whether you want her to or not, she's going to get shock treatment. And sometimes you don't want her personality to change at all. And you hope it stays the same after the shock treatment. And it does sometimes. And other times it's completely different. And so that's our election system, right? So sometimes it's changed and it goes a completely other direction, maybe for the better, maybe for the worse. And then 4 years later, we do the whole thing over again. And really it's every 2 years with the midterms and all that. But back on what landed me as a target is I learned that a lot of that corruption was tied to some very powerful people in the United States. And I kind of learned it after the fact, but I was still thinking like, I don't care. I don't care if Santa Claus is behind this. These people are still suffering and they need this stuff. So you need to stop this corruption, and we need to do what's right here. Do what you signed up for. Do your job. Be honorable. So back to I was kind of a Boy Scout. They were like, you need to do this with us or shut the fuck up. And I was like, I'm not going to do it with you. And I'm not going to shut the F up because, again, all the stuff I've already said. And then it was, you need to shut up, or kind of, you just need to shut up or you're going to be sorry. And it's like, F you, man. Like, who are you? Like, we're the same. Like, you're not a general, or you're not I'm a freaking GS-15 level, operator here. You're not telling me what I can and can't do. There's no rank. You can't pull rank on me. Coming from a guy who's actively stealing donations from the United States of America. He's not Omar stealing from drug dealers, and selling it back to drug dealers. He's stealing from the United States Treasury and from United States citizens and other people in the Western world who had donated their hard-earned money to help people. And that's what I'm there to do. Well, the fact that I was overt, it scared the powers that be. Like, this guy knows a lot, and people know he's there, and he's not bound by any sort of non-disclosure agreement. So he could blow this whole thing up. We need to do something about it. And I learned all this from my intelligence colleagues, from two separate, very dialed in colleagues, very high up intelligence colleagues. Obviously, can't name them, but they're the kind of guys, not at the same time, individually, they came to me and they're like, what's this I'm hearing about this and that and the other? And I'm like, fuck, what, you heard about that? And they're like, yeah, you need to shut up. And I was like, one, I appreciate you coming to me, but also no. And the cat's out of the bag. Like the die's cast. They know I'm pissed off about this. Not to the point where I would whistle blow, because I'm not a rat, even when you're doing things like that. I certainly wouldn't divulge anything that would be even come close to being any sort of like traitor type thing or divulging any kind of national secrets. But even guys who were being dirtbags, pieces of crap, who were stealing, I really want them to stop, and I'm really pressing hard for them to stop so we can help the people that need to be helped. But at the same time, like, I'm not going to rat them out. I'm not going to do that. So the guys that told me are guys that, like, if they called right now and said, Mike, you need to get out of Connecticut, I would say, this is done, and you're coming with me. Grab everybody you love and your dogs and your kids and a go bag if you've got one, because we're going wherever they tell us to go. And like now, that's the kind of guys, that's the kind of access these guys have. So when they tell me like, this is serious, I listen. So as it went, prison was probably the better version of what could have happened, because the option number one was, should we just kill this guy? He's on the front lines. Like he's doing things with the Ukrainians that could very easily result in his death. No, let's not do that. We don't kill Americans. And that's true. Unless they convert to Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Like you've heard over the years, some of that stuff. If you actively become a U.S. citizen who becomes a sworn enemy of the United States, you're going down. So, but if you're still on the side of good, we're not going to kill you as an intelligence community. And if that's ever happened, I haven't known about it. So two things we don't do: kill our own and spy on Americans in the way that we do to people in other countries. Is there metadata? Is there things? Is there ways to do it? Yes, we won't go into that. But you can feel relatively safe that if you're getting spied on in the United States as an American, it's not the CIA, it's another agency. There are 18 of them.
It's Apple.
They're not uninvolved. Maybe not. Our good friends at the FBI are certainly no stranger to some of that stuff. But the problem with the FBI is they're not looking to prevent anything. They're looking to capture bad guys and put them in prison. So they're good FBI agents and they're bad FBI agents. But they kind of I won't say they want bad things to happen, but their job is to get the people after the bad things are happened. So they may know this isn't par for the course and this isn't every agent or every division or whatever, every group. But if they know something's going to happen, they need it to happen, and they kind of maybe want it to happen. So then they can go in and get the bad guys. We do the exact opposite in the intelligence community. We prevent it from happening. You're building a bomb in your basement. We're taking you out, or we're coming in. Not in America. We would send in SWAT, or we would send in like the local police, maybe the FBI. But also, you're building a bomb in your basement. We got enough to charge you and put you in prison. So now the FBI is involved. Before it gets to that point, they're like, no, maybe let him build the bomb. We'll get him before he blows anybody up with it. Maybe, hopefully. Anyway, that's not to go back off on a tangent. But so option one, let's kill him. No, we don't do that. So that was good to hear. This is all after the fact, right? This is after I'm being targeted. And this kind of led to why I pled, and kind of one of the reasons I pled, when I figured out when I heard who was behind it, I was like, fuck. So option two, let's make him look like a traitor. Not that he's working with the Russians, and let the Ukrainians deal with him. Well, that didn't work. That was a quick no, because I'd done too much with the Ukrainians against the Russians that there was no way they could say that I was working with the Russians. So option three is like, all right, what's this guy do when he's not in Ukraine? Oh, he runs a hedge fund. Oh, well, fuck, that's a no-brainer. Go get it. He works in finance. Like, he's probably committed 7 felonies while we've been having this conversation. Not because I've committed any felonies, just because the way the law is structured, it's like, I can't remember the author's name, but the Harvard lawyer who wrote the book 3 Felonies a Day. Like, you've probably talked about it.
When they want something, they'll find something.
Yeah, the average American on an average day commits 3 felonies. Just because it's not because they're actively doing anything wrong, it's because the laws are so vague. And a lot of laws, and this goes for finance, certainly, and it certainly goes for freaking medicine. I feel so bad for anybody in the medical industry, because the laws are so vague and even contradictory that if you obey this law, you're breaking that law. And it's in the financial world, that's certainly true. If you strictly obey this regulation, you are by default breaking this regulation, and vice versa. So they can get you one way or the other. And it's not designed to be that way. I don't think, I hope not, but it's just through all the layers of new regulations and red tape and years of politicians coming through the committees and, and they're handling the fire. They're putting out the fires, and they're creating, putting a new fire escape on a building that already has 37 fire escapes. And that's their financial regulation, that the fire escape, that new fire escape makes the fire escape that they built 17 years ago now a fire trap. So anyway, they were like, all right, this guy runs a hedge fund, go find something. So they investigated my hedge fund. Let me back up a little bit, because this goes into like, well, how do you know this was a conspiracy? I won't go through all of them. I'll just give you some of the highlights of like, I was pretty obviously targeted. I did nothing wrong. This is what they do to people that kind of fight the power, if you will. The SEC regulates the financial markets. The SEC is not a criminal. The SEC can't put people in jail, in prison. They can just go after money and take away your licenses and things like that. I had a Series 3, Series 65 FINRA licenses, was a registered investment advisor, all this stuff. You just take tests and study and get your licenses. It makes you more educated, but more certified. Investors feel better when you have those licenses behind you. Like they feel better when you have master's degrees from Emory and Cambridge and Oxford and Harvard and wherever. So I started my first fund in 2009. From 2009 to 2020, the SEC had examined my fund 3 times, which is par for the course. And it was very successful. Like, the performance was very good. So it made sense that they would come in and be like, make sure you're not Bernie Madoff. Make sure you're not just making up returns and pocketing all this money. And I spent a ton of money to do all the things that giant funds have done, the third-party administrators, the big 4 accounting firms to do the audits, the top-tier brokers, all of the things that billion-dollar funds did, I did even when I was running, $20 million. When I was that's a lot of money, but in the hedge fund world, that's pennies. That's a lemonade stand. So, but I had all that infrastructure in place. So when they came in and did the examination, it sucked because it was expensive, because you got to hire a lawyer. That's $50,000 at the drop of a hat. It takes the SEC the amount of time to fill out one of those forms. It's a subpoena, which sounds, very threatening, and it's very scary because it's an official subpoena for the United States government. It's got the seal at the top and everything. And it's really just a request for information. But you have to hire a lawyer, and now you've got to get all of your records, all of your emails, all of your statements, broker statements, all of your trades, everything. It's called open kimono. You've opened your kimono, you're let them see inside and underneath the covers and under the hood and everything. It's fine. It sucked because it's a hell of a lot of work that you don't want to do because you've got other stuff you need to be working on, especially me having kind of 2 professions running parallel to each other, working as a NOC and working as a hedge fund manager. Now I've got this other basically full-time job of compiling all this other information. And then you got to pay a lawyer to put it all together, get it bait stamped, submit it to the SEC, make sure you're doing everything right. Because if you try to do it yourself, you're going to screw up, and they're going to use that to get you. Because that's what they do. That's their job. It's not to help people prove they're innocent, is to find guilty people. And if they're on the fringe and they need a few more scalps on the wall that month to hit their quota, this guy's probably guilty. Let's go ahead and fine him $10 million, take away his license. But they never found anything. 3 not investigations. That's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother level of coming after you. Inquiry. So I had 3 inquiries over 10 years, longer than that, 12 years. And then in 2020, and made it through all of them with flying colors. It sucked because, like I've already explained, it's expensive for the lawyers, and it's time consuming. And a lot of times the SEC doesn't even have the courtesy to say, okay, we're done. You're good to go. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's called a no action letter. They'll send you a letter. It never says like, congratulations, you're off the hook. It just says, we didn't find anything this time, but we aren't going to prosecute you, but, kind of keep your nose clean, because we're always watching. And that's their job. They're a regulator. So, no harm, no foul on that. If you aren't speeding, you don't mind if a cop's on your ass. But like Warren Buffett says, if a cop follows you for 200 miles, you're going to get a ticket, because you're eventually going to, go 1 mile over the speed limit or cross the line a little bit or something. His quote, not mine. I say, if you never do anything, then you should never get a ticket unless you got a dirty cop. But so that's the backstory. In 2020, in December of 2020, and this is COVID had started in China, but it hadn't become a thing in the United States yet. I got another inquiry started, got a new subpoena. They wanted all the information. So here we go again. There's now it's not 50 grand because we're in 2020. It's like 70 grand because that's what lawyers do. They don't get any less expensive over the years. If inflation goes up 3%, lawyers go up 13%, or 30%. So I'm like, man, that's an analyst. I could hire an analyst for that money, but now I've got to pay it to a compliance lawyer to make sure we give all this stuff to the SEC correctly. So we do. Had a great lawyer. That was 2020, 2021, 2022. The war starts. I'm running the fund the whole time. I'm still working as a NOC. The whole thing is, pre-COVID. Get the inquiry. Don't think anything of it other than this is going to be a pain in the ass and I'm going to have to pay this lawyer to make sure I do everything correctly. Jumping 2021, 2022, the war starts in February. I go over in March, a couple of weeks after the war started, after Russia invaded, right after the Winter Olympics, actually. So they waited. Still nothing. 2022, this is when I'm over there and I'm seeing the corruption. I'm speaking, I'm protesting. I'm not with a sign and a stick, but you guys need to stop doing this. 2023 spring, I get a target letter out of the blue. Haven't heard from the SEC in over 2 years. I would call my lawyer every 6 months or so and be like, have you heard anything from the SEC? He's like, no. I'm like, call him. Cause he went to law school with one of the people who were in my case. There's this is out of the Atlanta office, which is where I lived for many years. At this point, I was living in Miami Beach, had an office, and was living part-time in New York City. Again, major airports, all that good stuff. But the SEC, where I started, the SEC group was out of Atlanta, which is where I started my first fund. So for whatever reason, they were the ones who kind of still regulated me, I guess. So over 2 years go by, every 6 months or so, for the first year, I would ask my lawyer to reach out to his law school friend, or law school, or they worked at the same firm. They knew each other. They were friendly, as they all are. Everybody in that industry, and every criminal defense lawyer is friendly in one way or another with the assistant U.S. attorneys, and they all golf together and then come in and argue in the courtroom. And so it's really a incestuous mix that we're exposed to. But so when he would ask, the first time it was after every couple months, then it was like every 6 months. But every time he would ask, they would say, yeah, just send us updated information. So that's more money. Now I've got to go back for the past 4 weeks and get all my emails, all my statements, all my trades, package those, send those to my lawyers. He's got to bait stamp them and all that. Send those to the SEC. Nothing would happen. So after a year, just stopped. And this had happened before. Like they had wrapped up their inquiries and just not letting me know, not letting my lawyer know. My lawyer's like, hey, where do we stand on this? They just stopped responding. So after a year, we just think it's over and done with. Another year goes by. All right, yeah, nothing, dead in the water. If anything, maybe a new inquiry because it's been 2 years. And they're regulators, and I was doing well. I was coming through, well, this is before COVID, but we did well during COVID. When the COVID crashed, we actually made money. But in the spring of 2023, I get a target letter from the SEC, not from the DOJ at this point, from the SEC saying you're a target. So they escalated it to an investigation. And I was like, these guys haven't been around for over 2 years. And suddenly they're saying I'm breaking the law. Like, what have they been doing for 2 years? If I'm breaking the law, why have they not kicked in the door and shut me down? And I'm still running full speed. So, but it turns out, I guess, unless they think you're actively stealing money and, for a true Ponzi scheme or something, like you're going to run off to Russia or North Korea or somewhere with that money, they're not necessarily going to shut you down until they're ready to like truly prosecute you. So they may let you go. I don't know what the percentage is, but they don't always shut you down. So they started an investigation on me, and right on the heels of that was the DOJ. And this is, now we're talking criminal. And supposedly their investigations, the SEC is separate from the DOJ, but their investigations were running in parallel. They weren't running in parallel. None of this came out all of this came straight from my Ukraine work. Some very powerful people called some very, very powerful people. Some very, very powerful people called some very powerful people in the U.S. government and said, we need you to find something on this guy. And it's called defanging. We need you to defang this guy. It's like the fangs of a snake. Take the fangs out of a snake, the snake's harmless. Poisonous snakes anyway. You got your constrictors and your anacondas and all that. But the term serves of, we need you to ruin this guy's reputation, so if he blows the whistle, nobody's going to believe him. So brand him a liar, find something on him, convict him, get him to plead, whatever you need to do it before this guy blows the whistle. I had no intentions of blowing the whistle. They didn't know that. They just know I was overtly in Ukraine, not overtly saying it on social media or to the common man of like, these guys are stealing, but saying it kind of out loud of like, you guys are stealing. And if the guy walking down the street wants to hear me say that, okay. But so that started the targeting. And so the SEC kicked it off first, and then the DOJ was right on their heels. And then it's just a shit show of like, what, we think that you're doing all this crazy stuff with money. And they never mentioned Ponzi scheme. They actually said in every conversation we ever had and every correspondence we ever had, they actually said, we know you're not stealing any money. Like, so, and we didn't know what they were doing, what they were coming with. Now I'm hiring more lawyers. I'm hiring former prosecutors, ended up with 6 lawyers total. Different ones on the case at different times, but at any given time, it'd be 4 or 5 working in some form or facet. And so this all goes down pretty quickly. I got that target letter from the SEC in the spring of 2023, about a year after I went to Ukraine, and about only a few months after I'd really been protesting because winter had come and like people are freezing to death. And like, that's a whole nother situation. So we don't know what's going to happen. My lawyers are like, I can't get an answer from anybody. And then at some point they suggest a reverse proffer. And people probably know this, and I'll try not to kind of regurgitate everything that all your other guests say, but to educate people who are hearing all this story that know nothing about the DOJ, Department of Justice. Department of Justice is DOJ. Bureau of Prisons, which is a whole other shit show, is full of terrible people, is the BOP. So for those who don't know, I know 99% of the people that watch this, of course, they know that. But so the DOJ offered us a reverse proffer. Let me say my case, and it wasn't for my hedge fund. We did find out they weren't targeting my hedge fund, which had hundreds of million, over $100 million in assets under management. They looked at it, they wanted to target it, but they couldn't because there were too many checks and balances in place of all the things that these multi-billion dollar funds do. I had all that infrastructure in place. So I'm outsourcing the accounting, I'm outsourcing the brokerage, I'm outsourcing the audits. So I'm not touching anybody's money ever. Like if you are an investor of mine and you want money, you send a request directly to the accountant or to the administrator, which is an accountant, and they wire you your money. Like all I do is make the trades. So there's no way for me to steal money. You can thank Bernie Madoff for that. Before Bernie Madoff, it was a whole different story. But after Bernie Madoff, the new regulations came in. So they offer a reverse proffer, and but they had come after my management company, the company that ran and managed the hedge fund. So when I started that company in 2016, I thought, all right, I want a runway. Like any startup, you go to investors and you say, I'm going to build this business, and this business could fill in the blank. Nightclubs, it could be restaurants, it could be a lemonade stand, it could be a tech company, it could be a podcast company, you name it. But I want to raise X amount of money, and that'll give us 2 years. If my math is correct on my spreadsheets and burn rates and all this and projections, that's going to give us 2 or 3 years to where we can lose money to give us time to get in the market and start our business. And like most startups do in any industry, you lose money for the first, really, I think on average is 3 years before you even break even. And then you don't really turn a profit until like year 5. That's on average for most startups. I think that's a little tech focused, but on general, you can kind of, if you start a new business, unless you've got a magic wand, you can kind of count on losing money for the first year, 2 or 3 on average. Again, some people go out of business in 2 years. Some people turn into unicorns and, go from 0 to $1 billion valuation in 6 months. So you just never know, but those are outliers. Well, the unicorn's an outlier. Bankrupt's more common than anything. Most companies just go out of business no matter what the company. But so I had targeted like $3 million for that raise for the management company. So to kind of give you an idea of what that is, if you think of like a mutual fund company like Vanguard or Fidelity or even Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan, those are the management companies. Underneath those companies, you have mutual funds and bond funds and treasuries and all these different instruments that they create and the funds that they manage. But on the higher level, it's the Vanguards and the Fidelities. That's what my company was. It's called Highguard Capital. And that's what they invested in. And that controlled the hedge fund. And my goal was to have multiple hedge funds and become, the next Goldman Sachs, the next Fidelity. But, you start with one thing, and then as you make money on that, you get bigger and bigger. We ventured into venture capital a little bit. But the main hedge fund was the big thing. So they couldn't find anything on the hedge fund. So they targeted the management company. So we're talking, ultimately, the number that they finally came up with ended up being like $2.8 million. And as you probably know, like the numbers these guys come up with are almost like I don't know, think of a number between 1 and a zillion. And somebody goes, 30,250,743. And they go, done. Let's go after him for that. And I'm not joking. Like, that is not an exaggeration. Like, especially when you talk to some of these Medicare fraud, guys who went in for Medicare fraud, who are like, who will admit guilt. And they're like, yeah, like this pharma rep paid me $102,000, but like my restitution is $73,456,000 because every script turned into some other amount. And that's the total that the government went after just because they could. So they did, because screw you, you're a bad guy and we're going to take you down. And you know, we know that story and most of your listeners know that story, but they prosecuted me out of the main. So this is like $2.8 million total. It's not 28 million. It's not 280 million. It's not 2.8 billion. It's 2.8 million, which is no small amount of money, but in the grand scheme of finance, again, we're talking pennies here. That's a good week of dinners at Goldman Sachs, like in the city, and maybe a few private jet rides, you know, to Amsterdam or somewhere. But the groups that prosecuted me were out of Washington, D.C. This is the A team. This is the dream team from the DOJ. They didn't come out of Atlanta. They didn't come out of Miami. They didn't come out of New York. They came out of Washington, D.C., where I've never worked, never lived, never had any business whatsoever. But they've got the heavy hitters. This is the group that took down like WorldCom and Enron and the major players. Same with the FBI. The FBI field office out of Washington, D.C., where their most elite agents work, were the ones that came after me. $2.8 million alleged fraud scheme where they admitted on day one no money was missing. So if no money's missing, what's the crime? So we're all ears. They're like, come up for the reverse proffer and we'll tell you. So we flew up to Washington. And that was, I said earlier, like Washington's always been a great place. When I'm riding in, I think I drove just because I like road trips. And, you know, passing all the monuments and stuff. And I'm thinking, I love seeing all this history. And again, a very patriotic guy who's less patriotic at this point, because I'm thinking, what kind of country do I live in where they're coming after me? What is it like? What kind of mistake are they making here? This is stupid. We're going to clear all this up like today in this reverse proffer. But the reverse proffer is, you know, I think, you know, it's a listening exercise. It's not an argument exercise. It's not a negotiation. You're just there to listen to their case. And what a reverse proffer is, again, to tell any of your audience that doesn't know, you go in with the DOJ, with the Department of Justice attorneys, and they tell you all the bad things that they're going to charge, all the crimes that they're going to charge you with, all the ways that they're going to put you behind bars for the maximum amount of time, which in my case was 20 years. So we go in and it wasn't like any cool building at the FBI. It was some nondescript building in the middle of Washington, you know, a few blocks from everything, from the White House and everything. But it was just a rundown office with cubicles and worn out carpet and upholstery coming off the chairs in the boardroom, like this tired boardroom. And I'm just like, man, I can understand why these people are miserable. Like, if I had to come to work here every day, you know, I would be miserable too. But we go in and there are 4 or 5 attorneys there, Department of Justice attorneys. I think the FBI agent was there who turned out to be a total piece of shit. And one of the attorneys, this is one of their props, I guess. And I'm biting my tongue as I go in, and as they start their thing, I've got to bite my tongue to keep from laughing. But one of the things, I don't know if they did this with you, but they had a giant stack of like legal books. Like when you go to like a lawyer's office and they have the whole just bookcase after bookcase of books that are like this thick. They're like twice the thickness of a phone book. Mm-hmm. They're stacked up like 2 or 3 feet. They're like this high. And then like one point, one of the guys like pats it, like, this is what we're going to throw at you kind of thing. And I'm just like, I'm rolling my eyes. And again, like, they don't know anything about my intelligence life. My lawyers don't know anything about my intelligence life. Because I knew that would complicate things. And I knew my lawyers would probably double my rate. And I've already paid them many hundreds of thousands of dollars at this point. Because I think we're going to trial. I'm like, whatever they say, we're fighting this. Like, I can't believe I live in a country that's even going to think about prosecuting me, not because I'm some super government employee or agent or officer or anything, but just because I'm an American citizen who's running a legitimate company and making money for, teachers' retirement funds and helping little old ladies and things like this. And oh, by the way, I just evacuated, 300 women and children from getting their brains blown out in Ukraine. And now they all have happy lives and are well fed and sleep in warm beds every night in Europe and the United States. So anyway, not trying to pat myself on the back, but like, I'm thinking like, I'm a good guy here. Like, what's going on? Why is this happening? And whatever the reason is, like, let's fix it. So we go in, and I know at this point they're coming after me. I don't know who's behind it yet, but like, they're coming. Like, they don't offer you a reverse proffer unless they really want to put pressure on you and scare the hell out of you. So we go in and they try their best to scare me. And they rattled off like 30 different things of all the things I've done. And all of it was a complete and total joke. It was like, you switched banks and you had multiple brokerage accounts and you had this and you had that and you did this. And I didn't say a word, but I'm just thinking, well, of course I did. Like, that's a good fiduciary. Like, you have multiple brokerage accounts because guess what? What was it? 10, 12 years ago, brokerages went out of business overnight. And people's money disappeared and got frozen. So like, you need a backup plan. Like, all these things, I'm just thinking, you've got nothing, man. This is a joke. This is like beyond laughable. So, and turns out like one of the prosecutors apparently hated me because I would pause. Like, this doesn't disclose anything. It was a woman, but I didn't really tell you who she is or anything, but she's the one kind of rattling off everything. And they've got a PowerPoint and all this stuff. And again, I'm just like, well, that's not right. And that's wrong. And I don't know where you're getting that from. And those three things you just said aren't even a crime. So like, switching banks is not a crime. But I would stop her every now and then because she's just rattling it off. And I'm like, hold on a second. What did you say? I'm trying to take notes in this. My lawyers are taking notes because they're not giving us anything. We can't leave with any of this. They're not giving us a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. They just expect us to absorb all these things. And they tell you, I guess, about like 80%, 90% of what they're going to hit you with. And they hold back. Like, maybe my lawyer said, they just hold back some. They're going to scare you with the biggest guns. They're going to show you their biggest guns. I don't know if they did or not, but their biggest guns were slingshots you make out of in study hall with paper clips and a rubber band. They had nothing. And I walked out of there smiling. And I mean, I literally did this when I walked out. We walked out, and I've never done this before in my life. But I was like, guys, we got nothing to worry about. I was like, this is going to be fun. I know these guys are coming at this point. So I'm thinking, man, we're going to embarrass these guys. Like, I'm going to make them lose their job. If they're going to target me like this, and I still don't know why at this point, if they're going to target me, like, who the hell they think they are? Like, I'm a good guy. I haven't done anything wrong. And they kind of just proved my case for me in the reverse proffer. Like, of all the things that I've done right, everything, 99% of what they said up there, we're going to use their words to show that was actually what you're supposed to do when you run a hedge fund. And these people don't know jack shit about a hedge fund. They just know how to put scalps on the wall and go after target whoever they target. It's not just, they're going after fraud. They're not necessarily going after hedge fund fraud. especially derivatives trading, which again is a small little niche of the industry. So I'm like, we have nothing to worry about here. And both of my lawyers, both former prosecutors, were like, not so fast. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, they said this and they said that and they said this. And I was like, no, all that's fine. Like I have solid answers for all that stuff. And my lawyers knew most of everything, but they didn't know everything about everything just because I didn't, there's just so many moving parts in running a hedge fund. But I'm happy to clue them in on everything, whatever they felt like they were missing. Because again, nothing to hide. And we went and had a drink, like at a hotel, down the street, or maybe back at their hotel. And by the time we were done with that drink, they were like, we need to settle this. And I was like, you're out of your mind. No way. And they're like, well, here's what they're going to do. And then they gave me the game plan, because they're both former prosecutors. They know the game plan. They've run the game plan. They helped write the game plan. And they're going to spin it this way, and they're going to make you look bad. And another thing the DOJ did, it's called, not jurisdiction shopped, but that may be it, district shopped, something like that. They prosecuted me out of, so the country is divided into federal districts, as obviously but for the people listening that don't, they didn't prosecute me out of New York. They didn't prosecute me out of Miami or Atlanta or even Mississippi, where I was born and raised. They prosecuted me out of the Southern District of Ohio. Again, like Washington, where I've never lived, never worked, I've been to Ohio State just to see the campus. That was it's Columbus, Ohio. That was my extent of experience in Ohio, basically. But yet my case came out of Ohio. And the reason they did it was because the Southern District was notorious for punishing and prosecuting white-collar defendants. So that was my jurisdiction. And as it turns out, Citibank, where I banked and all my funds banked, who cut me off immediately after I pled, or very soon after I pled, as did my Black Card, my credit cards, all my other banks, my brokerage accounts, as they do, maybe with everybody, but they certainly did with me. Citibank had computer servers in that district. So because money had moved through those servers, that allowed that to be the district. So go figure. Turned out to be sort of a blessing. I got a little lucky. My judge turned out to be great, but by the time that drink was over, they were like, you need to plead, and here's how they're going to spin it. And I still didn't believe it. I was like, I live in a country where justice prevails and the innocent don't go to jail and blah, 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 blah. We're going to fight this. And I've got great lawyers and you guys are great lawyers and don't sell yourself short. And we go back, like I left Washington the next day thinking like, we're going to fight this, but still thinking like these guys really want to settle. And like, if they really want to settle, that's not a good thing. Like I figured they would come out of there being gung-ho to fight. And I think part of it too, I learned this kind of in camp of like just the whole machine of, especially coming, no disrespect to these lawyers, but coming from being former prosecutors, they're pre-wired to settle. So in most lawyers in cases, in financial cases and in wire fraud cases, I think everybody just kind of wants to settle because that's the easy thing to do. The government absolutely wants to settle. There's data out the ass of if like this number's not right, but it's close, like 97% of all cases settle. And if like 2% change their mind, if that number dropped to only like 95%, the whole system would grind to a halt because they can't hold it. The system, the number of judges, the number of prosecutors, they can't absorb that just a few more people that say, no, I want to go to court. As long as it takes to go to court already, it would just grind to a halt and they'd be like, your court date's 7 years from now. So they want settles, and that keeps the machine running. So I go back to I guess I was in Florida at that time. They go back to Atlanta. And at some point in this is in the summer of 2023. At some point in this, I learn who's behind it. And I'm like, oh, shit. I'm fucked. But I'm a fighter, so let's fight it. Then my lawyer's like, look, we'll fight it. We'll take your money, we'll do the best job we can. But here's what they're going to do. And this is why I mentioned Columbus or Ohio earlier. Like, they're going to see you as this rich, white, straight, fat cat, Wall Street asshole hedge fund manager who's hurting everybody in the world because you're a rich, white, fat cat hedge fund manager, because Wall Street guys are all villains. That's the picture they're going to paint. And they're going to be talking to a jury in Columbus, Ohio. And you're not going to get many hedge fund managers on that jury because there aren't any in Ohio, or there aren't very many in Ohio. And the ones that are, they're going to strike from the jury immediately. So you're going to be talking to people that have never even heard the term hedge fund, who are just, good middle American, God-fearing Americans who get up and go to their normal jobs, non-financial world, derivatives where the language is Greek, and complex even to other people that work on Wall Street. These are bus drivers and cafeteria workers and business owners, sure, and very smart people potentially, but people that don't know what you do. And so when the government stands up and say, you've got an offshore fund, they're going to immediately think there's something wrong with that, even though you have to have an offshore fund to accept money from nonprofits and from investors outside of the country. So it's something that every hedge fund does. Anyway, like a dozen things like that can sound very suspicious or nefarious, but are just the normal course of business and actually required to not break the law, to stay legal. So, all this, like, this is how they're going to spin it. This is how they're going to spin it. And I'm like, and I've studied behavioral psychology. So I'm like, I know a little bit of how people work. I know how their minds work, or I've studied that. I've done the research on it. I've been training for, whatever it was, 15, 20 years at this point, of how to manipulate people and how to get people to do what you want. And I was like, their game plan's pretty good. And my lawyers are like, yeah, they've been working on it for 100 years, or since the modern justice system was really created. So they're experts at it. That's what they're trained for. And I'm like, I'll testify. And they're like, if you testify, they're going to make you look like you killed Abraham Lincoln and JFK. And that you're stealing baby. And, no, you can't testify. So I found out who was behind it. These guys are chirping in my ear how there's no way you can fight the system. One of my lawyers, who was not one of the two that went up to Washington with me, but he said this at some point in the mix. And I don't like cussing any more than I have to, even though I was a sailor and a Wall Street trader, which gives me allowance and it's hard not to cuss every other breath. But one of my lawyers said, look, Mike, when you fight the justice system, or no, he didn't say when you fight. He said, when the justice system of the most powerful country in the world wants to fuck you, you're going to get fucked. It's just a matter of how bad it's going to be. And again, when he told me that, it was before the reverse proffer and before everything kind of really went down, before I found out who was behind it. I was like, no way. I can't believe that. I can't believe I've fought for this country. I've taken a bullet for this country. I put my life on the line for this country for decades and sacrificed a lot I'm single. I've never been married. I don't have any kids. I don't have cool tattoos that I would have liked, all this little stuff, big stuff, that I've done because I absolutely wanted to do it, but all the things that I could have done had I not chosen to devote my life to this country. I can't believe I live in a country who would not turn their back on one who served because they didn't know, my years in intelligence. They knew I was a veteran. They knew I'd gone to the Naval Academy, but didn't know any of the other parts, but just that they would do to an American, period. Like, we don't live in a country where where the justice system turns on its own citizens. That's what they do in the countries that I'm trying to take down, that I'm trying to thwart, that I'm trying to get regime changes in. That's what the bad guys do. It's not what Americans do. Well, yes, it is. And that's what you know. And that's what most people listening to this know. And that's what a lot of people that will hear your podcast for the first time because of me are now hearing. And the problem with an hour after this podcast ends or an hour after they turn it off is they're going to forget about it. So we could say the most eloquent thing about how corrupt the system is and how bad the system is, and not even going into the BOP, which is a whole nother pit of vipers and cesspool. But how much the system needs to be changed, how they target anybody that they want, et cetera, the things you've heard, but how just really corrupt the system is and how much of an overhaul it needs. And hopefully Trump's administration has taken some strides to do those things. I think, hiring, I think is the assistant BOP, who's actually a convicted felon. That's probably a pretty good start because he's been there, done that. But nobody outside the justice system knows how the system operates, and they don't want to because they figure, well, if the government's going after, if the cops are going after and the Justice Department's going after anybody, they probably did something bad because we live in America and justice prevails and you're innocent until proven guilty. And you and I both know that's not true at all. Like, I was guilty the day that I got that target letter. Now I've got to spend millions of dollars and thousands of hours and the stress and the chaos and all that thankfully the Stormcraft training helped me kind of navigating it through my intelligence training. But it didn't help my family, all the stress and worry that was thrown on them when they found out about this. And I kept everything from them until even when I pled, nobody knew that I pled. This wasn't a thing because my whole life had been in the shadows, except for, my overt life and running a hedge fund. So even when I pled guilty and when I was getting investigated, as quickly as it went, I thought, all right, I'll go to Ohio and I'll plead, which I finally decided to do. I'll come back to that in a second. I'll try to not keep you for 10 more hours. When the DOJ targeted they didn't target, but they threatened to target my family. So my mom has passed away at this point. My dad died when I was 20. So when I was in Annapolis. So my mom died in 2022, early 2022. Which is part of the reason why I kind of was overt and out in the public in Ukraine, even though I was going to the front lines. I was like, my sisters can handle it. But I wouldn't want to worry my mom with it. So I probably would have stayed covert had my mom still been alive. But she had a stroke and passed, unfortunately. And that was, it was a surprise, but all the more reason to go out and help people who can't help themselves. So when Ukraine happened, which was a huge deal at the time and still is to an effect, but it's been put on the world's back burner. But back on point, I found out who was behind it. They threatened to target my sisters. Not in anything that I was doing, but just in general. They're like, we're fine. Your sister does this. Your other sister does that. One's kind of in the public eye. We'll find something. We can. Or we can find something we can spin. And we've done it before because your lawyers have told you. And they threatened to go after some of my co-volunteers that had nothing to do with any of my covert stuff, nothing to do with anything in the intelligence community or intelligence world, just people trying to help other people who needed help. Yeah, we're going to go after them too. Not just overtly, but this is all kind of back channel type conversations and stuff. And I'm like, well, that's not good. And of course they're going to threaten. Like, you hear that, like everybody that I was in, every white collar guy I know anyway, that fought it, you know, or that even if they took plea deals, their families were threatened too. Some of them, if they fought it, they went after. Like one guy I was in with, his wife was in another prison because he fought it. If he had just taken the plea, she would have been fine. But they were like, you haven't done anything wrong. She said, fight it. Next thing you know, she's indicted too. So it happens. And, you know, my lawyers are like, you cannot win this. And if you fight it, you're going to go to jail for many, many years. If you plead, maybe, you know, we can keep that on the lower end. And then I'm just like, F this. There's no way. And then finally one of my lawyers, and I'll never say which one, but he said, Mike, you know, they're going to spin this however they want to spin it to make you look like you killed JFK and that you started COVID and that, you know, they can say whatever they want. And it's up to us to prove that you didn't do these things. And I was like, I can't believe that they would do that. And he goes, and he said, if they don't think that they have enough, they'll just make some stuff up to throw it in there. And I was like, no freaking way. He goes, Mike, I've done it. I know they do it. That was my job. That's why I was good at what I do. And he didn't say it in a way that like they always made up stuff against people. But when people above you are like, find something on this guy, and if you don't find something, we'll find somebody who will find something. Because you got to realize, and people listening need to realize, the Department of Justice and all of these different departments are Bureau of Prison, et cetera, FBI, they're all bureaucracies. And the number one rule in a bureaucracy is don't do anything to get fired. Like, don't do anything to rock the boat. And then it becomes like, okay, what do I need to do not to serve justice, but to get promoted? Because that's more important to me. I need to get promoted. I need to move up on this ladder. I need to, by this age or this tenure of my career. And then, you know, for the DOJ, I need to be this by year 2. I need to be this by year 5. And then I'll go out in private practice and start defending these guys and start making, you know, a few $1 million a year as a defense lawyer. And they do. And they do both. They follow that trajectory, and then they do make that money because guys like you and me hire them because they know the game plan. And to be able to do that, if they need to, they will make stuff up, which they certainly did in my case. And unfortunately, so did the FBI in my case. The only people who've been decent in this whole thing have been my probation people since I've been on supervised release. I've got a very good probation officer. But so when they threatened to target my family, compounded with all this other stuff, and then, you know, the going to trial and, you know, the penalty that happens most of the time. Like if you fight it and lose, you're not going to prison for 2 years. You're going to prison for like 12. You get taxed, you get penalized for fighting it because F you for fighting it and not just taking the plea deal. So I took a plea. It was hard. I think I made that very evident. But to protect these people and knowing all that I knew, and I learned from the intelligence who was behind it, the fact that it was basically unwinnable, and the money that was going to be involved and the time, my business was cooked. You know, as soon as my investors found out that I was under investigation, which nobody knew at that point, I wasn't under obligation to disclose it to the investors. As soon as because they never indicted me. Like they never shut down my business. They never indicted me. No cop cars or FBI agents outside my house, nothing like that, ever. They just wanted to brand me as a liar. So if I blew the whistle, they could say that, oh, well, this guy's a liar. He's a convicted felon. Of course, like who's listening to him? So there was no need for the indictment and the kicking in the doors and all that stuff. And, you know, first time offender, nonviolent, and all the volunteer work I had done. So I finally begrudgingly decided to take the plea. And this is, it just goes from kind of bad to worse and just another bite of the shit sandwich on there. And I'll run through this as quickly as possible. But like when I pled, the point system for everybody out there, when they're racking up felonies to throw at you in the financial world anyway, there's just a matrix, there's a chart, and every little thing that they can think of is like 2 points or 4 points. So you used a computer, so that's 2 points, and it was over $1 million, so that's 16 points, and it was this and that, and blah, 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 all these little nitpicky things. When I pled, there was no negotiation. They just strong-armed me on that because I was like, here's what you're going to say, because I have been through many negotiations and learned all those tactics from in the intelligence community, and then certainly in the Wall Street world. Like, so in my mind, I think I'm a really, really good negotiator, and I've got a proven track record of kind of being a very solid negotiator. Again, that's why I think like I could probably help expedite this whole Ukrainian-Russian thing pretty quickly, relatively quickly, because nothing moves quickly over there. But, was kind of thinking that in the whole run up to all of this happening, and maybe something could happen at the end on the other side of all of this. But so I'm thinking we're going to go negotiate this. And my lawyers are real quick, like, this isn't a negotiation. We can ask them and kind of try to, elbow in the ribs. Come on, like, this isn't a big deal. It was, $2 million or whatever. So eventually the points that I pled to, whatever the points totaled, equaled and they agreed to their ranges, as again, but on these points, do you remember what the ranges are? Like from 3 years minimum to they're all recommendations. So the judge, for people who don't know, there's just a chart. It's like an Excel spreadsheet, and it's got the points on the side, and then out beside it are columns, first time offender, second time offender, third time offender, all the way. And whatever your points, you just scroll across, and the judges, it gives the judge can do whatever he wants. He can give you a bare minimum sentence, or he can max you out. If he doesn't like you, or if you come in and try to be a smart ass or say, anything, he can give you the maximum. He's not bound by any of this, but that spreadsheet gives him a pretty good him or her, a pretty good guideline of the sentencing range. So, and the ranges, if I remember correctly, I want to say they're like 3 or 5 years. That may be too broad, but so the minimum for me, and the justice, they did agree to this. This was in writing, thankfully. They did agree to the minimum of whatever my range was. So if it was from like 2 years to 5 years, they didn't come into court going, you need to send him for 5 years. They came in and saying, yeah, we're okay with 2 years. Well, my number equated to 2 years and 9 months. So 2.75 years. So a little bit, let's call it 3 years. And I thought, all right, well, I've done enough good things in my life, from the Naval Academy to all the way to Ukraine, to coming out, to leaving the Naval Academy, taking care of my mom, saving my business. When my mom was ill later in her life, I put my whole career, intelligence and hedge fund, on the back burner, came back to Mississippi for several months to help take care of her, help take some stress off of my sister who lived in my hometown, and just be there to be a good son and a decent human being for the person I love the most on the planet, my mother, who was not healthy. The stroke was a surprise that ultimately killed her, but she wasn't healthy for several years leading up to that. And so, all these things, I'm like, okay, in my rose-colored, I'm still trying to squint through some rose-colored glasses on all this. And I think, all right, I can turn 2.75 years into 0. I think I can do that. And my lawyer's like, you're going to jail for like at least 2.5 years, at least 2.5 years. You need to get ready for that. You need to get your head right. And I was like, no way. And so again, telling you what, of course, you already know. Once you plead, before it goes I may have my memory wrong on this. I think maybe even before you go to, because you sign a plea agreement, and then at some point later you go to court and actually stand before the judge and plead.
Yep, and then you go back for sentencing after that.
Right. So for me, that was 6 months later, and it's when does the PSR start?
Right in between the guilty plea and the sentencing.
Of the plea in person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's when the shit hit the fan in my life. When I pled, again, I drive up to Columbus, Ohio, and, kind of slink into court by myself, no family, no support system. Again, I'm single. My lawyer, one of my lawyers was there, I assume. I can't even remember. But go in and plead. And then I'm driving across from Ohio to see a buddy in North Carolina. And then I guess I was heading back to Florida. I can't even remember. Because I'm a nomad at this time. When COVID hit New York, I gave up my apartment in New York and was just a nomad. I was in Europe for most of the time. Again, Ukrainian war. But when I was in the States, I would just stay in hotels and stay in, extended stay hotels. In Florida, it has notoriously cheap hotels, because of all the vacationers and stuff. So kind of in the off season, they're very cheap. So anyway, my phone starts blowing up and, people start finding out. I haven't told anybody. Well, come to find out, because I'll forget to say this later, I think it was at this point, the FBI agent who had interviewed dozens, I don't even know how many people, dozens of people. I've tried to get FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests. They've shut me down on those. And one of that's a whole other story. I won't bore you with in this, but one of them came back and said, it's going to take us 7.5 years to fill this FOIA request for this case that lasted less than a year and was for like $2.8 million, 7.5 years. And I'm like, this is another reason why this is like a huge FU to Michael Wayne, because this is what they were going for, is to target me, make up stuff against me, effectively frame me, take me down, and then cover up the truth of this by saying things like, it's going to take 7.5 years. You think in 7.5 years I'm going to actually receive anything? Of course not. I received something else from another department. I can't remember which department, because I put in FOIA requests to everybody, FBI, DOJ, SEC, BOP, as soon as I got out. I haven't gotten anything from anybody. I got a letter about a week ago, actually, that said, hey, it's been a year. It was an email. It's been a year since you put in your FOIA request, over a year. It's been like 14 months or something. Are you still interested in getting that information? If so, email this email address. And it wasn't the email address that it came from. And I'm thinking, are you kidding me? That's like, that's like being on hold with AT&T or something for like, a day. And then they come on and go, hey, are you still good to be on hold? Or don't you really want to hang up right now? Because you can hang up if you want to. Otherwise, you're going to be back on hold. And you're going, okay, I guess I'm done. Click. And I was like, no, of course I still want this stuff.
So they leaked the press release about your arrest, or?
So, yes. So as you know, and as we all know who've been through this, when I pled guilty, like as I'm walking out of the courtroom, there's a press release
by the DOJ.
By the DOJ and or SEC saying, multi-million-dollar Ponzi scheme. Nobody said Ponzi scheme. In this reverse proffer, when I walked, I don't know if there are transcripts of this or not. I got transcripts of my plea, when I was sentenced, my sentencing hearing, because the judge made a whole speech of what a great guy I was. I thought he was going to let me off. He didn't, but I'll get to that in a second. But and when I went to the reverse proffer, the first thing that the lady who hated me, I guess the most or at all, said, we know you didn't steal any money. We know all the money's accounted for. So that's not what we're here, but we don't care. Let me tell you why you're going down. Not in so many words. She did say, we know you haven't stolen any money. We know that all the money's accounted for, but you're still going down. So then they proceeded to make a laughable case that my lawyers didn't think was so laughable just because the way they spin it and everything. We've already talked about that. So in all of this, my entire case, entire investigation, whatever you want to call it, nobody ever said hedge fund. Or excuse me, nobody ever said Ponzi scheme.
And they put that in the press release.
That was the press release. So I'm halfway across Ohio or West Virginia or somewhere driving east, and my phone starts blowing up from people who don't call me. Both of my sisters, back to back, voicemail. Why is she calling me now? Voicemail. One of my best friends who knew this, who didn't know about the DOJ, but knew the SEC was knocking around because he had been on my board. So they interviewed him. Of course, he had nothing but good things to say. Nobody had anything bad to say. I'll tell you what I ultimately pled for in a second. But so my phone starts blowing up. It's about 4 or 5 people, and that was it. But that was enough. So I start listening to the messages, and they're all like, so my buddy and his wife, who's now one of my good friends too, they both independently call me, and they're like, man, I just heard, like, I'm so sorry. Please give me a call. Let me know what you need. My sisters call me, and they're both individually. They're not together. Like, one's in New York, one's in Mississippi at the time, still is. And they're freaking out, dude. I've never heard them sound like that before in my life. They were calling like they were calling someone who was on the ledge of the Empire State Building about to jump. Like they were trying to talk that person off. They were crying, Mike, just please call me back. Please call me back. Whatever's happening, it's not that bad. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, first of all, how do they even know this? The FBI agent forwarded it to everybody that he could think of, which did not include my sisters. Maybe my friend in that was on, that had been on my board. That's how I found out that the FBI agent had done it. But he has sent this thing out to dozens of people, and in a blatant attack to just ruin my reputation, to get it out there that I'm now going to be. You're not really a convicted felon until you get sentenced. But that I had pled guilty to one felony count of wire fraud, because wire fraud is just a catch-all for any sort of fraud.
Yeah, anyone could get charged with that.
And that's the simplest thing to charge. And again, it had nothing to do with actually wiring money. It's like postal fraud or whatever. It's like if you've ever sent a piece of mail, like they could charge you for postal fraud, I guess. But so I'm like, well, shit, the cat's out of the bag, obviously. But I didn't know how much, and I just assumed maybe only those people know for whatever, or maybe only those people that the FBI agent emailed served no purpose of justice whatsoever. Like, and that's the big thing, even in my pardon petition, of like, here are all the things that all these bad people did just to get promoted, and basically just because they're attack dogs. When the master says sick 'em, they sick 'em. They don't give a shit if you're guilty or innocent. They just know they got to take you down, and they need a scalp on the wall because that's what they've been told to do. And if they don't do it, maybe they're probably not going to get fired, but maybe they get shifted from Washington, D.C. to the Netherlands, of any place they don't want to go. I don't want to name a terrible city because I don't want to have anyone in those cities that I may know get mad at me, but a place that they don't want to live or work, right? That's not Washington. That's not as fun and metropolitan and cultural as Washington, D.C. And that's what happens. If they don't do the master's bidding, then that's what happens. And they certainly don't get promoted. So in some small way, I think they're very corrupt people, and that just take people down just to take people down, or they take people down because that's their job, but they sort of maybe take pleasure in it. And they don't care about the repercussions, and they don't care about the consequences, and they don't care about justice, which is the main thing that every single person in the FBI and every single person that works for the Department of Justice should care about justice and serving justice, even in the face of your boss telling you to defang this guy, put some more scalps on the wall. You've got a quota, damn it, and we need you to hit your quota. So find some more criminals because they're out there. And if you can't find them, invent some because they're probably criminals. We just haven't caught them yet. So we go to the PSR. I am telling my lawyers the whole time, ask for zero. We're going to try to get probation. And of course, after, I don't know if this happened to you, but I think it's very common that they backdoored me. So 2 years and 9 months turned into 6.5 years. They added all these other incentives or other points to that spreadsheet.
To the PSR.
And the group or person or investigator, if you want to call them that does the PSRs, they're not even lawyers. Like as I learned this, I'm not even sure who they work for, if they work for the BOP or the DOJ, but the DOJ basically handed them a list and said, add these enhancements to to the plea deal or to the recommendation to the judge, sentencing guidelines, whatever, it's all labeled. So less than 3 years turns into a 6.5 year minimum. It was like 6.5 years to 9 years or something like that. But again, they agreed to the low end of the minimum. So I'm looking at 6.5 years now. And again, I'm furious. Multiple times through this whole process, I learned something new and I'm just like, I can't believe this is happening. This is beyond ridiculous. And this is another one. And I said, if I knew it was going to be 6.5 years, I never would have pled guilty. We would be fighting this because you think just logically 6.5 years, even if we go in and show a remarkable civil servant and humanitarian, it's not going to turn into zero because that's just asking for too much. And my lawyer's like, you'll be lucky to get 5. Anything at 5 or lower, you should, be doing back handsprings out of the courtroom in happiness. And I was like, I still can't believe this. I was like, we're still asking for 0. I don't give a shit if it's 16 years. We're still asking for 0. And the night before we turned in the PSR, when we had to finalize it and submit it to that investigator the next day, I said, okay, change 0 to 6 months. And so he did. And he was like, because his first draft was like 5.5 years or something like that. And I was like, no way, I told you 0. I was kind of irritated at my main lawyer. And so the PSR, or our rebuttal to the PSR is its own entity. So they interview you and they do all this and they create their own thing. The woman who did mine was in Florida. I'm not sure where she was, honestly. I was living in Florida at the time. She had no idea what she was doing. She had no idea about finance. She actually referred to me as a woman at one point. So she's just cutting and pasting from old PSRs, just half-assed doing her job, as 90% of the people that work in any of these jobs do, unfortunately. And we pay the price for that, unfortunately. The further you get down the chain, the less people actually work. The people up the chain, the prosecutors and the FBI agents seem to, in my experience, be more concerned about not screwing up and getting promotions than they are about serving justice. And then the further you get down the chain to like the PSR, probation, Bureau of Prisons, it feels to me, and again, this is just my experience. It's more about what's the smallest amount of work I can do and not get fired. So then you get PSRs that are gibberish and make no sense. You get PSRs that refer to the male defendant as a woman with the wrong last name, like all these things. And it's just, every time the phone rang or every time I got an email from my lawyer, it was like, all right, here's going to be another big bite of a giant shit sandwich. Cause that's just what it was. Every time, every piece of information was another piece of bad news. So you kind of think maybe, or I maybe naively thought when I pled, we're towards the end of it. No. And I knew, the prison was a possibility, but even before then, I was like, okay, we've all agreed on this. We're all kind of on the same team now. Their job is done. The DOJ's job is done. The FBI's job is done. They've won. And I said that multiple times. I was to my lawyer. I was like, why do they keep hammering this? They've won. Take the victory. Like, why does 2 3/4 years need to turn into 6.5 years? And I don't even think that had anything to do with the motivation of defanging me. I just think it had to do with that's just what they do. Like, because fuck you. You just pled guilty. And you've seen this, and anybody that's actually been to prison, and I don't want to spend 2 more hours talking about the whole prison experience, but the day you plead guilty, you are less than human. You are, in my experience of going to a camp, which was minimum security, I never saw bars, I never saw handcuffs, I never got strip searched. It was still a really shitty place, full of the dumbest, laziest, sadistic people that you could put in a working environment, who are all the COs and the warden and the case managers, and you name it. The education people for the most part. And you had some outliers there. You had a few good people that I hope don't get too corrupted by the terribleness of everybody else. But it's in their mind, we are stray dogs. And so my thought of most people, you can react to a stray dog walking down the street in 3 ways. Generally, you can feed it. And you got the 1 out of 100 person that will, and maybe take care of it and help it. You got 90 people of 100 that are just going to ignore it. Like, fuck that dog, screw him. He's a stray dog. I'm not going to help that dog. And he's taken up to me spending half a second looking at it was half a second. Now I'm mad at this dog because he took half a second of my life. And then you have 9 of those people, or whatever numbers remaining, that will actively go try to beat the dog. So that's that's my experience kind of going in prison. That's my prison experience in a nutshell. Once I finally got there, I was sentenced, to answer your question, to 1 year and a day. The prosecution asked for 6.5 years. Let me circle back to the judge in a second, but my prison experience, to jump ahead a bit, was basically they treated us all like stray dogs. They just didn't give a flying shit about any of us. And I was at a camp, man. This is where, like, the camps are designed for re-entry into society. The whole purpose of the camp, because they can let anybody out from any level of camp. You can, and I'm not sure if you stepped down, but most of the guys at my prison, my camp, were stepped down from higher level security.
Which camp were you at?
I was at Montgomery, Federal Prison Camp, Montgomery.
Okay. Yeah, I went from a low to a camp.
Okay. So, but these are guys coming from higher level security, a lot of drug charges, a lot of gun charges, a lot of meth, but a lot of these guys have been in prison for quite a while, so they need help thinking about getting back into society. You've been behind bars in some capacity for 10 years or so. Like, you need a little guidance of what to expect and a little, help. And that's what the camps are really supposed to be for. They are not in any way, shape, or form. So, it's just lazy, terrible people. The camp I was in would have been awesome if it wasn't for the people working there, and the fact that the people working there had done absolutely nothing to keep the camp up. So it was like going to a summer camp that hadn't been maintained for 15 years. Beautiful campus. It's like a college campus. It's on a military base. It's on Montgomery Air Force Base. It's just the name of I don't know. I don't think the Air Force Base has a specific name. I may be wrong on that, but it's off in the corner on the base, overlooking golf course on one side, river on a bluff, like 100 feet, overlooking the river on another side. The other 2 sides are just buildings. And then, the free world, you could walk off. We had no fences or anything. You would, pay for that if you did. They would find you quickly. But it could have been a great place for rehabilitation for people who needed it. For the white collar guys like me, and there are only maybe 20 20 white collar guys there. The whole camp is supposed to be white collar. There are like 20 of us out of 750. Everybody else had worked their way down from higher level. And there were some straight up criminals there who were doing more crime in prison than they were doing on the outside and probably making more money in prison. Again, that's maybe a whole nother episode. And it's not another episode because you guys talk about it in all your other episodes because it's the same in every prison.
I had a bunkmate that was scamming people, going on dates like on online or whatever and scamming older women.
Geez, really?
There's so many scams and it's at the camp.
That was at the camp.
That was at the camp.
Okay.
I mean, you would see it at the low, of course, and higher security, but at the camp, yeah. Because you could have 10 years on your sentence and get to a camp.
Yeah. Anything 10 or under, right?
Say you got 15 years, you work down to 10. Are you really rehabilitated at that point?
Right.
Too, especially if you've done like a $200 million fraud or something.
Yeah.
So I've seen a lot. It's crazy.
Yeah, you got some great stories to tell, and that's one good thing about this podcast is like there's so many stories that just never get told outside of the community, the quote unquote justice impacted community, and I'm in a few support groups where people talk about things like that. But outside, and that's what I was saying earlier of the world needs to know, but has no idea and just doesn't care. And people have their own lives and own priorities and things like that. So everybody doesn't suddenly need to, I don't expect the world to suddenly become justice advocates, but any kind of exposure of like, these guys are really getting screwed. And one commonality I had with everybody in the camp and everybody in prison was even the guys who were like, oh yeah, I was totally guilty, still got screwed in some respect by the system. And that was in some way, I thought I was the only one. So to find out that everybody got screwed, I wasn't happy about that because that means, I'm never happy when something bad happens to somebody else, unless they're trying to kill me. But I was like, well, at least we're all in this together to some extent. Like we're kind of bonded in a small way because we all got screwed by the system. But I'll come back to my trial because I do want to give a shout out to my judge. He did me a solid. So we go to the sentencing hearing and two of my investors in my management company, who were two great friends of mine, who I invited friends and family who could afford it to invest in this company, to make them all rich. Like I had high expectations of this and we were going to be rich. The company was valued at $70 million until the Fed stepped in and quickly made that value zero. And now it's a dead company. Hedge fund, they never shut down my hedge fund. Here's another interesting fact. Nobody ever shut me down. Nobody ever seized anything of my possessions. Nobody seized anything of the hedge fund. Everything was going until the day that I shut it down because I knew that I was going to prison. So if somebody's committed fraud for multi-million dollar Ponzi scheme, as the headline said, the DOJ press release said, that the FBI so kindly distributed to dozens or hundreds of people, why would you let this guy keep managing money? Why wouldn't you seize everything that he has, especially when it's other people's money that are still sitting in those accounts? They didn't do any of that. Again, all these little things that kind of show maybe there's more to this than meets the eye when the justice system goes after somebody and they call him a fraudster, they call him a Ponzi schemer, but they don't stop him from running his business. He just stops it on December 31st of 2023, because I knew I was going to prison in 2020, probably going to prison in 2024. So I just wrapped it up at the end of the year, redeemed everybody, sent all their money back. They were worried sick because they found out from the FBI agent that I had pled guilty. So now everybody's like, where the fuck's my money? As they should have been, as I would have been. It's like, it's coming. We got to wrap up the end of the year, just like normal, any kind of redemption. And for a hedge fund, there's such big investments. Like my minimum investment was $1 million. So this is all pretty sizable chunks of money. You got to make sure you cross all your T's and dot all your I's again, so you don't try to solve one problem and create two more by missing some regulation or something and get sued by them, or the SEC comes back into the picture, whatever it may be. So everybody got their money back. Everybody in the hedge fund made money. So they ultimately, I think, still, think fondly of me, other than the fact that they'll never do business with me again because I'm a convicted felon. So mission accomplished, United States of America. But so sentencing, back to that, and we'll wrap that part up. I go to sentencing in March or April. I pled in October of 23, and then March or April was my sentencing. And I'm worried because this district is supposedly notorious, has a bad reputation for just hammering white collar guys. So I'm like, well, that's not great. I'm looking at 6.5 years minimum. My lawyer's like, you're going to jail for at least 5 years. I'm like, this is not going the direction I want it to go. And then in most sentencing hearings, what's it called? Allocution, something like that, where you can speak for yourself. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what the word is, but
yeah, some fancy legal word. But you're allowed to stand up and
address
the court, right? And you certainly can't. So from the day that I pled going forward, 6 months or whatever it was, I kept my mouth shut because I pled guilty. So I've got to fall on my sword, because the last thing you want to do is plead guilty and then turn around the next day or 2 weeks later or 2 months later and say, I'm innocent. I only pled guilty because they were threatening my sisters and my volunteers, and that, let me tell you who's behind this. And it's going to blow your mind, and it's going to sound like a Tom Clancy novel.
That's what Brian Koberger's trying to do right now. Is
that right?
Yeah, the guy that killed the Idaho 4.
Jeez.
He's trying to rescind his guilty plea.
So, and that's a bad move. and I threw that out there a couple of 3 times to my lawyer. I was like, F this. And I'm call the woman handed off the case to another guy who turned out, he's still an attack dog. He's still sickum and trying to get everything he can. But, I think he's ultimately a semi-decent person in that, and maybe it was on the tail end of it. So he wasn't that vested into it. So, towards the end of it, he was sort of decent, but, I was like, call him and tell him that I'm taking my plea back, because the press releases and then they add to my sentence guidelines and all this stuff. All these lies show up in the PSR, the pre-sentencing report, the PSR, which is by far, for anybody facing this now, you should know this is the most important document of your life until you are off of supervised release, and maybe even beyond that, because everybody that your judge is going to read it, the prosecution is certainly going to read it. They have a hand in creating it, of course. But if you go to prison, your case manager is going to read it. Your unit manager may or may not read it if they get involved in your case. Your parole officer for supervised release is going to read it. Everybody's going to read this, and that's their first impression of you. So you better prepare for your interview. And I did, and I think I gave a pretty good one. But I'm falling on my sword this whole time, right? Because I pled guilty. And the quickest way to get 6.5 years turned into 20 years is to say, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything, but you pled guilty. No, but yeah, I did plead guilty, but I'm not really guilty. That's not good. So I didn't talk to anybody. So a few people reached out, and I'm like, I can't talk about it, but there's more to the story. I'll tell it to you at some point. Even some of my investors, who the FBI had completely and totally convinced that I had stolen their money. And I think this is where I was going on my sentencing hearing. The judge, and this worried me, the judge did not allow anybody to speak on my behalf. He was like, I guess he never said this in court, but going into court, it was basically the mentality was he's heard it all before, so he knows what you're going to say. So there's no point in you saying it. So let's save us all some time. I know you're going to say Mike's a great guy, but anybody that wants to call him an asshole, come on forward. So he could have had 100 people that came and said that I stole their money or was a bad guy or, you know, robbed Santa Claus / Christmas, whatever they wanted to say. Because the DOJ was saying everything. They were just making things up for the PSR, for the plea deal, for everything. Just inventing things. And I don't think I'm special on that. And I found that out in camp, that they just throw wood on the fire and then throw gas on top of that wood just because you can, just because that's their job. And why not? Again, stray dogs. So let's kick them a few times because we can. And I was bullied in high school, and now I hate the world. And so I'm a federal prosecutor and I'm out to get everybody. Well, you know, I'm being facetious there, but it's not far from that, I think. But so two of my good friends come and speak in court to the judge of, this guy's a piece of shit. He stole all my money. He's one guy called me a mini Madoff. And I'm just, you know, I'm just sitting there. I'm like, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Like, nowhere in anything did it say anything about a Ponzi scheme or using money for personal gains or personal use or anything like that. And then one of the guys, the judge stopped him and he goes, wait a minute, what are you saying? And he said, he stole my money and he did this and he's a mini Madoff. And he said, you're saying that he lined his own pockets with your money? And my former friend goes, yeah. And he goes, okay, continue. And I'm thinking, well, at least the judge kind of knows what's going on here. And so my buddy kept on talking. He finished. The other buddy came up and said his piece. And then I get up and I say, I do the allocution or whatever it's called, where you can say your piece. And I say a whole thing of like, and this is one thing I didn't think about early, but it was inevitable, of not what happened to me. Cause that's not like, I don't have kids or a wife or anybody in my immediate orbit that's got to take the blow of this. In my mind, this was all on me. And that was naive on my part, because the frag radius is to my sisters and to my extended family, and maybe even probably not to my friends, but they don't necessarily, I lost so many friends in this just because they don't want anything to do with a guy who's a convicted felon. And nobody wants the real story, and nobody got the real story until after my sentencing. So I gave my allocution and I was just like, I'm sorry for what I did. I brought shame on my family. I was a pillar of the community. I was a volunteer. I was helping people in Ukraine. I was running a great hedge fund. I was helping my mother and my family and doing, it was just a normal, nobody knew anything about the intelligence life, but even on my normal civilian life, I was just a good guy, helping people and trying to make a living. And of course, this all came as a bombshell to everybody. And they're like, what? That guy? Like, he went to the Naval Academy, honor and duty and trust and loyalty and all this. And all right out the window, of course. And of course, everybody believes what the two press releases, even though they've heard nothing from anybody else. And that starts the rumor mill. No newspaper reporters, no investigations from, even my local newspaper in my hometown, nothing like that. The only two things that were out there were the press releases from the DOJ and the SEC. So maybe kind of three things, but they all said the same thing. It was basically one article regurgitated. It was 90% false, and it was about 70% false, 29% true, but not illegal. Like I mentioned earlier, they spun things that were perfectly legal to make them sound illegal. And like 1%, like the truth, sort of, because what I pled to kind of back up a little bit, when I pled, I said, I will plead to one thing. And it was that, and again, it gets a little complicated on the whole hedge fund side of things, but I had a big investor that had in the hedge fund world, size makes a big difference. And in the actual hedge fund, I had an investor that came in for 3 years. Like this was a package deal. All my investors in the management company that I allegedly defrauded ultimately and were my so-called quote unquote victims. They knew all of this. This was all in many emails and contracts and like it was again, open kimono, open book, over communication and all this stuff. So my biggest investor came in and our contract and our arrangement was they would put in $20 million into the actual fund because a lot of what I managed were in separately managed accounts. It wasn't actually in the fund. I was trading it and managing it and earning fees from it, or we as the hedge fund, but it wasn't directly deposited into my hedge fund. So that was where I was trying to steer things because money attracts money. So the more money you manage, the more money you attract. And I won't dive into the reasons why behind that, but that's just the nature of the beast. And there's no way around it. So this company was going to come in, put in $20 million, and they did this. They put in $20 million, although they actually didn't put in the full 20, but they put in like 15 or 17. I can't remember exactly the exact number. They take a percentage of the fees we're charging, the way we earn revenue. So they take a small slice of those fees, but they've put in, $20 million and we're earning fees on that $20 million. And the whole thing, and this is done a million times a year. It's extremely common and of course, 100% legal, but it's called a seed fund or an accelerator fund. They come in and they put in money. It usually stays in our case for 3 years. It's usually 2 or 3 years. And then at the end of 3 years, they pull their money and they keep the fee split. So that's their long-term. They kind of have a long-term dividend on this. And they only have to tie up $20 million for 3 years. And again, we're earning fees on that $20 million. So anyway, I had a new investor come into the management company in 2020, maybe 2020 or 2021. I don't think it was during COVID. So in the 2020s, early, or maybe 2019. It's somewhere in that ballpark. I should have looked at this. I haven't looked at the numbers in years, but she came in like 6 months before that company was going to withdraw their 20 million. And I told her about this. I was like, here, our assets of management are 100 and something. I can't remember exactly, 100 blah, blah million, whatever that number was at the time, because it fluctuates as we make money, or every now and then we would lose money in a month. More investors are coming in. People are making redemptions. So the money's never like solidified. It changes every couple months or so as people come and go and we make profits and losses. Not by a ton, but 120 million turns into 131 million and it goes back to 127 million, et cetera. Excuse me. So I said, but I told her in the actual fund, the company, our seed company is scheduled to pull their 20 million. Now I'm going to try to talk them out of that, but they're probably going to pull their money because they don't have to. We were a good investment for them. So if they don't have anywhere to put that 20, they can just leave it with me, which is all that I wanted them to do. And also it's a fraction of the fund. It's not a small number, but it's not, we were managing a heck of a lot more than $20 million. So a $20 million withdrawal sucked, but it wasn't a backbreaker. It wasn't going to crush the company. So I had a deposition at some point after I received that first target letter, and they asked if I told her that, and I said yes. And they said, do you have proof of that? And I was like, no. We had, not 100, but we had a dozen conversations before she made her investment. But I remember we specifically talked about that on this day, because it was a unique kind of situation of our conversation. There was a snowstorm, and which never really happens in Mississippi, and she lived in Mississippi. So I remembered it. pretty clear. I remember everything we talked about in those handful of conversations. We talked other times on the phone and things like that. Anyway, my lawyer spoke to her and asked her if she remembered that conversation. And she said, I remember the conversation, but I don't remember what we talked about. And which is every conversation anybody's ever had, right? Do you remember a conversation you had 3 years ago
No.
with one person who was maybe going to invest in your nightclub, but then didn't, then maybe did? You know, it's kind of one of those things. It's like if you either record every conversation you have, which is doable in today's age, I guess, or you make notes immediately afterwards. And if you did that, you would spend half your life in conversations and the other half dictating what you talked about, and then sending it to that person who you had the conversation with and saying, please verify what we talked about and confirm this, because I don't want to go to jail 3 years from now or 10 years from now or whatever it may be. But that was what I ultimately pled, that I didn't disclose to her that that big investor was leaving the fund. And I had disclosed it, I just didn't document it. And as any white collar felon will tell you, if you don't document it, you're wrong or it's illegal or whatever the cliche is. But so when I pled, I was like, I don't want to plead anything, but if that's one thing that if she doesn't remember it and you put her on the stand and they put her on the stand and she doesn't remember it, then I can see how that can be spun to be a risk that I did not disclose or that I cannot prove that I did disclose. And I was like, that's a effed up way to kind of back into a guilty plea or verdict or whatever. But I can see how they could spin that in court, if nothing else, once they've confused the jury enough that that could possibly work. And then you add in all the other things about the threats and who was behind it. And so I pled. So fast forward, they've added all this other stuff to the plea agreement. And my lawyer kept saying, who cares? It's one count of wire fraud. They could say, you killed JFK. It doesn't matter. You've got one count of wire fraud. Who gives a shit what they say in this actual plea agreement that you sign or in the PSR or in their press releases. That doesn't change one count of wire fraud. And my argument back to that was it changes the reputational damage, because anybody that's going to read any of those things, that's going to be hanging around my neck for the rest of my life, long after I'm out of prison and have served whatever debt to society karma has dictated. So, and now I've got the hedge fund Ponzi scheme, multi-million-dollar Ponzi scheme, $2.8 million, multi-million, Ponzi scheme hedge fund manager as the headline, even though, and here's the kicker, at my sentencing hearing, the judge took a break for like an hour. And I think he went back and reread the PSR and my support letters. And I showed up to court with like $1 million. So, that the lawyers hadn't got a hold of yet. So, and I think he said somewhere in there, that's unusual. He goes, usually when there's a Ponzi scheme, there's zero money because the guy's blown it all on, cocaine and strippers or whatever, or gone to Vegas or what have you, bought yachts with it. Whatever Ponzi schemers do, whatever Madoff did. And I didn't, again, all the money's accounted for. And I brought a lot to court and turned it over at sentencing. And I think that impressed the judge. And then he gave a speech at the end of it. And he said, like, I got the transcript as soon as it was available just for his speech, because I found out after the fact, like, yeah, judges, both my lawyers that were there at the sentencing, they were like, yeah, that was awesome. I was like, really? And they were like, yeah, man, like, you heard what he said, right? And I was like, yeah, I was loving most of it. Cause he would say some bad things. He was like, well, we have to serve justice and the punishment's got to fit the crime. And I'm thinking, oh crap. And then he's like, but this is the most, he said, I've been on the bench. He's in his 80s. He said something to the effect of, and this is almost an exact quote, cause I remembered it. I've served on this bench for over 30 years, and this is the most unusual wire fraud case I've ever seen. something to that effect, but this is a direct quote. This was not a Ponzi scheme. This defendant did not line his own pockets with the victim's money. This was not a Ponzi scheme. And then he went on to tell, like, I tried to build a company, that other factors came into it and the company went under, and which were kind of like the way the prosecution had framed it. It all kind of, he was right. That, I mean, and I did. I mean, I tried to build and had built. We were doing great and getting better every single month and every single quarter with new investors, great performance, growing business. Now we've got, at that point, I think 5 or 6 year track record, which is a big hurdle to clear once you have like 5 years in that world. Now you're talking, man. You got $100 million under management. You got a great 5 year track record, no losing years, no losing quarters, 20% average a year net to investors. Very unique, competitively advantaged trading strategy that nobody else is doing. Nobody that I knew about was doing. We're going to be $1 billion in like 2 years. We're about to crush it. And then the government comes in and just takes it all away. And, crushed it for me, but crushed it for my other investors too. These guys, these are people that were my friends and a couple of family members who I'm thinking, I'm going to make you all rich. Congratulations. We're all on the gravy train, and I'm going to work my ass off to make sure that happens. And I was doing it, and it was working until it didn't, until it wasn't, until the government came in and said, we got to take this guy down. And these people are collateral damage, his investors, and they've lost money because the company has to shut down. But we still get to defang this guy. But so the judge ultimately kind of said some really nice things about me at sentencing, which, at first I was like, oh my God, shut up. And then he kept talking. I was like, say more, keep talking. And I thought for a second, like, he's going to let me off. This is all in my head. I'm thinking, 6.5 years is about to go to 0. This is exactly what I planned. But he gave me 1 year and a day. And for people that know, they know that's a great sentence. That's about as good as it's going to get if you don't have like the judge's son tied up in a basement somewhere, or, something to blackmail him with or something. That's as good as it could have gotten. And like, my sister was in the court. And so I had done a little research, of course, coming into this, or a lot of research really. So I knew what that extra day meant, and she didn't. She was like, most people hear 1 year and a day. Yeah, here's another day for you, sucker. You're felon, you piece of shit. Stay one more day just because you're the dredge of society. But we know that's been through the system, that day actually puts you in a different category, where now you can have good time credit and you can have FSA fully kick in and all the good stuff, to where you can actually get out much earlier. If he had sentenced me to 1 year, I would have had to stay almost that entire year. But because he sentenced me to 1 year and 1 day, I was outside that 1 year threshold by 1 day. So I served 6 months in camp, which was supposed to be 5. But, again, we can talk about the BOP and how just lazy and dumb and just terrible people that generally work in that agency. They just didn't get around to it. And so, and me and a lot of people, and vindictive, and we can go on and on about the food strike and them just retaliating against us for no reason other than they just had nothing else to do but go kick a stray dog. So, but I've kept you too long as it is. But so I served 6 months, should have served 5, served 6, was at the halfway house for 2 weeks. That was supposed to be like 2 days or a day, but they had just changed managers, and the 2 weeks was just because, why don't I have to stay here 2 weeks? Like, politely asking this. They were all very, very nice. But they had made their own policy, and the 2 week minimum was just because that's a good number. It's like, but my sister's house is ready. It's been inspected. I'm going to go stay with them. I've got a great support system. Everything's ready. Everything's ready for me to go to home confinement. Yeah. Okay. 2 weeks. Are you sure? Cause like, I'm ready to go. Like, my car's like, No, 2 weeks. Okay. So I stayed there for 2 weeks, and then I was on home confinement for 2 weeks, and then I've been on supervised release since then. So that's the story.
What do you do now?
So I'm writing a book that it's a leadership book about Stormcraft, about what I mentioned a little bit. It was a leadership doctrine that I developed starting after 9/11 in the intelligence world, of just how to not only navigate chaos, but to convert it from a threat into an advantage. So the title of the book, the working title of the book, I've still got to finish it. I haven't finished it yet. It is for pre-sale. I've got it for pre-sale on my website. Shameless plug, officialmichaelwang.com. KidsHelpingUkraine.org is still up and running. If anybody wants to donate and help orphans and children in Ukraine, all that money goes straight to them. 501c3 nonprofit. But I am finishing a book. It's called, the working title is The Chaos Advantage, of how you can use chaos to your advantage. And I've certainly, I developed that in the intelligence world, but it worked. I found quickly that it worked equally as well. All the steps and the processes and just the whole way to navigate through it when the world feels overwhelming. And this is not just for people running businesses and CEOs. This is for anybody that feels chaos, anybody that feels that their life is spinning out of control for a minute or for a year or all the time when they wake up in the morning. Our methods that weren't developed in a classroom or a think tank. They were developed in the field. They were developed in war. They were developed in very chaotic situations in very dangerous places around the world in my intelligence career. And I found, as I moved into the NOC side of things and started working in hedge funds and venture capital, they worked just as well in those environments. I was trading volatility. I was trading options. So volatility inherently is chaotic. So it was very high pressure situations trading. Stormcraft, the techniques and the frameworks worked amazing there for myself and my team. And it's for people, but it's also for teams as to how to lead teams through chaotic situations. Your company's going bankrupt, the market's crashing, you're about to get fired, anything you can think of. And then of course, that's worked in disaster relief in Ukraine and America for, tornadoes, hurricanes, everything I've done with Oasis. And it certainly worked. And I was very glad I had this knowledge and this skill set and these frameworks when I was targeted, because that became obviously very personal. Being targeted by something you love more than almost anything, which is the United States of America, and defending it suddenly turns its back on you. That's a very uncertain and chaotic time, and you don't know what's going to happen. So, and it worked well there. So coming out of camp, and just as we all are, and anybody watching any of your podcasts has learned, and all of your guests know, it's just hard coming out because you have a black cloud and a scarlet letter. You have a black cloud over you and a scarlet letter on your forehead, and you are a convicted felon. It doesn't matter what your story is. Innocent people go to jail every day. And even for guilty people who go to prison and serve their time and pay their debt to society, as a felon, that's a life sentence. You've turned it into something amazing, and big props and big congratulations to you. It's the Marcus Aurelius quote of the impediment to action becomes the action. What stands in the way becomes the way. You've done that. Instead of using it as an obstacle and trying to run away from it, you've used it as a method to create something great, and hopefully in a bigger and better place than you ever thought you would be before any of this happened. But it's tough coming out, and I don't want to take too much of your time because everybody knows that. Everybody that's been through the system knows just finding jobs and the restrictions that you have. And the big thing for me, I'm still on supervised release. And the big thing for me is I can't help people. I can't easily travel. I certainly can't go overseas and back to Ukraine or anywhere else that places need help. And I don't necessarily, I would love to go back and help, but that's not my priority now. But even when a tornado hits Mississippi, I can't leave my district without a lot of permission. And my PO's been great, super, super nice guy, super patient guy. I think his bosses who kind of, sign off on things as well, have all been, I haven't met any of them, but they seem, they let me come here, which is a big deal. They didn't have to, of course. They don't have to do anything. We're bound by the restrictions, and nobody has to give you any leeway to do anything, no matter how good of a supervised releasee you are. But not being able to travel outside of my district to help people when they need it most. These are the most desperate times of people's lives, and the times that I want to be there and I have the skill set and the motivation to be there to help them. I can't do it because I'm on supervised release. And even off of supervised release, finding people that want to work with felons, whether it's in a nonprofit situation or not, when they hear the story, it resonates. And a lot of people will say, yeah, man, you got screwed completely. And they totally believe my story. And that makes me feel good, but it doesn't change the greater perception of just having that mark of felon that sticks with you. And so that's kind of where I'm at now of finishing the book. I'm helping companies and individuals who are navigating chaos. The skill set is there, the education's there, the experience is there, but it's almost easier to do your own thing and be your own boss and put your own efforts out there than it is to go try to get a job somewhere. And I'm not allowed to work in finance, but even if I just wanted to work at pick your company at a new tech company, that's a bigger hurdle, despite my experience, despite my education, despite my knowledge. It's a challenge. It's a challenge we all face. So I don't want to sit here and play the victim and feel like I'm being specially targeted against as a post prison sentence felon. But hopefully on the other side of it, I've applied for a pardon, I petitioned for a pardon. A handful of people have told me they really wanted to help me, and then those people have disappeared. So as happens, people get busy and with their own lives or find other people that deserve it more, maybe, I don't know. But that is something that I would love to see happen. And I think that would free me to really do what I was doing beforehand, which is really helping people.
What happened with the CIA?
I was about to.
How come no one helped you, or do they stay in contact, or do they write you off?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I signed up for. That's another part of what I knew was going to happen. And as I've been in the game for 25 years, like I was running a lot of these things, I was making a lot of these decisions, so I knew very much what I was getting into. In that we had it set up in my company that, and I don't know how it is specifically at CIA, but we had it set up like if you do a few different things, you're done. And you're still bound by everything. Like you can't turn around and start telling secrets and things like that. You're still bound by the United States, treason laws. But if you commit a violent crime, if you beat your wife, if you do some things that we don't agree with, and you're done, you're cut off. As much as we love you, as much as we want to support you, these are deal breakers. And one of those is like pleading guilty to a crime. And that crime can, it could be not paying 100 parking tickets and going to jail. You're done. Maybe not that, but you know what I mean? Like when I pled guilty to being a liar, which is what wire fraud effectively means. Anything with fraud in it, you're a convicted liar. I burned those bridges, and which is extremely unfortunate because those are great people doing great work. And now I am dead to them and they are dead to me. And that may change at some point in the future, but it won't change in a way that we'll work together again, I don't think. But right now I'm radioactive, to that group. And again, you got to be careful too on their side of things, working in that world of guilt by association. And so if we start communicating again, people may start asking, well, what are they doing behind the scenes? These are all experts at spycraft, at tradecraft. So what are they working on? What are they doing? So it's just easier just to cut ties again, as much as it hurt. And I knew that was a big part of why I didn't want to plead, why I wanted to fight. But ultimately, look, they threaten your family. You got to make tougher decisions. And then you find out, like all the other things behind it, that this isn't going away. Like this isn't, when powerful people that I mentioned put a bullseye on you, something's going to happen, right? You're not getting out of those crosshairs, unfortunately. And I've seen it happen, in my career. So, I mean, I didn't do it, but I saw it happen to other people, not necessarily in my circumstances, but I've seen I've seen behind the curtain of the way the world really works, and it's not pretty. And, so I knew what could happen. And so again, when I found out kind of all of those things behind it, it was ultimately sort of a business decision. It was a life decision, but the most efficient decision, thinking, okay, I'll get through this and I'll come out of it and I'll go, I do a tech startup or be a COO of this or that or the other. And then to find out, no, this is a life sentence. Like you're a little bit radioactive unless you do your own thing. Like advise people on a strong skill set that you have, like Stormcraft, and write a book about it, which I hope is, a success and actually helps people navigate uncertainty. In the companies that I've been helping. And I think some of those clients, they love me because they see the forest for the trees. They see Michael instead of the felon. They see the skill set that I bring to the table. And hopefully the people listening and watching to this, and I apologize for the length of this, but I thanks for indulging me, and even speaking to you, and I'm sure a lot of your other guests, even people who have admitted guilt and been to prison and paid their debt, like just because you have a label attached to you doesn't mean you're a terrible human being. And I was definitely not a terrible human being before I went to prison. Prison kind of tries to make you want to be a terrible human being, maybe, because it's full of criminals who are actively committing crimes in prison. Nothing in a camp, of course. We're talking, cell phones and vapes. Nothing any more than that. But you certainly see things that you've never seen as even in my intelligence career. This is a new experience, and not one I would wish on anyone, but look, I learned this a long time ago, even at the Naval Academy and all through my intelligence career. You put a bunch of guys together in the worst possible. I have not been in those worst possible circumstances. I've been in extremely terrible circumstances in war zones and in my intelligence career. But you find ways to joke and have a little bit of fun in very bad situations. So I don't think anybody would ever say like prison camp is fun, but it has fun moments and light moments. And there were some laughs and some great stories. And in hindsight, it's probably a lot rosier than I remember it, but it's nothing I would want to revisit. I certainly never want to go back there. But it opened my eyes to a world that I'd never seen. And it's a sad situation. But again, I mean, I'm hoping the new administration coming in or that's been in, Trump and everybody, the new BOP, the new FBI director, all the way down the chain. I mean, I'm hearing what little, I can communicate with other felons just through the support groups that I have permission to communicate through my PO with. That, changes are slowly being made, but we'll see what happens. But it's back to the kind of the ramifications of it. Yeah, CIA, that whole world was a very important world full of very great relationships that this is what I signed up for. This is day one, more or less, of like, here's what you're getting into. You can't ever talk about this. I guess unless you go to federal prison, and then here you are. So they should have told me in 1998, you can never talk about any of this unless you go to federal prison, and then you can talk about a little bit of it. You can tell people what you did or that you were a part of it. But if I had never gone to prison or been convicted or pled guilty, and if I wasn't currently a felon, like, I would have lived the rest of my life, and no one ever would have known outside of the community. No one ever would have known of that part of my life. And my sister asked me something to that effect one day when I first told her. And I said, the only thing you would have known would, like, if I died before you and a few people showed up at my funeral that you didn't recognize, that looked like me, sort of, because in my company, we were all like, everybody was kind of like accountants and, like really in shape hedge fund managers, it's like nobody was, because just what we did, we couldn't do the full on, JSOC, tattoos and scruffy beards and all the things that those guys are so proud of. And I would be too, if I had the opportunity to do it. But so that'd be the only thing. Some guys would come and say, Mike was a great guy. And he would say, who are you? And they would say, nice to meet you. And they would leave. And that would be it. And you'd be like, who are those strangers that I've never seen before?
That's funny.
But yeah, that's my story, man. And I thank you for indulging me on it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Longest episode ever.
I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
No, it's good, man. I mean, you got to make the space available for people when they have a story like that.
Well, thank you.
You never know going into it what it's going to be, but you got to just be a good listener and give the person their opportunity to share it.
Well, that's what Letitia said, and that's what I've seen by your other episodes too. It was like, and I fell right into the trap that I hope to avoid for myself. Not that you're laying it, but I wanted this to be much more interactive, and it has not been.
Well, that's not my style. So.
Right. That's just the way you do it. And I think, look, you get out of the way and let people just go.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why, you've been successful, I think. So well done.
I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you.